Tyler won. You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender, captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Luminosity ahead of their competition. So we're gonna play a basic game of who is most likely to. I'll name a bunch of scenarios. You'll put down who you think that applies to, and then explain it, call them out, have a laugh, be nice, whichever one you decide to do. On a scale from 1 to 10, though, how comfortable are you guys? Crush this. Do you think you'll all have the same answers?
Not really. Not really.
Yeah, nice confidence.
All right, great start. Let's go. Who is most likely to spend the most money during an event?
All
right, why Rimas?
Big spender.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything that he can buy, like it's a better thing, a better product to buy, you know. So he's an enjoyer.
Most of my money would go to clothing. I love clothing.
Who would survive the shortest in a zombie apocalypse?
Okay, we have a
Everyone? No, I was hoping at least one. But I was hoping at least one of them would go for someone else, but man, I can't drive, can't survive.
all you can to buy, like to get a coffee, not a coffee, a tea, you know, a cup of tea, like everything. You dive for a tea, 100%.
Who's most likely to survive the longest then?
Okay.
Looks.
I put Rain.
I was thinking Rain would call the mafia and he would survive.
He would bait everyone. I think he would be baiting everyone, you know, not leaving the house. Thank you.
Who is most likely to forget something in the hotel room after checking out?
Oh, I have a good one actually. Oh my God. He forgot his mousepad in an hotel room and he had to flew his brother up to bring the mousepad.
Yeah, I left it in the hotel before I went to the airport. But shout out to my brother. Next day I bought the flight for him and he brought my mousepad, so.
You flew your brother to a different country or city?
To a different country.
So different countries get you your mousepad?
Yeah, from Lithuania to Portugal.
So then who do you guys think is most likely to become an influencer?
Big man.
I'm probably the most socially active person in this team. I love streaming, I love keeping my fan base up to date. posting stories. That's why, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, who takes the longest to get ready?
You put me?
2 hours of shower.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Who pushes everyone else to improve?
Oh, thank you, boys.
I would also put Afro. When we slack, it's gonna be Afro also punishing us.
Trying to help, yeah.
Who is the most competitive outside of CS2?
I'm competitive in all the things, yeah. But Afro because he played League of Legends and he is grinding League of Legends. The only thing that I know.
I put
you
Rain
guys,
because they're both gonna rage at anything.
How do you feel you guys did?
Pretty much the same.
Pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Bimas took a lot of shots.
Yeah,
but-
Bimas was the winner of this.
Yeah, Bimas, how do you feel?
Feels good. Feels good that you guys appreciate me like that.
All right, well, thank you guys so much
Thank
for
you.
joining and
Thank
for
you.
taking part of this. I hope you guys at home also enjoyed that one. See you around. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Our players started out as underdogs.
The young Mongolian squad is rewriting esports history.
They're up in the series. Mongols close to throwing another knockout blow. 2 kills away.
Today, the first teams shall claim their rightful spot in the playoffs. Others will have to accept being eliminated. 4 teams will bask in the glory of being undefeated, and 2 of them will see their keys crushed. But each team forges their own destiny. Their fate is in their hands. The question is, what will they do with it? Welcome to Day 2.
August 13th, the Esports World Cup live from Paris, France. The year being 2026. I don't think I needed to remind you that, but certainly need to remind you what's on the agenda today. Best of 3s, elimination, all the fixins. We're going to be seeing some of your favorites, maybe, just maybe, with some tears in their eyes before the end of the day. And by doing that, we're going to help tell that story. Isn't that right, gentlemen? I got a Dupree in the middle. We call him Dupreeter sometimes. And then down on the very...
Do we?
No, I don't think anyone's ever... Has anyone ever called you that?
No, I don't recall that, but, you know, we can make it a first. It's fine.
Yeah, cool. I mean, well, we've got that now. Jacob, what would you like to be called?
The guy who likes D, I guess.
Wait, what?
What? Well,
but Group D. We spoke about that yesterday.
We started early.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No?
Honestly, no recollection whatsoever. Never happened.
Sick.
It definitely happened. Yes, okay. So you like Group D. That's one thing. But there's a lot of Counter-Strike that happened yesterday, Jacob. Like a lot.
A lot of Counter-Strike. We had 16 best of ones, you know, to start off the day. That's a lot of Counter-Strike. I think in reality, we all expected, you know, when you have best of ones, you have 16 games going on. There's prone to be a couple of upsets. There's prone to be a couple of games that doesn't go the way that you'd think so, Peter. But we were kind of spared for the biggest of biggest upsets, apart from one game. You know, Spirit losing to GG How. That's the one that stood out to me. Outside of that, I think we got the favorites getting the job done. Not always convincing, but they got the job done.
Yeah, and I think that's always on the talking point. Like when it comes to best of ones, that the favorites, they don't really like to play it. And I think the underdogs, they seem to be thinking, hey, this is our chance of actually beating the elite teams, all right? And only one team managed to do so, GG How, you know, and just briefly to talk about that game, I think GG How deserved that. When, you know, whenever they were granted a position to, you know, capitalize, they did it. And, Spirit did not look like themselves. So taking that into consideration, I think we will still have an interesting day.
Yeah, we absolutely will, considering, again, somebody's getting eliminated today. And it might just
that.
It might just be Spirit. Now, I'm not saying that's what I'm anticipating to happen, but hell, I mean, after yesterday, I wouldn't be super surprised. But the prize pool, that might be surprising most of you at home. Taking a look at those numbers, Dupree, you've won some prize money in your life. What's that look like to you?
No, it looks pretty good. I'd say the fact that if you clinch the first place, you'd be looking happy. You'd be looking at your bank account.
You know what, Peter?
Good.
It makes me so mad, because when I was getting second places at Copenhagen Games back in the days when the game was still new, we won 2,000 euros, to share between 5 players. You get second now, you win a couple of $100,000. It's just it's a different world we live in, Trace.
Yeah,
times are moving, things are changing.
They continuously evolve. That is absolutely correct, Jacob. That might be one of the most astute observations, which is why I'd ask you to go ahead and pick up the D right here within the groups. I mean, we've got a lot of Counter-Strike, and I keep going back to Group D because that's where you're going to start explaining to me what's going on.
It's my favorite group. It's my favorite tournament bracket that we've seen so far for many reasons. I think it's cool that Na'Vi got the job done against 3D Max yesterday. The Mongols as well. We keep underestimating them. A lot of people, after losing Cento, thinks to themselves, that's it, that's done for the Mongols. They remain competitive. They make playoff at tournaments. Now they lost MCNeo as well, but seemingly that doesn't affect them just yet. I'm curious to see how they fare against Na'Vi. 9C versus Furia, that's a fun little matchup. Quarterfinal rematch from Cologne Major, and then in the lower bracket, I'll be completely honest, I see 3 teams who don't really stand a big chance right here in Pain, Magic, and Wildcard, and then 3D Max to me is the quote-unquote favorite in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think the 9C one, that's the one. I'm at a point where I feel like it almost feels like 9C could be a little bit of the favorite together with Na'Vi. I think 9C is going to get the better of Fury in this one, so I'm excited for that one. I'm excited with what they bring to the table.
Game of the D. Game of the day. Game of the day.
We got it. Game of the D now. Of course, that being the Group of D, I think is exactly what you're... let me save you right here. Take us to Group C.
Yes.
And let's just see what has happened over here. Again, 4 groups and so much Counter-Strike. It's almost impossible to keep your finger on the pulse, but 100 Thieves Vitality was the matchup I was looking forward to the most yesterday. Turns out 100 Thieves didn't try to steal the show at all.
Yeah, that was a quickie, to be completely honest. That went by really, really fast. No big surprise there, Peter. I'll be honest with you. Curious to see how Foot is going to do against Mouse. Let's not forget that Mouse won the Blast Bounty. Yep. They won the first LAN trophy of this second part of the season. So pressure on Mouse in that game.
And it's funny to think that Mouse had so many struggles lately, or like if we go back in time, clinching the trophies. And then the first tournament they attended in 26 with in the later season here is that they clinched that victory and
just
finally,
like they did with Brolan and Spinks.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's funny thinking that, and I think even looking at the roster, I don't think that's what they expected. I don't think they expect to go out and win a trophy with that roster. And I don't think they were set into a pace where, things was going to be settled. But here we go.
Here we go into Group B. So what does that look like over here? And another story unfolding in the brackets right in front of us in real time. Falcons K27, kind of up to par. Astralis now gets to play against the Falcons, which I'm sure you guys are super excited to talk about, as it is our last stream, our last game over here on the A stream today. But yeah, that's set up in a qualification match for the playoffs. Legacy and FaZe on the other side of that. The loser bracket here, does it look about what you expected?
No big surprises, to be completely honest. Again, personally slightly disappointed in NIP. I think when you look at their roster, when you look at what they have to work with, you'd expect them to be better. You'd expect them to be more competitive, Peter, but they got absolutely smacked by Legacy.
But isn't that like a case that's been ongoing for a while now with NIP?
Yeah.
We've been thinking, when Snappy picked up that range, I think that was the sort of a project where he would fit in better. He didn't have the biggest personality. He was more by building talents, which he did back in INS. But it's just not really working out. They made a couple of changes, but they still seem to be having issues, even beating teams around their own level.
Yeah, in Group of A we go. The very last one of the 4. Spirit, one of the big surprises you'll see within this bracket itself, did take an opening BO1 loss to GG, and you might ask how, but don't worry, we'll get into all that in the very near future. Gamer Legion will be set up to play against them. G2 Big versus Aurora debut here. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, I think that's the group where we had the biggest surprises. Naturally, the Spirit one, losing to GG How, but Big beating Aurora is a pretty big one as well. I think a lot of people had Aurora as small favorites in that game, but I think Big, as of recently, Peter, have looked better and better. They're coming into this tournament looking hot, and they got the job done against Aurora yesterday in a rather convincing way on cash.
Definitely, and I think looking at Big, I think you mentioned yesterday, Jeff, that people were sleeping a little bit on him, and I think it's rightfully so. It's a team that seems to have things set in order with their roles, and Blamef picking up the reins and being the Ingeblier that he does, but also having the fracking power that he does. I think the team is now settled in. They've played so many official games. At this point, they know their setups, they know the communication. This seems to be a team that's thriving with also what they achieved back in Cologne. I think it's a team that we need to be paying a little bit more attention to because they can definitely take the elite teams to work for their money.
Yeah, trying to put pressure where it's needed, right, Jacob?
Yeah, and they were able to do that yesterday, to be completely honest. G2, we just saw them as well, win 13-11 against M80. That was a close game. Falcons got the job done quite easily. Yeah, it's good to see the favorites, or some of the favorites, looking as strong as we'd expect them to. The FaZe game versus BBT right here, maybe the most entertaining game.
Sir.
That could have gone either way, Peter.
Yeah, I think FaZe, it is the whole rebuild. Like, it's the stabilization and also finding that new identity ever since Kerrigan was out of there, Trish trying to find his own kind of identity, but also the fact that they just signed Netty on a permanent deal. It kind of gets the idea going that they know where they're heading, but, is this the final iteration of FaZe? Is this how it's going to be looking? I think we're still looking to see how the results are going to pan out in the next couple of months.
Completely unrelated topic, though. Have you noticed that a lot of the teams have changed their jerseys coming into this tournament?
I did.
The second season as well. I think a lot of them are banging. I'll say the Na'Vi tracksuit kind of thing, I think it's pretty cool.
Well, that one's okay. I was just going to say the Spirit one just kind of looks like the printer ran out of ink.
I like that old Spirit one. I like
my favorite one is K27, the EWC t-shirt look that they had going, I think that was pretty cool.
I was wondering if I'd get to see the Eclipse, but with the only Eclipse we saw around here yesterday would be that Vitality over 100 Thieves, I think.
Yeah, not much to talk about, and the fact that it was good to see that Vitality, they played up to their favorite status, like the redemption arc. That's what that Apex talked about, that the fact that they didn't really manage to win inside the major, right? So now it's about bouncing back, and rightfully so they did yesterday.
Yeah, and this is going to bring us right over to our Crunchyroll story of the day. And it's not necessarily about 100 Thieves, probably more so to your Vitalities, to your Falcons, and what is a path and building back into a major cycle. That's where we find ourselves, Jake.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest story for me today. There's a couple of the matches today that could have significant impact on whether the teams are going to make the major or not. You're looking at that FaZe game as well in their bracket. Have GG How taking on Gamer Legion as well in a game where whoever wins that one not only makes the playoff at EWC, which is a massive step for either of the two teams. They gain VIS points, they gain prize money, they gain all the stuff. So that should be quite interesting, to be completely honest.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing with the VRS. It's not something I got to play along with when I played, and neither did you. So it's like it's a whole new idea of bringing Counter-Strike and also bringing the consistency into play. And whereas back in the days you just be invited for everything, if you just made it into the top 8 of major, you'd automatically be qualified. So that's a lot more on the line here, and it brings a little bit of extra spice to some of the games.
Just think of it from FaZe point of view, right? You're playing Legacy in a game where you could potentially win that game and then almost secure a couple of invites for big tournaments.
Yes,
and then all you need to do the next couple of months is just win a couple of games at those tournaments, and then you're back into the major circuit. Maybe even in stage 2. Maybe even if everything goes up in a higher end in stage 3, right? So right now, I know it's the first big tournament after the player break. We had the Blast Bounty, obviously. We went into the LAN format with 8 teams competing. Here we had our last chance qualifier with 64 teams showing up on LAN. We had the EWC tournament with 32 teams all playing on the stage. This is arguably the biggest tournament we have before the second major of the year. So this is very important for all the teams playing right here to do a good result, to get off to a good start, not only for the VIS, but also for their understanding of where they're at in the circuit right now.
Yeah, and as we begin to approach today's games, again, we're out of the best of 1 territory. So we jump into best of 3s here. We start out with Spirit, Luminosity, M80, Aurora, and Falcons Astralis there to end out the day. If you are interested in that B stream, that's GG How, Gamer Legion, G2 Big, and Legacy FaZe. For us coming up, it looks like that of Spirit versus Luminosity. 2 teams coming off of very different kinds of bad day 1 losses. Spirit shocked despite Donk having that resistance. Luminosity kind of swept aside, continues to search for a little bit of an identity after it's what appears though Gizmi is no longer in the fold.
Yeah, that's a crazy conversation, and we'll dive into that. If we start with Spirit, it was a slow start to their opening at this tournament. I don't want to take anything away from GG How, because I think they were the better team. They played so aggressive, they were so proactive on the server. They made the playing field tough for Team Spirit. Personally, I thought they were going to be able to handle it. The problem for Spirit was that Shiro had a game where he just didn't show up whatsoever. Normally, a guy you can always rely on, a guy that has never been caught off guard, a guy that is, I guess, always guaranteed for hitting the easy shots, but then sometimes, maybe lacking the explosivity. But none of the players outside of Dunk showed up yesterday, and that proved to be too much against the GG How, who were just in their face time after time.
Yeah, and it kind of sometimes brings me back to the whole idea about Spirit, right? They put so much emphasis in having Dunk carrying him over the finish line in so many of those situations because he is just so good, right? Whereas the if Shiro also goes missing, as he did yesterday, then what's left for them, right? Because I don't feel like Tenir and Suntix, and also Magic for that matter, is they can have pop-up games for sure, but it's just not as consistent, right? So there is a big win factor in the fact that Dong always has to play good, and he needs to be backed up by Shiro. And yesterday, to be fair, it happens to have a bad game like Shiro did, but it more felt like he shit the bed yesterday, right? And usually he had Donks to come clean up, but yesterday it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and it seemed as though there were visible mistakes from the Spirit side yesterday. I'm thinking of a 4v2 loss at a certain point. Like there are situations there that you wouldn't expect Spirit to lose, much less in the fashion they did.
Yeah, it's the communication issues, it's the positioning. It was Shiro, being caught off guard, in an uncharacteristic.
He used to play. He's a Polish player, right? Just a side.
Spiro, 6 years ago or something like that. You're right, but it was a weird one for Spirit yesterday. Again, I don't want to take anything away for GG How, because I think they pushed Spirit to make those mistakes. They were so proactive. They were so in their face. They were playing Mirage as they were supposed to play Mirage, with poise, with confidence, and then they were taking gambles as well. We heard from the players afterwards. At times we just gambled a little bit, and for Spirit in a best of one, that's a very tough playing field. If you're playing against a team who got nothing to lose, Peter, who's willing to gamble, and those gambles pay off, then as Magic, as an in-game leader, you're like, what am I supposed to do? They're gambling and it's based on nothing. So it comes down to chance, and that was exactly what GG How had to do. So as much as I want to say that was not good enough in Team Spirit, because it wasn't, it was only Donk showing up, it's not something that worries me on behalf of Spirit heading in against Luminosity. I don't think Spirit is worse off potentially, going deep into the playoff after losing a best of one yesterday. They'll make it through from this group without a doubt.
Yeah, for sure. And I also think, it was also a mental game. They lost that grand final against Mars, where also some of the individuals didn't really show up, and now they turn up for the EWC playing against GG How, an opponent they should be beating on paper 90% of the time, or even 99% of the time, I'd say. But, just yesterday, I think what was just stood out to me with GG How is whenever they were gifted a situation that they could salvage off, they capitalized on it. And I think that was the most important thing, because that's what we often see when the elite teams go up against an underdog. Like whenever the underdog is presented with an opportunity, they either throw it away. Whenever there's like an eco, they lose that one, they lose the momentum, they lose all the money. But that wasn't really the case yesterday. I think there was only one round with the Deagle round where Dong popped out of DFs and kind of salvaged the situation and brought them back. So overall, very impressed with GG How, but I mean, is it going to last? I don't know.
Yeah, the question marks begin to arise when we get in the server back today, right? Because yesterday might not be the biggest sample size, but all in all, some of those errors were just glaring. And that's an unfortunate reality that Spirit have to go back to the drawing board last night and say, we can't afford to come into a game today like that.
You know what the good thing is? They're playing Luminosity, right? So that's a confidence booster. That's going to be a game where it should be super, super easy. To be completely honest, we're heading into a game where we have a massive favorite. I'd even argue Spirit are greater favorites against Luminosity than they were against GG How yesterday. It's a best of 3, and you're going up against the Luminosity, who so far is yet to win a game. This whole story with not bringing Gizmi into the lineup, but stealing 4 of the players, bringing them into Luminosity, pairing them up with Lux, a Brazilian in-game leader who now has to take over. It's just a mismatch, and it's chaos. It's a missed opportunity as well. I know the reasoning, as far as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that, we already signed Lux and we already had him on a contract, so we had to sort of use him. But at that point, cut your losses. Bring in Gizmi. We see what he's doing in the Thieves. We saw what they were doing during the Major as well. This is a major mess-up and a major missed opportunity from a GM perspective. I think Luminosity could have been a cool team, but right now they're just a big mess. They've won one map so far as a team. They haven't won a game, but one map, and that's against NIP, who we just labeled as a big disappointment as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think it's going to be looking better this time around. And, if we could actually just copy, if we just got Gizmi and put him in Luminosity jersey now, I think they would have had a very much bigger chance of beating Spirit, right? But the fact that now that you change the in-game leader, it just changes the whole dynamics of the team. How does he approach it? How does he use his players? And that's why the in-game leader is so important. But, so far so good. I mean, Luminosity have not been looking good. They haven't had the biggest sample, but today they're in an almost impossible task.
Almost impossible.
But it's there.
It's there. Is it for the taking? Only time will find out. Let's go ahead and hear from Tenir.
Yeah, we'll look at Tenir. We'll spot at Tenir. He's a player to look out for, To be completely honest, it's an important game for Tenir, and it's an important tournament for Tenir. Not only are you playing Luminosity, which proves a great playing field, I guess, to farm some confidence. Peter, you know that as an entry fragger. You know that as an aggressive player. When you're playing someone who's significantly worse than yourself, it always proves a great opportunity to go in, farm some easy kills, get some confidence going, get yourself going. And I think Tenir right now is playing for potentially staying in Team Spirit. He had a bit of an uptick in performance together with Softic when he was coaching. Then Halley is coming back, and I'm not sure we can really label it on the coach. But Tenir Tenir is way too inconsistent for my liking. You said it yourself, you have Dunk, who's always showing up. Then you have Shiro, who is most of the time showing up. You need the third star showing up as well. And I'm not even sure Tenir is that third star within Team Spirit. Given how strong the CS scene is, I think he's playing to stay within Team Spirit. If he doesn't step it up, he may be cut relatively soon.
And time. That was Jacob on one breath. So if you were curious just how long he can go, that was it right there. Let's go and hear from Tenir, like I promised.
We got Spirit in the booths ready to take on Luminosity in a best of 3. But Tenir, I do want to start with the game versus GG How yesterday. What happened from your perspective?
We just lost the game and that's it. But for sure, we had bad game yesterday. We just was like outside server, not inside, like as a team. We just really have bad game and yeah, that's it.
Just looking at some of the individuals as well, it's no secret that it was an uncharacteristic performance from Shiro, right? I don't want to talk about that specifically. I want to talk about how you address that after the game. When you have an individual that goes missing, what's the process? Do you address that as a team? Is it just Shiro talking to Hallie? What's the process there?
I don't know why we're talking only about Shiro, because yesterday I think we all play not so good, how usually we are playing. And for after game we just have a short talk about what happened, and we just focus about next games, not caring a lot about what happened against GG How, because it's not important, we are not eliminated from this tournament, and sometimes it's happened in best of 1 matches. And we just have preparation against Luminosity after short talk, and individual routine like deathmatch or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the perfect way to be looking forward, right? Best of 3 on the horizon, as you mentioned, Luminosity. What did you take away from their game yesterday versus Game of Legion?
It's a very interesting question. I think important point is be team on the server. Yeah.
And in terms of that elimination maybe looming for you guys today, what does that do to the mental of the team?
For us, our mental is good because we are professional players, and we should know how resetting after so pain lost. Yeah. And for us, it's very important today match because we want to play this tournament. We want to go in deep on this tournament, and we want to show how we play usually on the server.
Tenir, I won't keep you a moment longer then. Thank you so much for your words. Good luck.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and what we're looking at here is that exact matchup here, where yesterday we get to find out if we had variance or warning coming into the server today. Are we looking at a team from the side of Spirit? Is yesterday the beginning of a downfall of some sort, or is it coming into today's matchup against the Luminosity that has put a lot of tactical burden on Lux?
Yeah, I'll be completely honest. I'm not worried on behalf of Team Spirit. Yes, yesterday was not a great performance. It was a best of 1. None of the players really outside of Dunk showed up. I think they're going to have a very easy time right here. I think they're going to have an easy time making the playoff, and I think they'll be still one of the teams I have in contention to win the entire thing. So based on that one best of 1 yesterday, it hasn't changed how I feel about Team Spirit, and I hope that we get to see the much better version today, where they will make no room for doubt whatsoever that they clearly are better than Luminosity.
Yeah, we're not gonna like sound the alarm bells at all. You know, it happens. It happens even for the elite teams to have a day off, and I think yesterday was a very good example. And I think Tenir even saying that it was not only on Shiro, right? I think Shiro just stood out because we did get a lot of POVs where he would miss shots and he died his own molly and whatnot. But as a cohesion, as a team, they just felt off. And, you know, there's probably a lot of ideas and thoughts to why that wouldn't happen. But sometimes it's hard to explain, even though you feel like you're on top of your game, something just doesn't click and then you lose when it's just the best of 1.
Yeah, guys, I'd ask you who you think is going to win this one. It's pretty clear who your allegiance and allies to. Is that right? Jacob, can you just give me one quick one?
Yeah, I mean, anything but a 2-0 for Team Spirit would be disappointing to me. I hope Luminosity can surprise us. I hope they can make the game competitive, but I'll be completely honest, I don't believe it.
No, and I have to buy into that. I don't see a world where Spirit will not win this, and it should be a 2-0 this one.
Should be.
Has to be.
Even if we don't know the maps. I mean, yes, we do have Ancient first. Probably like a Dust 2 as a second if I'm looking at this from like a wonky angle.
Don't tell me about the third, because we won't need it.
We might
Imagine
not
if we need it.
We might not. Yesterday,
Then it might be
when you
more.
said what you said, it actually came true the opposite way. It's like some sort of curse of its own. So, Ancient, Dust 2, first two maps.
Ancient, yeah, I mean, like, just Ancient that makes sense from the likes of Luminosity. You know, it's one of the maps that they have the highest win rating when it comes to team because they carry that over from Monty. They played at a major at a relatively high level, maybe thanks to Gisme, and then on the side of Dust 2 for Spirit, it's been their bread and butter for a long time. So, you know, they always feel very comfortable. So in that regard, it's a map pool that speaks also into the favor of Spirit.
Yeah, doesn't change how I feel. Dust 2, Ancient, it's the same.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. I think there's nothing left to do here but actually get the game going. So you asked in chat, and we're going to deliver. Let's do it.
All right, maybe a bit of a surprising one here, Hugo, because we've got, on one side of the stage, Luminosity, this new look squad, the kind of amalgamation of the Monty team alongside Lux. Maybe you could have expected them to be in this position, but Hugo, who are they up against?
Spirit. And why is Spirit here, Harry? A shocking BO1 upset on that first day. GG How tore through Spirit 13-10 on Mirage, and now we sit with Spirit just a single series away from elimination. You'd like to think we're not even really considering that as a factor, but that was a disappointing debut, a disappointing day one, and something that Spirit need to make up for pronto. Now could be the time. They're playing a Luminosity that has yet to win a series with this 5, and so let's get straight into the action and see if Spirit can make up for their debut.
Well, we're going to get some heat right from the get-go, because this one is down to a retake already. It's a bomb plant here for Luminosity. Lux hears these rotations out through middle as well. They can't afford to overlook this. Luckily enough, with 4 players coming in through mid, it's more than enough eyeballs to flush out their captain. Tania and Donk, they'll follow up with the next couple, and that leaves it on Afro and Rainwaker here. Sight starting to feel a little claustrophobic, but damage done. Rainwaker waits. Defuse being held. Late reaction here. Won't be able to get them off in time. Defuse taken right from under his nose.
Donk had a smoke with his kit. He didn't even put it down. He didn't want to make it too obvious, I guess. Just gets a full 5 second with a bit of cover and enough time to get that round for Team Spirit. I mean, you know, we've seen Luminosity pick Ancient in this series, and sure, you're going to lean towards your comforts. It's not exactly Luminosity trying to punish Pick Spirit. That's not the world we live in. But you've also picked a very comfortable map for Team Spirit. So it's going to be hard to catch them sleeping at the wheel here. 10-2 on in the last 6 months. 11-3 this year. Donk dead first up in heaven. Luminosity are coming through.
Oh, this Force Spy is just getting wrecked, isn't it? All dead at the door. Rainwaker, he has A. I don't know how useful that's going to be, though, with the bomb and the rest of his teammates gone.
Well, it looked like it could have gone wrong there for a second with Donk dead in heaven, and then, you know, Flash getting set up for lane, but Spirit have no problem crunching. I think all eyes are on Shiro today, Harry, after that first map.
They are. They certainly are. Like, you could just tell from, I would say, like 4 or 5 rounds in to Mirage that he was not having a good day. And, you know, I think in a game that ended up being pretty close, one where you're the massive favorites, you've got to look at him. And he was like the main omission in that game. Had a number of swings and misses, a number of rough rounds, never really got going. And I mean, outside of Donk, there wasn't really a lot to look forward to across the entire roster.
All right.
So yeah, Shiro going to be under a microscope, but I think you want a lot of mileage from everyone here on this Spirit squad. It's a game you just can't afford to lose. Like, you can't have two massive upsets against you, especially versus this brand new Luminosity squad that are that have only won one map since they've been together. They've lost every single series they've played.
Yeah, and it's a BO3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that's also meant to give you an
territory.
edge, right? Like, a massive edge if you're Spirit. Even if you did come in feeling a little sleepy or whatever to this game, you've got the time to reactivate.
Well, Spirit looking to convert on their pistol with ease to start off this series. Luminosity with a couple of bits and pieces here in this round. Around this Galil. Cave smoke. Door flash. Luminosity are going for a B ramp pop here. Taneer's playing quite retake heavy, and Magix is deep in cave as well, so this could be a bomb pop for Luminosity. There could be something available in this round.
I mean, they would love that with Rainwaker's save at the end of the last. They need a bit of an extra helping hand in terms of the finances, but dead at the door here. Taneer, Shiro, able to deal with it. That bomb plant is not happening.
Yeah, nice. It's that third rotate that comes over in the downtime. It's the perfect remedy. Shiro with more pressure. Taneer changes position, and no long smoke, no chance here for Luminosity. 4x coming through now. Rainwaker a little bit less. But no complaints for Spirit to start this first map off.
All right, just going to try and brawl on this one. BMAS scaling all the way into the top of ramp. It's a potent position. He's also ahead of this molly, and they never heard him burn. Firing off now. They learn about him in at the top of ramp. The rest of his team trying to look for this cave control. And Lux has provided an entry. Don't know how much use that smoke is going to be.
Shiro is nowhere near this play. It's a 3v5. This might just be a save for Spirit. I don't know how you get back in. You've got to get some quick kills. They got bonus. A couple of SMGs surely tempting you back in. Just exits here for Spirit. Not many of them.
Maybe able to force some players to go down with the bomb here, though everyone is exiting the way of these Heaven players.
Nice double for Lux. It's been weird because in the couple of games that we've seen from Luminosity, Lux has been like the standout fragger in a lot of these games, which, you know, not necessarily what you need. When we saw this Monty run from the core of 4 players, or a lot of different guys who are able to step up. Rainwaker had some incredible games. Azulu had a great major despite his form not necessarily being perfect coming in.
I mean, I like that Lux has been playing, you know, like he has a bit of a point to prove.
Certainly does.
You know, he got passed up on in that Legacy squad, gets to join and link up with Luminosity in what is like kind of an odd amalgamation of a squad, right? Having to now lead this Monty team. But trying to take that opportunity while he's got it. Dead first in this round, though, as that Shiro AWP finally comes out.
Oh, Magic's getting cheeky here. They're walking right past back to ramp on this smoke fade. They're going to pop together again, and that third rotate is once again in. Spirit have had all the reads in this CT side. Shiro, can he hit his shots when required?
Forced into the cave by the molly. That leaves Taneer alone in the bomb site.
Oh!
Bit of an awkward miss here, but Shiro could make up for it. They'll split him together. Azulu taking all that attention away, and the whole time Shiro is just under massive pressure knowing that the site's been lost. Spirit, a man down, but right here, feel like they've got to give this a look in. They'll hand off to Donk as the last man standing.
Oh, no. Sure. No, he wouldn't, would he? Donk full stick, doesn't need to fight. He's going to win the round. He's just got it on his own. Donk 1v3. Unbelievable. A little jump down at ramp, and Donk just gets on that bomb.
I do absolutely love that. Because it's Donk, right? Like, you think he's going to fight you. That's where he feels the most comfortable. He's going to be looking for every engagement he can get. He can already feel the fear kind of creeping into them when he gets that ramp kill. And running through the head of Luminosity there is like, look, let's not peek him. Let's not give him the fights. Let's not make this 1v3 easy. And he just full sticks.
Dear. Clutch is already coming up for Spirit now. Donk 1v3 to keep the good times rolling. And immediately back to middle as who tries to come through, but Shiro makes up for last round with a beautiful collat. Spirit just like that knock Luminosity off their block. Pushing together, they've heard the scope, they know they can trade this. Oh!
Afro's thinking, great. So glad that's my round. Finally gets to have an AWP. Holding on to Heaven in a pretty safe position, just wallbang.
Just nowhere to go.
Clean finish here for Spirit. 4 alive at the end. Donk the only guy to fall.
It's feeling like a better day for Spirit, that's for sure.
I mean, look, I don't think it really matters if you're Shiro and you had a rough game yesterday, you come into this one, you're already looking way better. You get a little collateral here to kind of get the juices flowing. Like getting the collat. Hugo, you're an AWP user. It's a pretty good feeling, right?
Yeah, sure.
Better than a 1-deek? Worse than a 1-deek?
Ooh, I don't know. 1-deek's pretty nice, Harry.
Yeah, but come on. Collaterals, 2 bullets, 1 kill.
We have a full A-rush here. They forgot the bomb. Rainmaker just went to pick it up. Shiro's got multiple targets and multiple kills. Donk's here to help out. You don't want to go into Donk and Shiro's site. That bomb is out middle, and Magix has seen it. So this round is, of course, over. And it feels like one of those games where Luminosity might just be banging their head up against the wall.
Yeah, I think, you know, with this Luminosity squad, it is important to remember, like, this 5-man unit haven't been together that long. Sure, you have the 4-man core of the Monty team that was successful at the major, but it's still kind of early days with Lux as the captain, and in this type of a game, you can't afford, you know, unforced errors. Something as simple as leaving the bomb back in spawn, it can just throw all the timings off. But yeah, you know, you're kind of more likely to make mistakes at this point in the roster. At any time you do, Spirit are going to be there to capitalize on it without a doubt.
Yeah, it doesn't help the vibe, something like that. Wouldn't have really changed the outcome of the round, but, you know, just an annoying little detail to split them up. And yeah, Shiro doing what he needs to here. It's reassuring.
It's also just like, you know, you would have just had 2 extra bodies over towards main. Once they lose the bomb, the other 2 try and slow the round down a bit. But yeah. Ooh. It's all good. Luminosity, that wasn't the round you were meant to win anyway.
How about this one?
Get the guns out now, and they're going in to Donk's house out here in mid. Azuwu has moved in. Tanir's gone aggressive out here towards main, and this is the bomb on an island. Lux bringing it in. Tanir gets the spot. And you hear players in Donut as well. Spirit getting a very clear picture as to where Luminosity were hoping to end this round.
Tanir's still not sure. He's a bit shaky. Magix doesn't want to push. They are holding for him. Everyone trying to lock down their position now in a 3-on-5. They know a multi-kill can get them back in this round. Shiro goes searching. Frozen in place are Luminosity. Will Spirit walk into their crosshairs? They don't look like they want to. Tanir starts to move into middle, and this is a death trap. Multiple players around the corner, and that's good timing. Lux finds the kill. A site open for business.
you kind of hope a round like this can like get you into the rhythm of the game a little bit more, right? You get your openers with a nice little tempo change. It's a Zuu double entry out towards mid. You instantly cool the freeze as well to not let that get interesting, and it works out perfectly. 5 alive at the end of it. It's just nice to, you know, because in that 5-on-3, you're still feeling a good deal of anxiety. You've seen Tania aggressive over at main. You know what Spirit are capable of as individuals, but you slow it all right down. You wait to gauge the reaction, and you know that in those moments, it's Spirit feeling the pressure. They're the ones looking for the multi-kill, like you say.
Kind of a weird push for Tania. You'd like to think either in that position you just go gamble or you'd re-clear together, right? Like if Tania has support in middle, maybe they can brawl and win that round. Or if they just gamble correctly, I mean, Luminosity could definitely, at 6-1 down, walk into the wrong side. But 5v2, too far gone. So Luminosity back on the board. Insta timeout for Hallie here. Getting on it very early. Wonder what will happen in middle now, because for the most part it's been Donk coming up heaven, being a frequent thorn in their side. That round he comes through the donut smoke late, but really well-placed flashes set Azul up for a double. How does Spirit want to tackle with mid-control?
Yeah, I wonder if a round like that can almost give Luminosity kind of a false sense of security about middle. Because like you say, that was almost like the late retake of mid through that donut smoke for Spirit. But Donk's often just been charging it, looking for that fight.
Changing it up is nice. Are they just going to full B rush, though?
Well, Spirit have reacted by putting 3 players out towards middle. Worried about the mid hit. Ooh. So up in a B now. Good damage done on the spam. Tania, they're going to go looking for Long. That's their post plant. And getting past him.
Whoa, Lux!
Okay. It's fine. He saw Shiro do it the other day.
Good catch, and now this one's in a box. Afro just has to make a play, and it's a nice try. Magic will not be letting it happen. Disaster on that B bomb site. Disaster, Harry.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Aided himself. He was like 1 health.
It's very rough because also like they look at where everyone here died. They were in a position where they could have taken Long. Lux kills himself to the nade.
They took Long. BMAS got the entry. I don't know what happened there. But that is an egg on your face round. Look at this. I mean, it's not... I feel for him. It's a little far out.
Like, do you see the horrible chain of events that set in motion? Because they got the kill Long. They had Long. They had the post plant. All good. Lux kills himself. The Long player comes back because the other guy close by is planting the bomb. So he's watching for the guy trying to run through cave. Then they lose Long. They lose their post plant. They get wrapped. They lose the round.
Oof. A nice try in middle. The break on the smoke, but they can't catch Donk with it. And even though some fumbled moves, he gets up heaven. Full health. Spirit haven't even taken a tick of damage. They show a lot of presence in middle, and they kind of aren't scared of Elbow in the slightest. Tania's locked in A, hoping they walk out. And he might be onto something, because bomb's in main. Players from B coming back. Spirit continue to have full control of the map. They know everything, and they have a joker in the pack, Tania, patient. Ooh, how's this going to go for Tania? Will they see him?
I'm kind of nervous, though. Do they even... Oh, yeah, there's the spot. Yeah, Rainwaker's got him.
Going to tell everyone to get ready to hit this site. Entry comes in.
Zontigs. Dead as well. It's a double entry from Rainwaker. And I mean, that's how Luminosity found a lot of their successes, just on multi-kills on these entries. Round is good.
Great clear there. Was wondering if that angle would give it up. And yeah, Spirit just have to save. Completely locked out of position. Double kill. Nothing they can do.
And you know, Tania's kind of hoping, like, They give the reaction of going A and they overlook him because, like we saw at the start of the round, Team Spirit have taken mid. They've done it heavy. They've done it loud at that, right? And usually you're kind of siphoning resources away from A to prop up that mid take. But that's where the boost really comes in clutch.
Terrorists win. A round you can forgive, I think, here for Team Spirit. But Hallie cannot. Timeout comes in.
No, Hallie does not forgive. Hallie does not forget. These are not words in his repertoire.
Not rounds he wants them to be losing at this point because on paper, and yeah, yesterday aside, this is a game we still have all expectation that Spirit should be getting through unfazed, unburned.
Well, he also just knows, like, at this point in the game, you know, you can make it real easy for yourself. You win this round, you're good for the rest of the half. Otherwise, like, they have money troubles. Suddenly, Luminosity can be on a 5.
When a pistol suddenly is an even game.
Yeah, like, they're actually in the lead. And this game that you're meant to be dominating can end up getting a little bit ropey. So just trying to get ahead of it. Because look, we've given away a couple of silly rounds in here, but let's finish the half strong.
For sure, this round is everything for Spirit to keep this clean. Mid-take again. No donut smoke. Donk looking interested. 3 CTs in position. Magic's ran through the Brawler Molly, taking a lot of damage to get to Cave. Luminosity, not much pressure on this B side though. Still pretty default heavy. Very late on middle. A split available with Lux in main. Only Shiro's orb with info.
And it was a good time for the slowdown here for Luminosity.
High-low peak.
Spirit now feeling like they want to try and make a bit of a move out towards B, and that's what Magix does. They're 3 strong on this side of the map, so felt like they needed something to show for that. Great timing on this smoke push for Lux. And with a Zuwu in through the red room, he's in position to cut down these rotations, now just causing chaos in the back line of Team Spirit. Once again, Donk's been left in a 1v3. He's won one of these in the game thus far, and he's looking for another. Donk closing in. Spam comes up short. Donk is on to a blinder, and he knows Azuwu's feeling the pressure. Donk plays it to perfection.
Unbelievable again for Donk. How does he keep doing it? They put him in these clutches. He comes up every single time. 2 1v3s in this first half for Donk. It's not every day you see that.
I mean, yeah, it's taken a lot from him, but man, that round saves this half for Spirit. It lets them lock in a dominant lead. They would have been broken this next round. Would have been Luminosity closing in on the half. Donk has just given you a nice clean break.
It doesn't help the arguments where we just say that, like, so many times that his team are letting him down. I don't know what those rotates are as well. There are 2 players coming out of CT. They see Azuwu in red. Taniz jumped through in a flash. Maybe he didn't get the spot, but there's a player behind him. He gets a dart. Azuwu gets into red and he gets 3 kills. Like, sometimes it's so confusing watching this Spirit CT side. But I guess it doesn't even matter. Donk just does it on his own. Had so little health as well in that 1v1. Should not make it look that easy.
I mean, you even just love, like, how he breaks up each one of those fights, you know, chasing. He hears the bomb plant, knows that one guy's loose behind him, so he's got 2 guys in the site. The moment he hears that bomb plant, Donk is hunting for the one guy with his gun out. Finds him, knows the plant is going to be a little flustered, little disorientated, just coming off the bomb. And the moment he gets into that 1v1, you know that Donk's won the round.
Okay. Zuwu finally felled in middle. He's had a nice couple of rounds getting entries here, but not today. Shiro deleted by Rainwaker. Rough fight. Donk is here. Donk does not forget. Another double for Donk. Bomb almost gone. He's got one bullet. Got to get out of there, but teammates already flying in, and the nade should clean up this half. Leg shot is not enough.
I mean, Donk's saying, I'm low, this is losable. So he's going to fall on back and play the long game on this.
Look at him go. Afro given nothing here.
It is an enviable position, really, that Afro's in, creeping into that line. You know that around every corner awaited certain death. And so Team Spirit able to lock in a nice dominant CT side there on Ancient.
Certainly enjoying the donk show we're getting in this game. So many multi-kills and 2 clutches of that magnitude in one half. Reassuring, if nothing more, here for Team Spirit. Luminosity still struggling to do anything with this roster. Fair play, not the easiest draw in the lower bracket. Probably not the team they expected to face. But nonetheless, still a squad searching for their first series win. So far coming up short.
That's not the only pair of dual Berettas over here on B. And even though Spirit looked interested in this B site, I wonder if times are changing here. They're going to go take this lane. They've got Shiro waiting an elbow, and now you see the reaction. Missed the chance, though, of catching the opener from it. Pistol round could make this a very quick map for Team Spirit. They've already done good damage. There's the kill getting delivered to them on a silver platter, and that bomb is going back.
So patient for Spirit, and they just let Luminosity sweat how quiet the map is. They've seen the bomb outside of B. Luminosity go searching. They find nothing but a bullet to the head, and now, in that downtime, Spirit have rotated almost everyone out. Walking A main, even Afro doesn't have this info. The gamble stack is incorrect, and Tanir is selling it very well. He's not even going to get found here. He's seen 2 more players.
And he even heard that pop flash to go and clear cave. That's all the info you need. You know, Max, there's 1 player here at the A site, and you've just found him. Afro back in Donut, dead after 1. They do lose Tanir. Zontic's going to bail them out. Azuu was close by, ready to keep the pressure on. Now Bemis is heading into enemy territory. They've taken over Donut. They're in their post plants, and he is a dead man. No worries for Zontix.
Is that Zontix considering the knife, or is that Zontix really trying to get the headshot? Either way, it's a pistol round for Spirit. And I actually really like the call there. They know how sweaty Luminosity are, right? They can put a lot of pressure on B. They go ramp, cave, back to ramp, back to A. They never commit. And the whole time, Luminosity desperately want answers. There are gaps in the map. They just go searching to their own demise. Force buy comes in. Rainwaker on his own. Uh-oh.
Very important he gets out, and he will. And that smoke should be enough just to stop any threat of this A attack. You don't even have a nade to break it open if you wanted to. And I don't think you're feeling that desperate. Even if you did.
Trying to see what Magic's calls here, because this is actually a hard situation now for Spirit. Do they recommit to the A site, or do they re-clear a lot of the map that they don't have? They've got plenty of util to do either, but a recommit is high risk. But again, Luminosity, you can just tell how shaky they are in this game. Look at the rotate. They pulled 3 players A, now they're back to 4B. They're hoping the resmokes will do enough, and it won't. Magic's calls a recommit. There's only 1 man home. Perfect. That's a save. Not a blemish on this record.
Man, I mean, this is feeling quite, you know, I don't want to say fully reassuring, like Spirit looking shaky day one.
I mean, yeah.
They've had some, you know, they've only lost 3 rounds, so that's fine.
It's against Luminosity, though.
Exactly.
I think that's the caveat. Like, obviously, that GG how kind of sounds
I guess it's more just like, I didn't want this to be close at all, and it's not. Spirit, very, very comfortable right now.
Hard to argue with a game like this.
You're certainly seeing some of the pressure as well that comes, you know, playing versus a squad like Spirit when you are a kind of a, you know, a journeyman team trying to grind your way back up. Because this CT side, man, even onto the T half, things felt a little twitchy, felt a little nervous, and Spirit have been using that against them since getting onto this T side, just knowing that Luminosity feel uncomfortable. They're always looking for info. Even there, just the double pump into A was enough to get Luminosity doubting themselves.
Well, how clean can they make it here? Just pistols and SMGs saved from the last round. Luminosity trying to buy time and not give up a kill. Bomb back in spawn, but not a mistake. More just leaving options open here. Spirit are not decided. Ontic's flashing A main. Now they're coming back to B. 3 players here. If Rainwaker fully commits to this push, he's going to get caught. Ontix has it locked in. Nice tap. I just want to see the B players not move a muscle now. Hold down and hope the Spirits still commit. They've seen 1 lurk. That's it. There's a chance here for Luminosity, albeit slim.
Oh, there's the lineup for Donk. And the last man, you know where he is. BMAS locked in cave side. Again, just kind of that voice in the back of Luminosity's head telling them to go searching, that they need the info, and it sends them right into a very patient Team Spirit. This is Luminosity's map pick in this series. And Spirit, well, looking to dominate them on it.
It's a nice shot, but end of the road here for BMAS, just trying to get a gun into their next round. Spirit even now are showing their patience and their restraint. Uninterested in this last kill. It's a 4-buy nonetheless for Luminosity up against map point. It's Luminosity's map pick as well. Not a reassuring sight.
Crazy prediction for me, Hugo, but I think this might be I think we could be on the cusp of like a good tournament for Tanier.
Okay, he's had some good moments.
So,
go on, give me your
I just think he looks more comfortable. Like, even in the day 1 game, he was doing his job. He was like finding a lot of these kind of actually backdoor chances for Team Spirit, taking good space, didn't seem to be like doubting himself or questioning himself. And I know they ended up losing that game versus GG How, but I don't think it was down to him.
No.
I just, he's moving around the map with a good degree of confidence, I would say.
Hey.
All right, he's dead here, of course, because I spoke about him. That's on me. But Donk will make up for this as Spirit look for the knockout blow. They've got the B site. Bombs going down, Shiro holding on, and he's got 3 players getting funneled right into his crosshair. Util pulled, And so Azuu will get past him. Can they make this retake happen? Are they ready for Zontix on a big backstab? Don goes out early and ends up feeding Rainwaker 1. Zontix should have this trade locked in, and that now gives you this 2v1.
Easy stuff. Afro just trying to quick scope his way out of this round, but they're happy to finish the job. Molly's locked him in, and it will burn him alive. 13-3, an absolute spanking from Team Spirit. They take down Luminosity on Luminosity's map pick, a team that has yet to win a series. And well, Dust 2 is not looking good for them as well. Spirit shaking off their day one and looking to redeem themselves here in Paris.
Yeah, redemption is definitely on the cards for Spirit with that shaky day one, as Hugo alluded to. Obviously not shaky here whatsoever. Not really even being put the test across Ancient against Luminosity. Yes, it is the Esports World Cup, and I want to welcome you right back to the desk. Pimp and Reader and myself are ready to get this one back underway. But obviously, talking about Ancient, this was rough around the edges for Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be completely honest. This is kind of what I expected coming into the game, and I'm not happy about it, to be fair. I would have loved for Luminosity to show just a little bit, show that they could be competitive, show that they could apply maybe a tiny bit of pressure on towards Team Spirit, see if there was something to it from yesterday where they obviously lost to GG How and couldn't really handle the pressure, but this was a very deflating way of losing. You have 2 1v3 losses to Dong. You have winnable situations, winnable rounds, but you're not able to convert, and then you end up losing a map 13-3 where you're not even remotely competitive, Peter. To me, it's slightly depressing to watch Luminosity play Counter-Strike.
It is, right? It really reminds me of how much it actually means to have an in-game leader that is on the same page as your players, and also just shows how important and how much of a glue the in-game leader can be. And I'm not saying that Lux is a bad in-game leader. When he was leading Legacy, Ancient was one of their maps that they played at a high level, right? And Monty also throughout the major and their uprise, they also knew how to play Ancient. But when you look at this game, multiple times it just looked very flat. Whenever they would lose the first kill, they looked at each other like, okay, so what are we going to do now? Okay, we're just going to group up and go A contact or B contact. And they were being very stubborn trying to get rounds on B, and for the vast majority of the time, they were just shut down. And they played with too little layers, in my opinion. They couldn't really go back. They didn't get the space, and the rounds they seemed to be netting themselves was the rounds where they would go from fast mid-aggression to get double kills. But overall, things were just an issue.
And don't get me wrong, it's not that we expect them to beat Team Spirit. We just expect them to be slightly more competitive, Trace. We expect them not to look like a team that is... I'll be honest, I understand what Simple, put out in that Telegram group chat saying that he looked at some of those teams and he's like, how the hell are they there? But we're not, And I think he was thinking of Luminosity to some degree. I understand why that's the consensus from him, because in all honesty, the performance that we've seen from Luminosity ever since they lost Gizmi, ever since they made it to this iteration of the lineup, leaving Monte, going into Luminosity, it's just been underwhelming, to say the least. And the reason we're saying that is we saw how well they played during the major. We saw how well they did in Monte, but this is the outcome 2 months after. That is, as I said, slightly depressing.
Yeah, and I just hate to bring it back to the Gizmi point, but you can see it. It's evident right now that there's a glaring hole in the approach to how they want to or need to play the game, rather than even come close to a Spirit.
I think there's nuances to it as well, because it's not that we can put the blame on Lux, as you said. He can be a great in-game leader, but I think the team is also a bit deflated from the fact that, hey, we didn't get to follow up on the major. We didn't get to follow up on what we showed, and now we have to play with a new in-game leader. And as much as it's tough for Lux, you can also see in some of the individual player performance from the likes of Asuvo, from Bimas, you name it, Afro for that matter as well. They're not playing at the same level, right? So if all of the players all of a sudden are losing 5-10% confidence, we're talking about a game where we often, put it up that it's just 1 or 2% that makes you win the game. If you lose 5 or 10, that's when you start to look like Luminosity, which has been, as said, it's been underwhelming, and it's a team that hasn't won a game yet, and a single map against NIP is not really going to cut it.
No, it's not really the start that you want. The fact that you have 4 players and your coach moving on, right? It's I think they're probably still riding the highs of how good they did at the major, right? I don't know if we're just, expecting too much out of them. They had a really good run, but at the major, but I don't know if we just expect too much of the squad of player by player in this one. So right now, I'm left a little bit with a question mark. Is it just because they had a good run that we expect more of them, or is it this whole new in-game leading, not having Gizmi leading them, or the players feeling something because, hey, maybe we shouldn't have changed the roster, but they did make that decision before the major and everything. So a lot of uncontrollable things right now, but regardless of what they showed today against Spirit, it's the situations and it's the space that they don't get, and then the situations they seem to be fumbling that annoys me a little bit.
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, well, we might, but probably not here. I hate to tell you guys, I don't want to be that guy, but I am going to be that guy, especially when you're talking about things that are being uncontrollable just across Ancient. You weren't going to control some of the outcomes that Donk pushed into reality. They pushed out there off the ether, round 5, 1v3, Jacob.
Yeah, I think it's only fair that we give you a few examples of what it's like, and why we're so critical of Luminosity. Donk gets to just defuse the bomb right here. I don't know what Azu and Rainmaker are doing in this scenario. It seems... It's... I know Overwatch just came out. If I was watching this, I'd be like, okay, what kind of rank are we watching here? It sure as hell ain't Global Elite, that's for sure.
That's for sure. And we even get another situation where Donk actually salvages thing with the 1v3 also, where the bomb is planted. And it's like, it reminds me a little bit of the situation before where they don't actually play the time a little bit. I know the guy is stuck on site, but the situation before with Afro already getting the kill on ramp, he doesn't really buy time for his teammates to get in a position. And you see the Luminosity player coming from CT spawn, he gets put in a shit situation because his teammates on site die, right? Yeah. It's not like they're not playing according to what they actually have inside the situation. And, it's these type of mistakes that probably would have happened if this team was just put together maybe 2 weeks ago, right? But let's not forget that this is literally just Monty with another name.
I was just about to say, it's 2-time in the first half, because one could argue, had you won both of those rounds with the economical damage that you'd apply as well, then you're maybe looking at a 6-6 half. Maybe you're winning the half 7-5, and then the conversation would change a lot. Yep. It would be like, oh, they applied pressure. Oh, it was somewhat close in the first half, and then you lost. But now you're left with nothing. Now we're left with a team that gets 3 rounds over the course of their own map pick, by the way, in a game or a map they have played well together. In a game that was never close. In a game that was never any competitive whatsoever. So it's just a very flat feeling, Trace.
Yeah, 9-3 first half. Is CT, is Spirit, you're feeling great. Your numbers are reflecting that. The stats probably looking just like that if I had to guess. And especially when you continue to roll that page along. For a team like Spirit, this could get scary. We haven't often seen them kind of start with their back with the pressure like this. But when they do, if they can get it back on the same page, that is when they become that formidable force, that hard one to kind of stop, Jacob.
Just a confidence booster, isn't it, Peter? You know it from your time as well. When you're in Astralis and you're playing plumbers and whatnot, you walk into that game and you
shout out Chad one time. I know you're a
plumber,
Shout out
Chad
man,
one time.
So.
You walk into that game and you know that if you do well, you get a 2.0 rating on HLTV, and if you do poorly, you get a 1.5. It's the skill difference we're looking at right now. It's not about whether Spirit will win. It's a question of how easy and how fast they'll do it.
Yeah, and it's always nice when you've had such a blunder like yesterday, then you go up against an opponent that, let's just be honest, where the skill gap is so much different. It was like that yesterday as well, but now it's a best of 3. That is where the elite teams really succeed and be very more successful. So yeah, it's always good to get a bit of a confidence boost bouncing back, and I think this is a really good showcase.
To me, that's what makes me sad, because again, it's just 2 months ago, both of us, all 3 of us, as a matter of fact, were covering Monty, and we're looking at them and we're thinking, oh, here's some great potential. Here's a team to follow for the second half of the season. Azu had a breakthrough tournament, the way he was entry fracking, the way he was constantly in the face of their opposition. Afro, had a bit of a breakthrough as well. I saw so many great things coming out of these individuals, so for me to stand right here and just see nothing of that right now, that's the disappointing thing. Don't get me wrong, I think the players know it themselves. They're even more disappointed than we are, and probably even more frustrated, but it's just to put it into context for the viewers at home. If this is the first time you're watching Luminosity and watching these players, trust me, they were better off a couple of months ago. They can play Counter-Strike, but they kind of forgot it, I guess.
Well, it's kind of hard to be in a car when no one's driving,
Something like that.
Well, they do have a driver, but he's just not very experienced.
You're right. It's first day on the job. It's kind of rough out here all around the edges for Luminosity, especially when we just turn our attention to Map 2 in this series. Dust 2 coming up here, and I guess my biggest question mark is, where on earth could you even begin to potentially turn the ball back in the direction you want it to go if you're a team like Luminosity? Jacob, I know you've got the answer. I know you do.
Yeah, and I think the people at home would hate the answer, because it's the same old, start off by winning the pistol, convert the pistol, and then let's see if you have anything in the buy rounds. If you can win the pistol, you can convert, and then you could just get 1 or 2 buy rounds, maybe you even get another eco on the side of Team Spirit. All of a sudden, you have a 6-round half, and then we can have the conversation, Peter. But it starts with a strong start, because there's no doubt that Spirit have the fundamentals, they have the individuals, they're significantly ahead of Luminosity right now. So a strong start is the bare minimum to even get an entry ticket into this game.
I don't even think that
probably not enough.
No, exactly. I don't think that a good start for Luminosity is going to save them here, because let's say that they win the pistol and they're
gonna drown no matter what. Yeah.
That's what I mean, right? You know, I think Spirit, also the fact that we turn attention to Dust 2, you know, it's where Spirit has been looking the best also coming back to the new season. You know, they've had some really one-sided wins and I think even if they go down 0-5, I still think Spirit will have what it takes to bounce back because their playbook is deep. Dust 2 is a relatively simple map. It's a map where Don can just be unleashed in the ways that we know he can be. So I think even with a good start, it's going to be difficult for Luminosity. And, you know, that's just how it is. If you don't show up better than you did on your own map pick, I don't see that thing's going to be turning around on your opponents.
So what you guys are saying is it's all Gizmy's fault. The winning over there where he's at now and the losing that's happening.
He's the biggest winner out of all of them.
He's the one that... Yeah, he's probably true. Like, he's the one that actually got the better offer, right? And you know, it's not really... Again, it's not that Lux is bad. You know, he had a good time with Legacy, but he was also swapped out because his playstyle and his content didn't really fit the players. And I mean, like, it's still so early on, right? You know, you also gotta be careful with the language, right? Because, you know, it's probably also difficult for him to go together with 4 new guys and a coach that had relatively success, and now he needs to go in and lead them, and maybe he needs to adapt his leading style to what they like to do. And right now, that's probably just very uneven ground.
See, and that's the thing, right? Because this doesn't change anything in regards to how I feel about Luminosity. There was a world where they would have played GG How in this game, and then the conversation probably would have been different. We would have a very close game, a back-and-forth game. 2 teams who are trying to fight their way into top 15, top 20, but they play Team Spirit, right? No matter how well they do, they're not supposed to beat Team Spirit, so there's almost no winning for Luminosity. Bare minimum right here in Dust 2, just give us a little something. Give us a little something to talk about, Trace. Let's put them up at 7, 8, 9 rounds so we can make the case that, hey, okay, next tournament, you showed against Team Spirit that you were somewhat competitive. So when you're playing the GG House of the world, when you're playing FaZe, when you're playing Astralis, that's when we can start to have a conversation whether you're good enough to make the games competitive.
So just to kind of put that, you know, in a bow and a ribbon on it, what you're saying is the favorites would have to massively underperform.
Something like that, you know. I don't know why. I think of Titanic, you know, it doesn't matter how many.
All right, and on that note, we're going to leave that one there on the iceberg that they came in on. Hey, we're going to go to a quick break so we can come back and get Dust 2 underway. We're going to see if Luminosity wants to try to play the game today or if they're just going to bow out very much ungracefully. Anyway, we'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Luminosity ahead of their competition. So we're gonna play a basic game of who is most likely to. I'll name a bunch of scenarios. You'll put down who you think that applies to, and then explain it, call them out, have a laugh, be nice, whichever one you decide to do. On a scale from 1 to 10, though, how comfortable are you guys? Crush this? Do you think you'll all have the same answers?
Not really. Not really.
Yeah, nice confidence.
All right, great start. Let's go. Who is most likely to spend the most money during an event? All right, why we must?
Big spender.
Yeah. Everything that he can buy, like it's a better thing, a better product to buy, you know. So he's an enjoyer.
Most of my money would go to clothing. I love clothing.
Who would survive the shortest in a zombie apocalypse?
Okay, we have a
Everyone? No, I was hoping at least one, but I was hoping at least one of them would go for someone else, but man, I can't drive, can't survive.
All you can to buy, like to get a coffee, not a coffee, a tea, you know, a cup of tea, like everything. You dive for a tea, 100%.
Who's most likely to survive the longest then?
Okay.
Looks.
I put Rain.
I was thinking Rain would call the mafia and he would survive.
He would bait everyone. I think we would be baiting everyone, you know, not leaving the house. Thank you.
Who is most likely to forget something in the hotel room after checking out?
Oh, I have a good one actually. Oh my god. He forgot his mousepad in an hotel room and he had to flew his brother up to bring the mousepad.
Yeah, I left it in the hotel before I went to the airport. With shout out to my brother. Next day I bought the flight for him and he brought my mousepad, so.
You flew your brother to a different country or city?
To a different country.
To a different country to get your mousepad?
Yeah, from Lithuania to Portugal.
So then who do you guys think is most likely to become an influencer?
I'm probably the most socially active person in this team. I love streaming, I love keeping my fan base up to date, posting stories. That's why, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, who takes the longest to get ready?
You put me?
2 hours of shower.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Who pushes everyone else to improve?
Oh, thank you, boys.
I would also put Afro. When we slack, it's gonna be Afro also punishing us.
Trying to help, yeah.
Who is the most competitive outside of CS2?
I'm competitive in all the things, yeah, but Afro because he played League of Legends and he is grinding League of Legends. The only thing that I know.
Afro or Rain because they're both gonna rage at anything.
How do you feel you guys did?
Pretty much the same.
Yeah. Cool. Bimas took a lot of shots.
Yeah, Bimas was the winner of this.
Yeah, Bimas, how do you feel?
Feels good. Feels good that you guys appreciate me like that.
All right, well, thank you guys so much
Thank
for
you.
joining in, for taking part of this. I hope you guys at home also enjoyed that one. See you around. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, redemption is the aim of the game after a slow start to EWC from Team Spirit, but they just handily dealt with Luminosity 13-3 in a dominant showing. What have I told you, Hugo? That was Luminosity's map pick. Now we're going to Spirit's map pick. Little bit of Dust 2 to try and seal the deal on this win for Team Spirit.
It might just get better for Spirit. Yeah, Donk showing up with an incredible first map, 2 1v3 clutches, many multi-kills, and all the round swing you could want here for Team Spirit. So, yeah, it's a reassuring day in the office, I think, for one of the top dogs in this tournament, one of the top dogs in the world. In fact, the #1 VRS ranked team coming into this event, Harry, and now they look to at least make it out of this group. Of course, we'll have to beat back against Luminosity and then take down the loser of G2 Big. So there's still no free lunch here for Spirit if they're going to make it to the playoffs for EWC. But I'd say they're looking a lot better than that Mirage against GG How.
Well, let's see how comfortable they're able to make Dust 2. It's a T-side start, and we're not wasting any time getting into this one. A long take from Team Spirit. Nobody home for the side of Luminosity, so they are going to have all the room to work with. Smoke down on short. You can't really afford to respect that if you're Luminosity. You're going through, but this is where that cross smoke comes in. They're going to start to make the site feel very, very small.
On tap for Lux, great nade, great flash, and he's going to jump off the back of it. Perfect round for Lux. 4v3, still job not done. P250 put some fear in from the cross, and Bomb makes it in, but they've got to fight their way out of this round. Multiple headshots found. Azuu holds his own. still trying to finish these ones. Shiro can't do it. It's Magix who falls next. Shiro more misses, and they can just peek together. So this is Luminosity locking in a pistol round and starting strong on Dust 2. Just what we want to see. If Luminosity are in for a shot today, it would be quite the win on Spirit's home map. No plant, so expecting no force here for Spirit. Couple of Deagles coming through. Full rifles for Luminosity. Spirit taking this one like a timeout.
I mean, something I will say here, you know, you think back to that Monty run at the Cologne Major, and Dust 2 was a big part of it. It cropped up in almost all of their series that they played, even had a win over Falcons on the map. So it's one where, at least for, you know, those 4 individuals, you can have a bigger degree of comfort here.
Yeah, I think it's, and this is where it's a kind of a really hard job for Lux, because on one hand, you're going to have 4 players who have a way that they've been playing and have an identity to a degree, but then also they want to try and respect their new in-game leader and listen to his ideas. And, you know, I think that is going to be a bit of an inner battle for all of these players on Luminosity. And of course, you know, with the kind of justification of Gizmy proving himself again and again, even in this 100 Thieves roster, I think it just makes the whole thing a bit of a mind-melting situation for this team. Like, they kind of need success, or they're forever going to be doubting themselves. So let's see if they can find that balance today. A map they've got experience on. Four guns come through for Spirit. One of the best mid-to-B teams in the world, and they are fearless. They're looking like they're just going to walk it out. No flash through the smoke. Could just go left, right, same time. And here's that deep flash. Azul does dodge it. Whoa.
And Donkin with the entry, and eyes fixed on this B play. Renwaker feeling pressure here. They're out through mid, through the tunnels and the window. That's great timing on the wrap for Team Spirit.
Ouch.
Shiro's even trying to deny the save, and so what could have been 3 players getting out with their guns is now just Afro left hiding out up here on short.
He will not survive this. They have everything. Beautiful shots from Shiro there, catching, I think it was BMAS leaving long. Teammates could not cover him. And I like how Donk plays out as well, right? Even though Zuu dodges flash, he gets insta headshot. Donk slowly comes through that door smoke. He lets his teammates run in the window first to draw in the attention. Gets a lot of damage. Ontic spams out the player. So Spirit with the 5v4 and a solo man B side. I mean, it is hard to lose that round. So they don't. Luminosity play for round 5. Ouch.
Well, it couldn't get worse than that, could it? Good trade of peaks for Spirit. As Lux gets deleted. No worries here up against the Pistols. You know, early days, I think we're always going to be comparing this Luminosity squad to the Gizmy-led Monty team. And you think about what he brought to the table here on Dust 2, and it was a hell of a lot in defense of this A bomb site. He kind of set a bit of a standard with some of the util that now gets lobbed in. He has his signature nades over towards ramp. Was always a force to be reckoned with good ideas here. Lux is also on this part of the map, so you know, kind of slotting into that same position. So we are going to be keeping an eye on him and how he fares out towards this A bomb site.
Yeah, I think bright side of, you know, being a full international, all these different countries team is everyone knows their roles. Everyone's playing the same positions. So it should not be a problem there. Spirit deal with the eco with no casualties. And now a rifle round again for Luminosity. Orb comes in for Afro.
All right, Azuwu, bit of a creep up through mid, got the orb boosted on Catwalk to try and cover him. So the orb makes that first incision. Azuwu doesn't hang around, keen to maintain the advantage. It's a 5v4 and you've got Donk out of the picture. There's no point squandering this. Luck's still pretty committed out here on short, and that's brought Afro back around to try and help him. They're stuck in for these fights. And Afro keeping it contained. Good stuff from him there. Gets into position to help out his captain, and they trade 2 for 2 out there on short. And so, all right, Luminosity finding a bit of comfort here on Dust 2.
Making a case for it, hey? Shiro immediately going to bring his orb in after that one. That was a great display from Afro. Love that anti-flash position. Shiro looking for the B pick, knowing a kill in a round like this can just win you the round immediately, but Rainmaker will not concede. Spirit already sat outside of this B side. Uh-oh. Oh, it falls deep, but does it spread? Perfect Molotov. Shiro will not let you get out. That was sick. Rainmaker baited into sitting in that corner. And Molly is not a mistake. Util passed over. That can give away a lot of info here. But is it misinfo? As Donk dies in middle, the bomb is still in tunnels. Cat control taken. Can drop back mid to B. Afro is waiting, though. Looking for another important multi-kill. Really is feeling like the A play for Luminosity, but is that what Spirit want them to think? Seems to be the case.
Yeah, you still got Zontix floating around in the tunnels, right? Just leaving that option open, and now they lob in the mid to B after they feel like they forced a bit of a rotation out towards A. And so that leaves Azuwu in a very tricky position. They're very close up through middle, running now. Gives him the drop on the first, but needed a multi-kill there because the rest of Luminosity are just out of position for this retake.
Yeah, I mean, are you tempted 3v3? Oh, if you got a shot off there, maybe, but it's going to be a really hard round, and Lower is locked out. You try and retake tunnels. Shiro's going to stop you. Oh, no one coming back. They are putting up a bit of a barrier, but I don't think they are as interested as they may seem. Lux caught on the exit, and Shiro runs away. So that is the round for Spirit. Love how they do that. Everything they do really makes it look like the A play. From Donk throwing nades to Magics in middle, to the high flash in mid that makes Afro decide to recommit back to A. He doesn't want to re-scope on the doors cross. Shiro could have that line, so he just gambles. Leaves a solo B player. And then Spirit know they've done that fake well. You can tell because they're walking into me. They throw the smoke. They just shift all the way. No room for error with 10 seconds on the clock, but no errors made. Put Spirit back on the board. Really well called round.
I mean, I think it's kind of interesting because when you look at this Luminosity squad, they've kind of tried to make Inferno one of their go-tos. Obviously, they were never going to get it in this series. We know that Spirit don't play and don't like that map. So you were never going to get to bring it out. But this is the first Dust 2 that they played in an official with this lineup. And I feel like you're seeing a bigger degree of kind of comfortability from the other four. When you think about Lux and his time in Legacy, Inferno was also their go-to map, right? So it feels like he's trying to bring that to this Monty team. Sure, they played it a little at the Major, they played it a little on the run-up, had that Monty squad, but it was by no means a go-to. And so maybe this could, you know, shape a bit of the direction going forward.
Oh no.
Especially if they're able to make it a more competitive affair.
Scared on this B site. Zontix has already crossed. And he just knows that is too easy for Zontix. Afro's ahead of the smoke. At least that nade gives some more utility for B, but Spirit are also outside of long. They had no intention of going for the B hit. So it's important that Luminosity keep their numbers in place. Okay, let's brawl.
Flash through, they try and play it forward. Lux now in a losing battle out towards short, and with Azuu kind of offered up on a platter here, ready to get split on from long and short, this A site has crumbled.
I mean, you see the lack of synergy there. I don't know what happened. Lux naded his teammate. Like, he naded the smoke as BMAS is calling, I'm going through, flash me. The flash was good, but the nade lands on top of him. He loses 40 health, and that just makes it an easy kill. I don't know. It's impossible to know, but would he have got that kill if the nade didn't take half his damage? Probably. Just a bit of a mess there. A deep nade would have been fine. Did he miss it? Was it a miscom? I don't know, but it just looks really ugly there for Luminosity. They make a nice play and they kind of ruin it.
No, Rainwaker. You might be fine, actually.
Cheeky. Oh.
He thought about it. He thought about it.
You almost don't want to take the shot, right?
He sees him going the wrong way, and he's more than content to hold on to the AWP.
Nice. All right. Good round for Spirit. I mean, it gets a little bit handy to them with some opening moves, but at least Luminosity want to make plays. I don't know. Zontix just seemed like he knew a player was there. Okay. You see that nade? It almost looks purposeful to break the smoke, but his teammate's already inside it, so not ideal. And Afro gets legs. You're one orb with armor. Immediately put down low. Everybody is here.
Oh, that nade nearly finished the job.
One more of those. Look how much util Spirit have.
And I mean, you see these smokes like that in mid, you're going to be permanently suspicious of lower. There's the molly. Afro really clinging on for dear life at this point.
All right, Zontix. Oh. Oh, okay. Thanks for the AK, I guess. But it's okay, because Spirit win the round.
Yeah, you know, I bring up the kind of map thing because earlier you were talking about how this is going to have to be like a meshing of the minds for Luminosity, how the four players from Monty will have their ideas of how to play. Lux is going to have his own. And like from what we've seen from the first few outings with Inferno being this kind of new go-to, it feels like Lux is kind of leaning into his comforts. And from talking to the guys on the media day, it feels like they're trying to get behind him and put that faith in their new captain. But I don't think you can overlook, you know, the comfortability of the other four on this squad. You hope that that's something Lux is going to try and bring to the table the longer this project has.
Spirit don't even feel the need to hunt here. Certainly does not look like they're scared of their opponent. Have your guns. Well, at least he all makes it out after that leg shot last round. So Afro gets another chance. He's delivered some impact already in this game. Boosted up, or rather pushed up on Cats. Tanir's out long. Oh, that hurts. What a shot from Tanir. Donk is found by Lux.
It never feels nice to lose the long player early like that, but I mean, kind of the best remedy you could hope for is having this short control, and so Luminosity have at least been able to take this map control back. Leaving it in a 4-on-4, keeping the pressure on out towards mid. Just letting Spirit know, look, if you come A, if you take and do anything with this long space, we're ready, we're in position. There's even aggression on the other end of the map. So tunnels taken away, short controlled. Considering Luminosity started this round 4v5, these are good positions.
I mean, they're so scared of Zontic's. Rainmaker's not even pushing T-Spawn. Magix will get caught down lower. Azuu, easy kill for him. 45 seconds here for Spirit to go somewhere, but long feels like the only option, and that would be into the Afro Orb. Zontic's going to try and fight his way back into lower, but Azuu is having none of it. 2 kills, bomb dropped, and Lux re-aggresses for a third, so a beautiful round building here for Luminosity as Spirit just gets stuck in the middle. Shiro shooting ghosts. And just a save here, or at least an attempt at it. Oh, at least it's before time. Plenty of money for Spirit, but rounds building now for Luminosity. They've not been afraid of making plays all game, and now they're starting to pay off. And a Halley timeout feels like a good call.
Yeah, especially with how that last round just kind of petered out for Spirit, right? Like, it was by no means undoable. We were crediting the positions that Luminosity had gotten themselves to, but that one just comes unraveled. And considering the great start, like, you don't feel good about the ending to that one if your Team Spirit losing 2 fights to Azuu down in lower. Round just kind of cooked after that point. And I think Spirit can certainly tell Luminosity are more in the fight here on Dust 2 than they ever were on Ancient.
Yeah.
Do genuinely hope this feels like a bit of a wake-up call for Luminosity, though, that, like, they still have these good Monty maps in their repertoire. And Lux seems to be fitting in well, man. He likes the kind of punchy plays out towards short, being involved. He's a captain who does like to put up numbers. Fight for the tunnels. Azuu takes it early, meets Donk in a head-on collision.
Keep in mind, we've not seen Donk get a kill since like round 3. So, you know, they've gone 7 rounds with Donk silent. Now finally he gets set up, an entry flash on that B side picks Azuu. So Spirit now, man up, orb miss, they've got the info, they start chasing.
Oh, and that orb, you hear it rally off 3 shots. You know with each one of them that sails past, you're getting more and more room. They've taken the site now. They catch Lux on an attempt at a fast flank at Luminosity. You've got to be thinking about the save here. You've lost short, bombs planted for it. Stuck to the extremities in a 3v5, you are out of there.
Oh, danger, but Afro catches Shiro unawares. Got a new mag in this orb. Donk is a long way away.
Yeah, Spirit were kind of already hunting. Still, I don't think this is going to be some last-second retake for Luminosity.
No, it's kind of unorthodox to even have Afro hanging around here. Tanir's seen him. He wants to get a nice angle to pre-fire this corner. That's really well played from Tanir. Slow and patient. BMAS, they know he's in position. And I think he's gone. Nice shot at the end. Donk did find him after the clock, so it's still an exit found for Spirit. Only 1 gun actually saved. That's a Donk triple kill on that round to get him back in the game. Very brave re-peek from Azuu there on B. I mean, he's been holding his own individually in this series, but flashed off and goes back for more.
I mean, this is crunch time now for Luminosity if they want to be in a position to split the difference on this half, give themselves a fighting chance, because they are staring elimination dead in the face now. It all hinges on winning this rifle round. Without it, they are broke, and you're looking at another, you know, strong half for Team Spirit. A lot of room given up at the start of this one for Luminosity. Spirit have full short control. Zontix has cleared out the tunnels and lower, and they're grouping for this A hit. Don't have Zontix waiting back in upper as a reserve to leave that back door open. This is the A play. Everyone here, it's just an all-in brawl for the A bomb site.
The white smoke, but they're going to go through it shortly. Spirit are all up here. They drop back mid to
Block
B.
might change your mind, right? And now you drop a player down into CT as well. You're going to change this one on the fly.
This is still A. They're going up cat. The bomb is out. They're faking that they drop back. Doc was committed the whole time. Him and Tanir send it through the smoke. 3 players go mid to B, and all of them die. So Donk and Tanir have to fight their way out of this post plant.
They left Donk out towards short. He'll hold on to this space, so Tanir's just trying to buy as much time as he can. Doesn't go down for free, catches Bemis. Now Donk comes back to lend a helping hand. Azuwu head spotted. Donk closes in, can't get it. It's left to Tanir, and Azuwu cleans up with a massive round. One shy of the ace. He's given Luminosity a fighting chance at a competitive half.
And Donk had the drop. He saw his head come over there on just a little lip, and Donk moves in for the kill. It's Azuwu who catches headshots. 4 massive frags. Kind of like what Spirit did there, to be honest. He still put them in a winnable position. Maybe it should have been a better position, as those B players get very involved. But Azuwu goes massive here in this retake, taking 4 players and keeping Luminosity well and truly in this map. They are going tit for tat with Team Spirit on Dust 2.
I mean, you think about Azuwu, you think about the uptick in performance he had heading into the Cologne Major, man. Like, he was putting up some, quite frankly, ghastly numbers on the run-up to that event, and I mean that in a bad way.
Yeah.
But then had this massive uptick, and you really wanted him to maintain that level, and it was, you know, Dust 2, one of these maps where you did just get these crazy games out of him. So very relieving to see him having a map like this in the Luminosity jersey. 11-7 with a massive 4K in that last round.
I mean, you bet your house on Donk there, wouldn't you, in that 2v3 post, or 2v2 post part to just get those 2 kills on a great line, but a little colder is Donk in this game. And that is giving leeway to Luminosity. Much appreciated leeway.
I mean, this map could also serve to try and, you know, answer some questions about Spirit, because in these games, Donk has just had to go huge. You've had a bit of worry about some of the others. Tanir dead first at the start of this round.
Get ready, Afro.
Nice set on the A play. Afro, smoke to play around, would love to deal with the first, and Magic's caught there, but a break on this smoke.
Here we go.
Donk and Zontix set their sights on the A bomb site. Bomb now down, and a 3v3. Azuwu, hero of that last round, might need to do even more.
Dead immediately again. Shira's going to have to follow up from ramp. His teammate is so low. Shira's got to pluck a player on as they cross in, but both get tagged and one gets felled. Shiro 1v3 for the end of the half, and a quick shot with the orb as they get closer. Luminosity do repel him. 6 rounds at the half. Head-to-head is back and forth all game long, and Luminosity are here to play against Team Spirit. What a shock.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to wonder if we're going to start seeing Luminosity be fans of this Dust 2 more. Said it coming in, but this is their first official on the map since they put this team together. They've largely been leaning the way of Inferno, trying to make that one of their go-tos. But their Dust 2 is looking legit right now, going tit for tat with Team Spirit. A Spirit who had the lead throughout this game. You know, it's been Luminosity largely playing catch-up. And with some very keen rounds down the stretch out of Azuu, just seeing him, you know, kind of tap back into that major form. How many more twists and turns has this one got? Maybe we have a 3-map series on our hands.
That would be shocking. I mean, it's going to rely on Donk not waking up. He's been quiet in this second map after a great Ancient. 3 of the last 4 rounds coming in for Luminosity. 2 of them being retakes. Is there more in store on this T side? Lux calls the shots. Straight down through the mid doors. Oh. Meet ground.
Oh, it's death by 1,000 cuts for Lux.
And Donk's back. Triple kill on the Julie somehow. This guy makes him look like a sniper.
Magic's felt good about that round 2. Hasn't really had to do a lot in this series thus far. 5 kills on the first map in what was a very comfortable win. But the right read here, break on the smoke, he did everything right.
Yeah, it's nice just having your mid player on CT, just have all the util on a pistol, and just wherever the T's go, you just rotate and throw everything. You know, long, flash your teammates through, short, block with smoke nade, B, high flash as well. Magic's just waiting for the play to come to him.
Been watching the cams very, very closely during this kind of eco timeout that Luminosity were doing. It looked like Azuu was doing a lot of the talking.
I mean, when you're having a great game, you got a feel for it, you got ideas. You want to be set up. So make the most of it. Because very quickly, all this credit to Luminosity can still end in Spirit stomping this series away and Luminosity being eliminated. It's an AWP tag. Shiro once more. And that's going to waste a lot of util here for Luminosity as they re-clear everything. Spirit get back.
Well, that's just sad for Lux, isn't it? He got tagged by the AWP, jump spotting middle, and it made it enough for that nade out of Donk just to finish the job. Still looking to lean into a mid to be here at Luminosity. This one might be right from the brain of Azuu, who is at the front of the pack. Dead first as he charges out towards the doors. Rainwaker not able to get out through the tunnels in time, and it just feels a little rough there. The peaks very far apart. Let Spirit break it in a 2v1s, really.
What a great 1-2 punch here on this B site. They even spot the third as well. After a nice kill, but Zontix will not let him get space in this site, and it is just scrapping in middle. The Spirit do their best work. 9-6. And I feel like every bit of credit for Luminosity might be forgotten very quickly if Spirit can win one more gun round and eliminate them here in Paris. You do not have much room left.
I mean, these rounds can sometimes break the tension a little bit. You're playing with pistols. You feel a little freer from the nerves because it's not like it's, you know, one of your few remaining gun rounds. You get a little looser, you take a few more risks, you try and be very creative with the util, making sure you get maximum value out of it, and so everything's got to have intention in a round like this. You call these long flashes, you get the control, and so you kind of have the staging platforms for a round here, but Shiro Orp watching out towards the car. Second shot comes up short, but Tanir's right there and ready to play off of him. Flawless round for Team Spirit, no issues in spite of the long control for Luminosity.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. One gun round essentially decides this series' outcome now. Luminosity have no wiggle room in this T side. A converted pistol and a gun round in the bag for Spirit.
I mean, look at the stars align here for Tanir, man. It's a lovely transfer onto that second player, but the third is just collateral damage, it feels like.
Ooh,
oh,
that's
Afro,
more like it.
good catch.
Do they just jump on B? They know Donk is there, I guess. Let's not waste our opportunity. Afro's given them a chance.
I think it's one of the issues with just feeling like you only have a couple of rifle rounds left. You don't really want to run the risk of overreacting to something like that. You try and play the round out. You had an idea, you had a game plan, so you take it slow. You know, if this was 10-8 and that's the first rifle round of the half, I think they do just charge it into B. The CT setup has been readjusted. Second player brought over towards this B bomb site. So now the onus is on Luminosity. They know somewhere on the map is weaker. Right now it's A. Gonna head out into this mid to B. Tanir backstab, gets one. Rainwaker follows up. They still haven't seen Donk hiding out of the car, but they are gonna clear him. Both players there just beelining for that position, had a very good idea as to where he would be.
It's a bit ridiculous, but I do love the pathing for Rainwaker, just completely offsetting Donk's crosshair by going over the toolbox there. Lets his teammate trade it perfectly. It's not like Donk could transfer to a lineup. Shiro trying to get rid of these AWPs.
Feels like a bit of a rough hunt there for Afro, because he's not getting another AWP now.
Oh dear.
And you know, like, there is a time to think big picture and trying to break your opponent's money, but I don't think this was the time.
Yeah.
Luminosity's own money is now called into question in spite of winning this round. They're going to have AKs, they're going to have everything they can need, but they're lacking that AWP.
That's the AWP that got them into the round.
Yeah. Spirit still have theirs. They still have more than enough.
Fair point.
All right, long take. They were blessed with good spawns, but anti-long rush setup here for Team Spirit. Flashes to try and help him out, and it is just a volley of these flashbangs. Luminosity do get through with a 4-on-3 intact.
Afro saw a car player. Don't volley it now. Wait for the smoke, and then they can just flush them out together. Going to go through this, surely. Volley is good. Donk is trapped, though. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Orb cannot provide the cover. Donk still gets one, but Shiro falls with nothing done. How is Donk still in this round? Can somebody kill him right now? Azua will with a Glock.
Okay.
What a mess. But Luminosity are still in this game.
Don6 is hanging around, but is he really going to give this a go? 1v3, they're entrenched, they're set up, and yeah, tag down low as soon as he rounds the corner, he's out of there. So Luminosity get a little something done here on their T side after all. Building a couple of rounds now back-to-back. Chance to save themselves. Remember, loser of this, their time in EWC is over.
Be the first team eliminated here in Paris. Terrorists win. So Luminosity fighting on back-to-back rounds. And not easy ones at that.
Ali again with the timeout. Because once more, you can feel that this is tightening up.
I mean, Dom really has plot armor, doesn't he? Afro gets given the AWP.
But it was like the Rick Grimes plot armor. Like, eventually, they still got him.
Spoilers.
It was good enough for a damn long time.
Oh, why not? Run it back. Very blind. Donk rotates in. Tamir's got an org.
Lux kind of came around doing his impression of the Taco Cash screenshots, shooting at the sky, but he's still got the entry.
Back to B here. Zontig's the only guy on patrol. He's not even sure about B site right now. They haven't made noise yet. Zontig peeks in. Nice kill. Is he ready for more? Has a smoke to block. Chooses to fight, but nades are out. He's getting pushed up close. B-Mass gets that kill. B site open for business. Maybe the round as well.
They're scrambling the rotates because they saw Luminosity still had a ways to go before they actually get in a B. So everyone will be here, and they're going to play ahead of this util. Tania gets into the site. Nade is brutal. Molly splits up the push. One back for Afro. He makes it a double. As it's rescue and recovery on this round for Luminosity. Tania trying to fight this. Orb, good for it. Afro saves the day with that 3K.
Oh my God, that's why we want him on the AWP, Harry. That's why he can't be hunting with it. What an incredible round for Afro. That was going so wrong. Spirit made such a nice call to rotate quick. The nades are good. And even though, you know, it's ridiculous that Luminosity get trapped there, they can't go ahead of the smoke. They'll get picked off by Shiro's AWP. So it's understandable. Afro's patience pays off. Behind the Molotov, multiple kills. And this game is getting way too close for comfort now for Spirit. Panic mode ensuing with these long pops, and there might be more in store. Shiro only hits a tag. He doesn't pay the price. So as far as Luminosity is concerned, that is all that is in this round, that AWP. Look at them speeding up to avoid it.
The one thing to worry about is this AWP. And Shiro has it in the right place, but the util flushes him away. Lux playing through CT will miss his timing to deal with Shiro, but could still sweeten the deal for these players coming up catwalk. Missed shot from the Shiro AWP. Oh, another swing and a miss. Some of these have got to start connecting because all of Luminosity coming his way. Donk might fall, but everyone else getting torn apart for Luminosity. The Shiro AWP finally finding its way out towards the long side, and he's coming hunting for BMAS. Wants this final kill, wants the round over and done with. Team Spirit, not the one you were expecting. It's one gun in play. It ends up being more than enough.
I don't know how he misses 4 shots and then still comes out with a 3K. That's phenomenal for Shiro. It's a bit unorthodox, but pistols all over the bomb site. And Luminosity still run into that AWP. They don't avoid it like originally intended.
And dude, that's just such a gut punch of a round, isn't it? You're building back into this game. You're feeling like actually you can tie this up. You could beat Spirit on Dust 2, take this series the distance, stay at EWC, but just that little bit longer. Give yourselves the chance. And the round that's meant to be the easiest of all, you know, the one that you've kind of been playing for, the freebie in a sense, is the one that you give away, and you run right into the one gun and the pistols, and that ends up being enough.
And let's remember, they knew that AWP was on long, right? So they knew exactly what they were doing going into it. Could have just been avoided entirely with a mid to be. Great deagle shots
now
here, man.
Your own money's all messed up, and this late in the game, that could be a disaster. If you don't win here with this cobbled together buy, it's over. You're down to pistols.
Afro wasn't given a kill on the cross, so nothing given here to Luminosity. They've got to play it with less. Rainwaker on a pistol. Magic's waiting. Luminosity allowed to play default, and I kind of like this call here for Spirit, giving everything up and just playing a really standard round now. Magic's even got a mid to B smoke, or B a mid smoke from A. Has more util in store, and Luminosity just want to go for a full set piece. Execute on Catwalk, lurk smoke on B, keep Stonk and Zontix in position as they set up this hit. Oh. Timing broken by that molly. Smoke as well. 40 seconds, boys. You're in trouble.
They're just going to play through it. Go on that second timing. Try and catch Spirit off guard. Rainmaker hears a rotation get past him. And they know the AWP is back here on long. They will find their way to a bomb plant.
A good position, especially if Rainmaker can take down Zontix on rotate. Oh,
he
massive.
manages it and gets out of there as well, just to play a numbers game here, 4-on-3.
Ooh.
This was a chance at the knockout blow for Spirit, and it looks like they're writing it off.
It wasn't just a round for Spirit, it was a money-breaking round. It was a match point. It would have just ended this game, you'd like to think. But instead they concede, playing for that retake, and Zontix's death gives up the advantage that Spirit once had. I mean, great call to come through that smoke there. That's a high-risk call from Luminosity. They get full blocked at short. They could have had to bail into a mid to B, but they just decide, we're in position, we've got to go.
And you know, this map has not done a lot to subside any of the worries for Team Spirit. Like, you're telling me that if Donk just plays like an average game, then they're at like a similar level to the brand new Luminosity. That's not a good sign.
Not a reassuring sign. And we've had a couple of, Donk, poor performances recently. Think about that bounty final, multiple maps in a row with a negative KD. It's something we've never seen, right? He's set such a high standard for himself. And even now he's positive, but he had a string of slow rounds in that first half. He's been mostly avoided on the B site in this map. And sure, that's cost Luminosity, right? Running into the Shiro AWP and the Eco. They seemingly made up for that now. Winning the round that could have knocked them out. Now the mid to B. And this is where you wonder, can Donk just end this whole game?
They're going to give him a chance. Oh, or are they? They thought about going out on this mid to B. And replenish this. Or is it just on the second volley? 4 players coming out, running right in to Donk. Been largely getting avoided. Right there in the position to find match point for Team Spirit. Crisis averted. Donk proves to be the remedy. And now 2 opportunities to close a match that really never should have been this close.
And I guess that's why they've been doing A-pops the whole T side, right? Because 1 mid to B, and Donk just gets exactly what he wants. He almost looks uncomfortable there in that corner. He is boxed in with nowhere to move, still comes out with a triple kill. Donk just shuts out Luminosity from that hit and leaves them with very little in what could be their final round here in Paris. Got to give credit to Tanier as well in this game. He's had a great map. You were calling him to start off this series. You said he's going to have a good tournament.
He just, you know, he's had a little time in the break. Feels like he's come in just with a bit more comfortability in all of his spots. A bit more assured of himself, moving with a bit more confidence. And thankfully, he's been very dependable in this map. And they've needed him to be, you know, if he was putting up kind of the Tanier numbers we were getting in some of these games last season, I think Dust 2 would have been over a little while ago in Luminosity's favor.
Even in the triple kill AWP round for Shiro on the eco, Tanier hit 2 incredible 1-digs. Oh, they walked through their own mid-smoke here. Luminosity just going for it. Magix is caught off guard. He is going to be able to get in the corner in time. Luminosity bail. Panic util getting played here from Spirit. Luminosity changed their tune.
And out they come. Magix, good for the first. It's back to this A bomb site. It's where they found a lot of their successes. Just trying to keep Donk out of the picture. Shiro, they're getting closer and closer, and now he's onto the pistol. Hoping for anything to go his way. Afro's holding for a re-swing up the ramp. Flash might have come in, but oh my god, Shiro, he's fired so many bullets and he hasn't hit a single one! No! Finally for Shiro, it comes in. Handed off to Tanier, but he can't make it happen. That is rough.
Brother! This Shiro is just brokey right now. There's 5 missed AWP shots, multiple missed Eagle shots. He gets a kill, but at what cost? My god.
It would have almost been better to peek and die instantly than making us watch that.
I'm so glad we just stayed on that POV, man. Oh my goodness. It's not what we expect, you know? It's not what we expect.
You know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, but if you take a bunch, you miss them all. It's also pretty rough.
That was something.
And now overtime is very much on the cards.
I don't know what to say. Luminosity are still here. And it's really going to hurt if you lose now. They have refused to go down in this second map.
I mean, if we're being honest, this is kind of a lose-lose for Spirit. Like, even winning here, I think, feels rough because you know that if you want to be competing to lift the trophy, like, you can't be struggling like this versus Luminosity.
Oh, Zontix is making a big boy play through the smoke. Donk flash. This could work. They're pulling nades right now. Good anti-flash from BMAS. And now B is open for business. But who's home? It's Donk. A1S, 20 bullets, 5 players. What's he got?
Gotta be huge. Flash lands. Donk still good for the first, but this is where the mid-split's meant to bail you out. Lux gets past him, and so it's down to a retake. There's no Donk to save you. No one else is coming, Team Spirit. Got to be Tanier, Magix, and Shiro combining to stop this overtime coming in.
Ozu's getting played with here. Magix will squeeze that shot. There's low players on this B site. This is certainly winnable. Resmoke is massive. It's going to allow reposition. Spirit in the dark. Don't know where these T's have gone. They're just going to have to fly through with this high flash. Shiro will have to do something to save them.
Flashes in, they wait for the second. That's their signal to go. Magic's dead right away as the AWP watches. Luminosity 2 kills away from this overtime. And Shiro spotted. There's no winning this. Luminosity long it out. We're going to OT.
Incredible resilience across this entire map for Luminosity. They were down at the beginning, managed to pull that first half back into their pocket, managed to isolate Donk very well. And even though they've lost some pretty rough rounds in this T side, losing to a near full eco with just a hero AWP, Luminosity time and time again have weathered the storm and forced bonus play. Many other teams would not have made it this far. It's a big pick for Shiro. And with pressure off, Spirit feel free to fight. Double push at B, gets him a kill. Azuwu just got to be the hero here, straight out middle.
I think sometimes, you know, when you've been so focused on just getting to overtime, getting there can feel like a real accomplishment if you're Luminosity, but it's like, don't move away from what was working. They loosen up a little bit here, try and force a couple of early fights, and I think, you know, that's actually what Spirit want. It's been these slower rounds where you send Spirit back to the bomb sites, leave them in the dark a little bit before making your move. That's where they found a lot of their success. Still in with a chance here, thanks to Azuwu, so deep. But dead first at the window, and this one should go nowhere fast for Luminosity.
I don't want to save this orb here. It is overtime. It's not cheap. Afro's fighting his way out of this box. Zontic's just going to repeat this. And Donk is here to stop any business from happening. Would he? Should he? He just might.
Oh, do it.
Okay, Shiro steals it away. Donk won't be happy about that.
Shiro just getting them numbers up.
It's fair. It's really fair. I mean, hilariously, the round that he had 5 missed orb shots, he was 17 and 10.
Yeah. No, like he is playing better.
Yeah, he's playing better. But it's just crazy to watch that.
Just don't think we're at peak Shiro by a long shot yet.
After yesterday, it's hard to argue that.
It was 5 orb shots. It was like 5 deek shots.
Yeah. Let's watch it back in slow-mo later, I think.
Really deep dive on every one of them. But yeah, look, I think for Luminosity there, it's a bit of a classic thing. You get into the OT, you have this degree of freedom. Why not have BMAS go for that early long fight? Why not have the Tunnels player give it a bit of a jiggle? Both of those fights get lost, and you're instantly in a 3v5. Where they looked their best, they were kind of slowly going about the mid control, taking that early. Just having pressure across the map, not necessarily on fights, but just with holding the space, playing for it. And so yeah, they slow it down here. No risky moves out of the gate.
Committing here. Bomb is a little back of the pack. Are they going to drop back here? Getting a player out catwalk like this is quite the commitment, but Afro is not interested. They're trying to force reactions, trying to weaken that B-bomb site. Even BMAS is lurking here. There's so many layers to this round. What a set call for Luminosity that seems to have worked. Only Zontic's on that B-bomb site, and even he has not fallen for it. 30 seconds has gone a little bit too quiet. Even Donk now unconvinced. Another kill available. Azuwu grabs it. They've got the A site, suffering from success.
Oh, this could get really weird now, though.
They're not sure that bomb is even going back up cats.
Okay, no one in position to punish the bomb as it crosses, but these players in CT are going to hear this.
They wanted B, but A is just theirs. Bit too early on that move. Don't offer up a kill here. You've still got the advantage. And so it falls into place. Good of them to recognize that even though the set call was to lurk out B, that we didn't need to. Double kill in that A site, no warp on long.
I mean, it definitely helps as well that we've been seeing on the cams just Azuwu being very, very vocal, and it's him in that kind of all-important position that gets the kill on a Magix. Also just think he plays it really well, conducts himself really well there, crossing out behind the box, leaving it to timings, doesn't risk it all on some brawly fight, just knows that they're in the dark, and as you hear them rotating, feels like he has a bit of a window. And so can Luminosity really win out on this half? That's kind of the big question right now. Tit for tat with Team Spirit to get things going.
And again, I want to add context as to why this is so crazy. This is a new Luminosity who, of course, the 4 players of Monty with a Brazilian in-game leader, players that have, he's not played with any of these players before, and a team that, you know, only in the previous event coming into this have not won a series yet. They've not won a single series.
Yeah, not only that, you know, it's Lux moving into this this Luminosity squad, guy who hadn't played in months, right? Being on the legacy bench.
I mean, it was mid-season. It's quite a return to form, but the job is far from done. However, on Spirit's map pick, it is certainly too close for comfort.
I mean, you know, we say for kind of new teams, you're looking to learn at your first couple of outings, see what your strengths and weaknesses are, what you need to improve. I'm hoping for Luminosity, this has got them rethinking maybe their go-to, because Dust 2 looking very sharp. And you imagine that comes, you know, largely from that Monty core who had good success on the map at the major.
Just that previous round as well shows they've been in the lab, you know, that was a really specific set play, every position important, no one overplaying their lurks. So they've definitely been working. Time to see if it's going to pay off here. This second round in overtime is everything. Donk with a AWP for the first time, pushing into B. They're all coming in here. Might just be a guaranteed trade. Unless Rainmaker goes early. Donk not buying it. Drops that smoke at the right time. That was about to be death for Donk. So smoke keeps him up in this B hit.
It's still coming though, smoke or not. They blow it open. They play right through into this Donk AWP. Only good for the first. Zontic's also low. You're begging him to get away with one, but BMAS won't let it happen.
Azui's smiling as he makes that play work.
And now Luminosity are rubbing their hands together. The promise of a winning half in overtime right in front of them. They just can't fumble a 3v2. It's the toughest bomb site to try and retake even in even odds bouts, but it's a low HP Magix and Tanier. That's all you've got to rely on here for Team Spirit. AWP on the line, and the one guy with HP offered up first. There should be no winning this for Magix, and this puts Luminosity in a crazy position. Chance to make this elimination series a 3-mapper. After all, they are just 2 rounds away from that reality.
Just unreal resilience in this game, right? They got absolutely banged out of Ancient. That was their pick in the series. It was not a competition. It was Spirit showing up. It was Donk winning multiple 1v3 clutches. Some ridiculous rounds in there, but here on Dust 2, it's been slow, but it has indeed been steady for Luminosity. Time and time again, digging deep when they have to. Love that pathing for Azuu, jumping over the box again, as one of his teammates did earlier to find Donk on car. Zontic's gone. So Spirit have to take a flawless T-side here. They want to win here and now.
I mean, it's not impossible. These were neck and neck halves, right? But you just wonder, like, Spirit know they shouldn't really be in this position. They hold themselves to a high standard. Does that pressure get to you, or does it kind of light a bit of a fire under you to make this flawless half happen? It's easy, does it, off the rib. They don't have the same freedom Luminosity did at the beginning of these OTs, just to throw in a bit of a pace change round. They take it low and slow in this first rifle. Get that short control. Mid-corridor smokes in, leaving Tanier to put on pressure. And it's drawn eyeballs away, but Lux coming through that smoke is rewarded for the confidence of that push.
Now they know.
High set on the A plate. A man down, Spirit wounded. They Find one onto Lux as he begins his rotation. Don gets rid of him. BMAS just hoping to stay alive, buy time for this backstab out of Rainwaker, and it now arrives, playing it forward. Donk is dead. Magic's boxed into a corner, and Zontix is a long way away.
Dude.
10 seconds left. They can't win this. There just isn't the time. Surely trying to cross in. Magix just gets the kill. They need this one now. BMAS, can he survive one more second? And the round is won by Luminosity.
Oh, the whole time.
They're on that point, Hugo.
The whole time I'm watching Zontix on the minimap, he is outside long doors. He is in T-spawn, holding the push while the orb has been seen at the cross. He never plays long. He resets at 20 seconds to come back up Catwalk. He is not a part of that round. He is not there in time. He is the reason Spirit lose that map point. Unreal. So late. Too late. And Spirit, map point against them. That is devastating. Zuu's making a play. He's got the orb cover for lower. A position that's netted Luminosity a kill back in regulation, and Azuu plays up ahead of everything. He just wants to throw chaos into this round. Donk spotted lower. Jiggle finds him. Zuu still unknown. Magix as he swings into middle. Absolutely no idea he can be there. 5v4 as Spirit go rush B.
I mean, look, there's nobody home for the side of Luminosity. Rainwaker paints them up with a bit of damage, but not enough to stop this B hit, so it will come down to a retake. Luminosity going to try and play through maybe before that bomb gets planted. Azuu was hoping to make a move. Donk denies it. Is victory just out of Luminosity's grasp for now? 3v4, money for the next, regardless. You can give this a look in, you can more than justify it. Boost up. BMAS goes looking. Orb sees that boost, knows they're ready to come through the window. Leaving this one down to the wire as both players come through this door smoke.
Hold up.
Shiro with the first. Him and Donk just trading contact. Spirit come searching for double overtime.
It's the right answer for Spirit, that's for sure. They see Azuu top mid. They just jump on that B hit. They have the players in tunnels. It's definitely the right move. Donk spots the boost on Cat as well. They know B's weak. Needed more done on this cross from Rainwaker. Just damage, no kills. Spirit survive. They stay in this map. They need one more to force another overtime. What a messy game this is. Tense. Luminosity not looking scared at all. They peek ahead of the util. Afro jiggling in case of an AWP on the line. Magic's throwing everything he can to get this cat control and mid to be pressure. It feels like an A play. As the crisscross smokes come out in middle, Azuu pushes ahead, and my god, he again is in a strong position.
Azuu's whole style is kind of just this fearless brand, isn't it? Like willing to play close to the smokes. In this round, though, could get left out of the picture. Lux dead. Azuu tries to play it forward. Fast flank, hoping to be the solution, but Spirit ready for it. Drop a molly into their back line. They will have a bomb plant here. They're a man up again in a post plant. Spirit hoping that they can just weather the storm on this one into another OT.
All right, they got long control, but you still got to get past rifles here, and Shiro's AWP on Catwalk holds the flank. There's not many routes of attack here for Luminosity to make a very difficult 4v5 work, but they've got nothing to lose in trying.
Swing out for BMAS, doesn't find a thing, and Azuu dead. The scales still tipping in Spirit's favor. Clean finish in that final round.
of the first overtime. And with that, they've given themselves another chance to make this a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not easy to take down Spirit, even though Luminosity have certainly had chances. They've certainly been close. We just keep running it back. Spirit refused to go down. What a game. Last thing I expected today. This is when your strat book is really going to get tested, right?
Yeah,
Your depth is really going to be questioned. And for a new team like Luminosity, do they have the reps to be strung out across multiple overtime?
It's where I think, you know, at least you have this idea that for the Monty core, they were very proficient on this map. The B-hit's coming. Rainwaker and Azuwu trade this contact out to keep the advantage for Luminosity. Feeling the pressure to try and maintain some control over the site here. Doesn't want to completely concede.
Nice smoke.
And this smoke is going to beg a lot of questions for Team Spirit. Is he in the site? Is this just a bluff?
Oh, the
What's Azuwu trying to do? But that tag and the Molly's given up his position. Lux comes in to lend a helping hand. And as Tania tries to hold on to this B site, you're waiting for Magix to make his move.
Oh.
Timing's just looking to line up for him.
Here we go.
And down to this, 1v1. Magix almost expecting a re-swing here out of Afro's Shadow to work with. Magix has got him in his pocket. And so a clutch for Spirit's captain starts this second OT on a far better note.
Damn, I was liking what Luminosity were doing there. Some Legacy-esque Lux moves, just pushing through that smoke. Bails out Azuwu, but you can feel the pressure on Afro in that 1v1. He knows he's just going to get timed. It feels like he has to make a play. Door and window is an option. Magix can even reset, so patience from Magix pays off. Deliver Spirit this first round. Donk talking a lot of
Yeah,
this time
Donk
now.
has been chatting a lot in this one. I mean, you know, like, because there's still a world where Spirit recover from these weird set of opening games, but nice to see Donk getting kind of pumped up on this attempt at the recovery, because for me, this was, oh, hold on a second.
Are we going quick?
It feels like it. Shiro had the spawn with the AWP, but a block in, I think that's going to take the momentum out.
Still feels like a lot of players to dedicate. That's not the angle you were ready for. B-Mass just eats a bullet from Magix.
And they instantly go
running.
Straight through this B site. Rainwaker had just left it. So B conceded, a man down. And with already losing the first, you actually do start to give some considerations to money here if you're Luminosity. It's not a bottomless pit. You can't just keep buying. You would have some limitations.
Feels like a curious rotation from Rainwaker, right? There was a kill top mid. Not sure why that would pull you off of the B site. Maybe really fearful of long. Magix was throwing utility to fake it, but Luminosity got full baited in this round and really should consider a save if they lose the next kill. That's it. 2 frags back, but a team kill from the nade. They're committing to it, but it's going nowhere, and nowhere fast. Afro dead to the swing of Donk, and that is 2 rounds in a row for Team Spirit. Now, questions on money is certainly a factor here. But actually, drops are plenty. Afro's just got no Kevlar. But they can make it work. Spirit right their wrongs. The flawless T side.
There were still some concessions too, right? Leading into the double orb, not just the lack of armor. You've only got 1 kit in play on BMAS, and both these rounds thus far have come down to retakes.
And that's what Luminosity were very good at. And that, oh, wait. He has no idea. They crept under his jump. How did Donk get there? How did Donk do that? It's almost like he knew he hit the time.
Yeah, now it's double orbs in a retake kitless 2v5, so looking like a flawless half out of Team Spirit. And, you know, I think this is kind of the bitter pill to swallow for Luminosity. You're going to get maybe 1 or 2 chances to close a game like this one. Spirit, I'm going to keep giving them to you.
And they had 2 map points back in the last overtime on this very half. But not anymore. That is Spirit with 3 chances to finish this series and to eliminate Luminosity, as they always should have. Luminosity have put up a hell of a fight in this game. But this one does feel like a bridge too far.
Yeah, you know, I think you're both happy with what we've got out of Luminosity. The idea that their Dust 2 hasn't looked to drop off since the major. But for Spirit, a weird one where, you know, now they're just a round away from the victory, but it's a victory it feels like they always should have. This is one of the favorites to, you know, go on a deep run to win the event. As you say, the top-ranked VRS team heading into EWC. Versus a team that hit their highest ceiling at the major, went the kind of furthest they ever have, and have now swapped IGL and organization.
Is this it? 3v3, Donk sending it in.
Barreling forward, Donk only good for 1. How many more twists and turns do we get as this is now a anxious 2v2? Tournament life on the line for Luminosity. And they need 3 straight rounds, starting with this one. Nade comes in. Doesn't do much. Zontic's gonna get his, low on health, still good for it. And now just keeping pressure on BMAS, and there it is, Team Spirit. After a very labored fight on Dust 2, able to secure the victory and put an end to Luminosity's time at EWC.
Yeah, it's bittersweet for Luminosity, right? They still show a really great fight in this second map. Too slow to start on the series. They hold it down against Spirit on Dust 2. Some great moments from Azuwu and Afro. But across the board, Spirit do take the 2-0. They do survive by the skin of their teeth and look to go on to still get out of this group.
Yeah, and finally, there comes some resolve from the side of Spirit. Yeah, we got into the OT territory, had to be a little bit of a reset in the economy department across the entirety, but yeah, Spirit get it done here, eliminating Luminosity, staying alive rather, is what I should probably say in some regards. There were some evident holes here.
Yeah, not necessarily a very convincing fashion from Team Spirit. I feel like they lost grab of the game in that second half, and then you gotta give credit to Luminosity for still believing, for still being able to fight back, pushing it into overtime. Peter, I know overtime looked like it was rather convincing than against Team Spirit, but there were a couple of rounds that were close, and it was not with no reason that you could feel and imagine that Luminosity probably believed that there was a chance to push it to a third map. I don't know how I feel about it though, to be completely honest. It doesn't sound right to say that there's no winners of this game, but in essence, I think Luminosity, to some degree, are the winners. I think they pushed Spirit here in Dust 2 way more than you could have anticipated. Looked a bit more calm, a bit more composed, showed a bit of that level we saw from the old Monty core. Whereas for Team Spirit, this is not giving me any sort of confidence that they are much better off than they were yesterday.
No, it's not as impressive as we probably would have wanted to see from Spirit, and I think we can.
Then again, a 2-0 win, right?
Yeah, but it's a 2-0 win, right?
It's tough.
They do bounce back from yesterday, but it's like if they would have met like just a slightly better team here, it probably would have gone to a third map if the scoreline was like this. And I also think that we all remember how strong Spirit started at the major. They looked so solid, and now it looks a little bit more shaky, despite them also making grand finals over at Bounty. But I mean, like, I wanted to win in the end, right? I think we got what we wanted from Luminosity. We asked for them to at least show that they can play at a higher level than what they did on Ancient. And I think they did manage to prove that. And I think it was a clear picture of two very different approaches to the given maps. Where on Ancient it was very hesitant, and it was about not really making the right decisions. They were being very scared. Whereas with those two, they played a little bit more loose. They allowed themselves to try and catch the timings going in front of the smoke, being a little bit less predictable, I'd say, which really netted them a lot of rounds and almost brought them to a third match.
Maybe it's the question of the glass being half empty or half full, and I can rewrite what I just said right here. There's 2 winners of this game. Spirit win the game, and Luminosity showing.
See, that's much more positive.
Yeah, I guess that's what people at home they want. The Twitch chat is happy now. I don't know, but it's like Luminosity actually got to show something right here. Show more than we anticipated, more than we expected, and regardless of whether you're happy with Spirit not really looking as convincing as you'd like, they still win the game 2-0, and they still beat them quite handily on Ancient. So over the course of 2 maps, maybe we do have two winners.
And I think you're onto something right there. Dust 2 saw LG take that pressured approach to try to flip that switch on Spirit. Otherwise, it was turned off in map 1. So that was the map 2 thing. I mean, there was a little bit of a brute force approach there towards the end. You could tell maybe they ran out of some ideas. You got guys running out long. Hey, maybe we can get this straight away. You know, it's not as simple as that. What it is as simple as is hearing from the victors of this matchup. It's Team Spirit. Let's hear from Donk.
It is indeed, Trace. Donk, congratulations. It was kind of two different maps, let's just say it, in that series. Ancient looked incredibly easy. Dust 2, a bit more tricky. What were some of the issues you were encountering on that second map?
I think probably we were like too passive at the city side, and we weren't like punish them for their mistakes and like the moves they were doing, and I think it was just the main problem. Why the map was so close. They were doing what they can. Like, I mean, we let them do whatever they want, and it's always a problem.
We could see on the cameras, particularly in the later stage of that Dust 2, you were talking quite a lot. Is that what you were saying to the guys? What were you giving your guys kind of some advice about to close it out?
Like, I noticed that in overtime and before we won 3-0 in T-side, and like I said, guys, don't you want to punish them after we go city side? But we won 3-0, and next we need only one round, and it's easy.
Felt like that was a massive turning point. Final question for you, Donk. Back on Ancient, you had a couple of lovely clutches going down. How happy are you with your individual form at the moment?
I'm just fine. Like, I think I'm supposed to get a good rating against these opponents, and I'm doing it, but the main thing, I want to win, and I don't care about stats at all.
Which clutch did you prefer though? Round 5 when you got the Ninja Diffuse, or round 11 with the 1v3 on Ancient?
I didn't hear.
Which clutch did you prefer from Ancient?
From Major?
From Ancient, from the first map.
1v3, I guess.
That was a very nice one. Either way, Spirit do indeed get the job done, and Luminosity unfortunately eliminated.
Now, I'm going to need some clarity on that because this young man had multiple 1v3s today. Let's be real. Like, he was definitely, again, a donk that showed up here to play, that needed to play for Spirit.
No. That's the worrying thing, right, Peter? You have Donk playing well, like very well. You had Donk playing super well yesterday as well. So questioning his individual form at the moment, there's no need for that. He's up there. You know, we went 7 for 8 in opening kills on Dust 2 as well. Yet Spirit are still struggling. I feel like that you kind of alerted to it, Peter. You kind of made a hint to it. It brings back the conversation we had an awful lot in 24 and 25. How much does Spirit actually rely on Donk and just Donk? And I feel like we see more and more of that. You know, we don't see Zero playing as high as a level as he did in 24, 25, and it does feel like Spirit is even more dependent on Donk now than they were maybe a year ago.
Yeah, and it puts a little bit of a question mark regarding, as you also alluded to in the beginning, like who is actually the supposedly third star of this lineup, you know, because from all my time in the teams that I've been in, you know, it's always been very important that you have like 3 really solid fraggers that can put in the numbers and put in everything, and I think that's the big question right now for me when it comes to Spirit.
Yeah, and they had a strong... Sorry, Jacob, go ahead.
No, I mean, it's just about them not stepping up when it was needed the most right here. You see Sontics was struggling quite a lot on that B-bomb side to get anything done, and that's part of the reason why Luminosity were able to push this into overtime. Also, again, I want to give credit to Luminosity. That T side, we spoke a lot about looks, we spoke a lot about the calling. Fact of the matter is they won 6 out of the last 8 rounds in regulation in order to push it into overtime. On the T side of Dust 2, a lot of coordinated hits, a lot of good synergy between the players right here. Basically anything and everything we didn't see in the first map, and we haven't seen for Luminosity just yet. So I just want to give them a little bit of credit, you know, for applying the pressure to Team Spirit. That's what we asked for, Peter. That's what we wanted, and that's eventually what we got.
And I think this is hopefully one of the games they'll be looking back at thinking, guys, if we can play just sort of like this, like the philosophy and how we took space and helped each other, this should be the example moving forward for Luminosity, instead of, you know, maybe looking at what they did on Ancient, where it was very, very flat and no one really took the space and everyone played very nervous, which is fine. Let's be honest. I mean, like, when you go up against Spirit, you need, and if you're the underdog, you need to be able to take risks, and you need to be able to, you know, dare and not think too much about the consequences. And I think that's what they did on Dust 2. Sure, it would have been different if they would have faced an opponent that was more like their own caliber, but once you go up against these teams, that is very much needed, and still, you can still create like a plan moving forward. If you look back at the game you just played with philosophy and how you're thinking, how you're communicating, that it's not always about making the perfect call from spawn. Like, it's not always up to Lux to create out rounds. It's just as much the individuals creating individual space. When they see there's a gap, they take that, and then, you know, things just start spiraling into their favor.
And how far would you say, timeline-wise, you know, realistically, would you put LG behind where they should be?
I mean, I've always had this saying that when you... It's a little bit different here because it's not like a completely new team, but once you create a new team, I would always give you like at least 6 months before you start showing results that is, you know, that kind of breaks whether you're going to be, you know, a good team or you're going to be having to make changes.
That's generous.
Generous.
That's how it is in Counter-Strike.
Well, hold on, guys. Hold on. You might be onto something there. Let's hear from the Luminosity side of things right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Luminosity eliminated here at EWC 2026. Kakafu, thank you so much for taking the time. I know it's not easy in these moments. Let's park the bus on Ancient there, because I don't think there's too much to digest. Dust 2, there were some signs of life from you guys. Can you walk me through that map and maybe what you felt went wrong in the tail end of it?
I mean, on Ancient, I think we started actually pretty good. We were coming on the bomb side, right? We had the pistol retake, we had the first weapon round retake, right? We had like, I think, 4 different type of retakes that we cannot convert. Like, the initiative of some of the players was not there to, you know, take the right duel, to, you know, to use the Molotov, to use the util to, you know, defend out the retake. And then obviously, you know, then some chaos round happened where Donk just gets us to 1v3 against us, and like everything that could go wrong went wrong. And then Ancient looks like this, even though I think the strategy overall, like the choice of strategies was good.
With that Dust 2 and things getting incredibly close there, when I was just speaking to Donk, he said he felt like some of the issues they were experiencing were they were playing a bit too passive. Did you feel like Spirit were playing passive and maybe letting you get away with some things to make it a close one?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of Russian teams have this tendency to play very passive, right? To let the enemy come and do the mistakes, and we know that, right? So we basically play on that, right? We do fake out like stuff to have like the different type of lurks, and it's like easy to get the mid controls against them if they never play aggressive. So the mid round calls get easier. So yeah, we abuse that one.
And just looking at Luminosity overall, obviously it's a new look for the team, but essentially it's 4 guys from Monty, including yourself, and then a new in-game leader coming into the mix, right? Has it been more tricky than you've anticipated, given what we saw in Cologne with the team as well, to integrate Lux as an in-game leader? What's kind of the situation there?
I mean, the situation was super messy, right? Like, obviously they got the core, then Rainwaker joined, and there was a big question mark about myself, right? If I even be in the team or not, because there was another coach lined up for Luminosity. So there was, you know, a turbulent start, like close before China. Like 3 of our players didn't even know if we can go to China. But, you know, we had to do it because otherwise we had to forfeit the points, right? So we said, okay, let's do it, you know, let's at least try to do it. And yeah, like coming here, we had like 2 weeks of practice because we also planned for the player break, and then, you know, all of this stuff happened. So yeah, like we presented by the chance of, you know, playing with Lux, right? So he was already there when the Monte Core joined. So this was the task that was given, and obviously we're trying to, you know, make it work, right? So the Brazilian mentality is like way different than the European one, that's for sure. And you know, mashing up these 2, you know, continents basically is gonna be the work. And I think if we can find, you know, a way, then it's gonna be successful again.
So I imagine the grind continues for you guys. What's up next after this exit?
Yeah, so this was our last Tier 1 tournament. So we have to go back to, you know, all the Draculans and, you know, the Roman Imperiums. But, you know, this is where you can also get VRS, and this is also where all the teams around us will be. And if we beat them, we are back to being a contender.
Kakafu, I wish you the best of luck in that grind. Unfortunately, that is the end of the line for Luminosity here in Paris.
Yeah, not exactly what you were hoping to have happen if you come all the way over here to Paris to play this beautiful game that we have here. But there is grace in the loss, I suppose. There is learning to be had. Now, you will get your key crushed. I promise you that. Like, you will be getting that key crushed. But for Luminosity, you have to kind of look at this as a building from this point. You know, when we talk about rock bottom, this isn't necessarily rock bottom. They haven't started yet.
I really think this was one of the most honest but also very realistic interviews that we've had. Like, I think his way of seeing that they need to, you know, find the cohesion between the Brazilian playstyle and then themselves, and also the fact that this was their last Tier 1 tournament, you know, and he even says that now they drop down to play Draculans, and where, you know, the teams around their level is right now, you know, and if they can make it work in, let's say, 2-3 months, they might be back at Tier 1 competition. And, you know, in that regard, then we need to be seeing improvements, because once they take that step down, we probably want to see a little bit higher kind of level than what they've showed here.
I very much appreciate the honesty from Kakafu. I agree with you. Great interview. Luckily for us, luckily for me, we're not part of that team at the moment, and we can sort of like distance ourselves from it, and they're screwed.
Luckily or by choice, Jacob? Let's come on.
Well, both maybe, but they're screwed. They have to go in, as you said, Peter, and as he said, Dracoland have to grind their way up into it as well. It is such a tough fight, right? And in order to be able to stand out from that middle pack of teams, we're talking maybe top 20 to top 40 to top 50. They're all so close, right? So they had this golden opportunity of actually getting into more Tier 1 tournaments, could have stuck together in the Monty lineup or brought on Gizmi and had that whole thing going for them. Now they have to stand out between a field of 30 teams where everyone is more or less equal, right? I'll be honest with Luminosity, it's not that they don't have a chance of coming back into Tier 1, Tier 2 Counter-Strike, but it's going to be super tough. So it's just a very unfortunate scenario. You think back 2 months, they were in Monty, they were, you know, in Stage 2 of the Major, arguably one of the big surprises of the Major as well. And now we look at Luminosity and I'm like, you're screwed. Like, you're done for. It's going to be so tough to get back where you were just 2 months ago. So best of luck with the fight. They're going to need it. And it's going to be, as I said, very tough to stand out between all those teams.
Yeah, screwed is a big word in my opinion. I mean, like, at least they're there. I mean, like, they don't have to start from square one.
And we're back to the participation.
Yeah, cool. I get it. I understand. I
it's
see
good
what you're
to
saying.
be here, okay?
Yeah,
but truth be told, if you're a Luminosity player, if you're looking at this Luminosity project and you're trying to follow up, or you have that idea that, hey, this is a Luminosity that won majors in the past, like many moons ago, and yeah, you give me the eye there, but truthfully, that was a long time ago now.
It is a long time ago.
So if you're trying to build into a namesake for a legacy there within your team itself, it's going to be a while. And with these puzzle pieces that they have, I don't know.
I mean, they've shown, as you said, Peter, they've shown they can do it before. It's not that, I said, they're not without a chance. It's just, it's such a tough competition between the top 20 to top 50 that in order to stand out as the one team or the two teams who's going to take that leap, you know, they've done it once. That means that surely they can do it again, but it's not easy. You look at NIP right now, you know, they've been fighting to do that on a budget that I would assume is 3 times as high as Monty or Luminosity or whatever they're putting into this squad now. It's just not an easy task to stand out between so many teams.
We got an easy task for you, Jacob.
Oh, what is that?
Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready?
I'm so ready. Are we going to talk about group? No? Okay, no mind.
With this guy, why is it always like this? We're talking about Group A.
Oh, okay. Well, Group A then. Not my favorite group, but fair enough. You know, we're progressing. We see Team Spirit progress from the lower bracket as we'd expect. You know, we also saw Gamer Legion on the side manhandling GG How. It looked like there was only one team on the server, at least on the first map. I know it was a little bit close on the second, but credit to Gamer Legion and credit to Flammers for coming in and basically picking up where PR left himself. It's still a very interesting team and interesting to follow Gamer Legion, I feel.
You know, I think it's so good to see Flammers back in that squad. You know, I think with what Gamer Legion showed that made it, that you know, it out of nowhere they just look very flat. And I think bringing in someone, they lose PR first of all, but then bringing in Flammers, you know, I think he just loves playing Counter-Strike and he loves to be back at his level. That he's gonna bring so much joy to the team.
He's a vibe kind of guy.
He's such a vibe guy.
He's such a vibe,
and he's good on top of that.
Yeah, he's good on top of that as well. And I think Gamer Legion is one of those teams who need a bit of vibing within them. So I think it's a great fit, and so far so good. You know, qualifying for the playoff without losing a single game, a single map for that matter as well. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
That's Group A. We'd go through them all, but we don't necessarily even need to, gentlemen. I think
Group C, D, or something?
We'll get there, man. Relax. You'll get the D eventually. I promise you that. So, yeah, over on the B stream, we had GG How and Gamer Legion. We were just kind of touching on that a little bit there. With Dust 2, Mirage, 13-3, 13-8. Just making sure we hit all the points. As you know, Jacob, there's a lot of Counter-Strike going on here, and no one really asked you in the first place. So, let's go ahead and go to a break on the back of that. I think it's a pretty good stopping point. We've got Aurora setting up over here to play M80. Their backs are against the wall, IRL and in the server, because it is elimination day here at the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back after this.
Goodbye, M80.
Shh.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ability starts coming in. Heavy God has got to be spot on because he's very alone.
Now here comes the execution. Beautifully set up here from Big. Look at the timing on it as well. They just go in as the utility's flying into the site, and that just catches Heavy God off completely. So that almost feels like it's the round with how decisive that take was of the site and how out of position these G2 players are.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is the round if you don't get anything pretty much immediately, and you can already see them backing off before the bomb's even planted. They want nothing to do with this retake. Very simple. Big doesn't even have to really test anything across the map. No mid control, no probing towards the A bomb site, nothing. Just spread up in a default, make sure there's no pushes, and then a B execute.
A lot of cool B executions you can do on cast as well. Like, you see Grix is the utility bearer in the sunroom. You know, he's tossing the smokes out through the window, but it's just how quick everything came in. It was just an absolute bombardment of utility towards Heavy God.
It's also a really good display of why mid-control is talked about so much of how important it is on this map. If the CTs don't have mid-control and they don't have access to vent, sometimes it's really hard to have a supportive element on those B hits, on those attacks, to be able to slow it down, to be able to buy Heavy God your anchor some kind of time. Take a loss here, but only lose one player, so not really any kind of significant dent in the economy of G2 CT side. They'll buy right back up into things.
Yeah, it's just with there is sort of a positive to the round being won that decisively is the fact that you can just keep your money solid on the CT side. A double op setup. Let's see that come out straight away here. Heavy God, we know, is capable on it.
Well, it makes me think that I'm curious where Wrinkle's going to go with his AWP, because he started at the B bomb site a couple times, but if Heavy God's going to have the op as the B anchor, you imagine that's going to be his position. So that's going to free Wrinkle up if he has a spawn. He does have a pretty decent spawn, it seems.
Where's Heavy God spawn at?
Towards
it's not,
the back.
Yeah, it's not. Because you can, if you're the B player, you can do a quick, if you have a good spawn, you can just drop and try and peek into B main, but having the further back spawn, definitely not looking like that's going to be likely.
But I think it's also maybe a read of how slow Big is playing these rounds too, where it's like if you're not going to be fast-paced, if you're not going to be streaming over the boost in middle, if you're not going to be rushing B or A, let's get an op set up for your slow defaults as you move around the map. And if we can get them a deep aggressive angle, you might just walk right into it. So some easy kills perhaps on the card for G2. Let's see how Big discovers this change up in the defensive tactic. Wrinkle going to be in middle and pushing behind the Molotov.
There's the push forward from Nerds. This worked out very well. Tapson going to go down and he'll peel away from behind that smoke all the way back to safety. And an advantage here for G2 to work with.
Yeah, and it sets up now. He kind of departs and sets up Heavy God with that secondary AWP. So as they walk back to the B bomb site, he'll have a good angle as this smoke fades. 4 remaining players of Big have leaned towards the A bomb site. 2, 3 in main, 1 towards Squeak Door. Wrinkle's op is here in position.
And just burning out towards the back. Checking over towards main. Mattis on the forklift gets his head shredded here by Favin. We've got Hunter climbing over the top, trying to see that down the side of the smoke, but Blamef has taken Hunter out of the question. Nice shot from Wrinkle. Good reactions, and then gets out of dodge as well.
Yeah, but now you got 2 ops on the retake. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fun, and you're all held back. Good shot from Wrinkle. Blamef goes down. Man advantage to the retaking side.
Yeah, Flash is trying to go forward. JDC just planted safely behind that box, waiting for them, inviting them into the site. Grix just peeking out from quad to take the initial fights. The damage is done to him. And then Heavy God comes in with a follow-up. So, yeah, you had your chances if you're big, but Nerds and Heavy God sharp shooting, and they get right back into that retake.
Yeah, he's got a quick tag on the jiggle, and then another quick jiggle just to find the final kill. A good shooting from Heavy God. 4-2. Initial defense isn't perfect, but the double op setup does pay off. 3 kills between the 2 AWPs in that round, and Wrinkle, a very influential piece of that puzzle at the A bomb site. 7-2 for Wrinkle, the new op of G2. Off his electric debut yesterday. Mike alluded to it, the best debut of an opera in a G2 jersey. I think beating Kenny S by 0.01 rating.
It's quite the party to be involved in. Considering, you know, the likes of Kenny S, Monacy play for G2.
Yeah, they've had some good offers over there, haven't
They definitely have. Hunter, with that breakage of the smoke, has a little peer into middle.
they? And maybe the first round it is the first round we've seen G2 play in the CT side against an aggressive mid-take.
Flashes up, Heavy God just tucks himself against the wall and scaling. Okay, yep, taps and gets away with the spam. Heavy God going to be frustrated about that, but more pressure now on Nerds to try and make something happen here for the defense. First headshot's good, spam is better, and Neil even gets a third kill out of it, but he's done so much to delay them, keep them pinned, that the rotation of Hunter's come in and been very effective as well. So that kill from Hunter actually puts G2 into the player advantage.
Yeah, Nerds found himself kind of stuck in a terrible position and makes the best out of it. Does a phenomenal job to get a double kill. That's a position Big never expected, so it slows down this attack and allows Hunter to add a third on top of it to once again keep a man advantage in the hands of G2. And now the danger for Big comes on the flank. They have no ability to fall back, no reverse boost into the vents. They're stuck here.
Oh, Blame F. Oh, good headshot coming in, but he's not ready for that second player. So Blame F goes down, and it leaves Grix 1v2. This would be a massive clutch for Grix if he's able to pull this off. Bomb just lying in the open. He'll pick it up, scoop it into the site. Hunter peeking out. Oh, doing damage. Can't get to the kill, though. 13 seconds. Grix realizes he has to plant soon, but he's going for these fights. He's trying to take his opportunities. He's got himself a small chance, but Grix ends up getting taken down by Hunter. Good patience to get G2 another round win.
Actually, not bad at all in the 2-on-3 from Blame F, trying to recover the bomb, grabbing that kill, but there's no way you'll ever expect a second player, an Alper, to just be trained in the follow-up. Really tough one to read for Big as they get stalled out. You asked the question, how deep can this playbook go after 3 wins? How many ideas does Big have fleshed out? They're going to need to start digging deep. As this G2 defense has shown they can put a stop to it, and even in this one, recovering a disadvantage, losing the opening engagement, but Nerds bringing them back in a 4v5, and with the help of Hunter, able to close out the round. A 3-round lead for G2. And everything playing out fine. I mean, some of the questions we would have had about this team, and some of the questions certainly through the offseason, Nerds not meeting up to those kind of rookie numbers and the level of play we expect out of him early on in his career. Wrinkle, the head-scratching pickup of the Opera for Sun Pies. Both those guys are doing good for you right now. Wrinkle 8-2, Nerds 9-3. The G2's got to be very pleased with how this is playing out, how the players are performing inside the server at the moment.
Now Mattis trying to move up in towards A main. You've got JDC and Taps and just around the right side here. Head shows up for JDC and he'll take some damage off the top, but JDC wins the fight, switches out to the rifle, realizes he's got the low HP, so passes that back to Tapson. And Wrinkle, oh, there's a gap here. Tantalizing indeed, and it's worked out. JDC just shows a little bit too much. Smoke break as well to give Wrinkle a second chance at the A main player.
Oh, but he stayed at the angle, got spammed down.
And Hunter now they're coming through. They line up. Beautiful. That's a double headshot. Nerds won the fight in middle, so that's around no problem. So Tapson's going to back away. And, you know, it's just crazy to see how dominant this is from G2. We know Big are going to have a decent CT side, but the problem is, are they going to have enough rounds to even play a CT side?
I like seeing Mattis get, I like seeing him get a little bit of aggressive there in that kind of a round. I feel like one of the rounds we saw G2 look a little bit flat on the CT side is when they played it too passive with no information. And I think against a low buy here, they're like, okay, well, you didn't rush. There's nothing fast. Let's get some information. Let's start to understand where they are. So Mattis gets killed in that aggressive push, but then everyone knows exactly what's coming, and Hunter can slide over and be in that perfect position. Round 8's going to go against Big as well. It'll be 6-2, a 4-round lead for G2, and all is said and done as Tapson walks out the door to his eventual death.
Hunter collects it, and they'll try and get back into this now. Big. They've got AKs coming out, but really not seeing anything that's making you feel too confident in them at the moment. Just getting outmatched by the individual ability of these G2 players.
The protocols too. I mean, Wrinkle's having a good game with the AWP. It feels like whenever you're sliding into the angle that he's holding, he's going to grab one. So that's very difficult to deal with at the moment. When you're getting those early warnings, G2's responding perfectly. And yet to find anything ultra successful. Very fast boost. Up over the top. JDC out in middle, but it looks like they want to pinch this A-bomb site. Brinkle's not watching this. He's got to be really careful. They're about to turn the corner, and Nerds can't stop it.
Flash forward in towards main. Hunter running forward. Good headshot on towards Griggs. There's now Wrinkle who waits. Checking down towards Highway. You've got JDC has already pushed up a little bit closer than he might anticipate, but Wrinkle, he knows has the right idea. He goes and he clears it. JDC dead. He's ready for the next fight, but Nerds has got that as he steps through the smoke. And now Favin's left trying to piece this one together. Good double headshot. Favin actually gives himself a shot at winning this. He's got a minute left on the clock. And he's running right back to Heavy God. Gets the gun out in time and nearly has a chance there. Nice double from Favin. Just unfortunately couldn't pull off the hero play.
Lovely attempt from Favin in the 1v4 with those kills. That round, Big is just kind of dedicated to the tactic to split that A bomb site, right? You get that aggressive piece in towards A main, 1-for-1. A main is smoked off from the T perspective. The player still comes through it because he just has to make that tactic work. He has to join up with his teammates coming up Highway, steps through it to his death against Hunter, and G2 is just checkmating Big each and every round now. They have just caught fire. Switching away from the double op setup now as well, so switching things on Big one more time. And a round like this with a low buy looking like a straight up set piece towards this A bomb site. 3 players at door, 1 in main, and here's the utility.
Door open. And shot for Favin. That's Mattis, who is dead, and Hunter doing what he can, but it's just the one because JDC already scaled up behind Quad. It's just the speed of which Big burst out of that door that finally they catch G2 a little off.
Yeah, Hunter and Mattis not going to be happy with how they played that one. Not enough impact from the defenders, and now the retake. It feels very, very difficult, if not impossible. I think you still go for it with this money, and you've got utility. See if you can get a couple of these kills. If the nades can flush players out into the open and make things easier when you commit.
Moving up, Heavy God's rifle ready to go. Nerds, who got a chance here. His own great reactions. Gets a lot of damage onto the second player as well. Now Heavy God spamming away. No way he controls it. It's now down to JDC. A 1v2 all of a sudden. Pressure's on. He hasn't got any cover, but he's handling it well. Heavy God dead, and JDC plays that one perfectly to secure a must-win round for Big.
Yeah, Big needed a miracle there. What a big-time clutch up at the end of the day from JDC.
Well, welcome you right on back. We're going to witness our first key crusher here just for a few seconds. That's Tnir holding it up and putting it in the key crusher because clearly after the woes of day one for Team Spirit, they come in here today and they try to right some of those wrongs. Tnir trying to wash away some of the problems that they had there. And I can assure you that we're going to be seeing some more of Team Spirit. Meanwhile, Luminosity with that key crush, they are well and truly on their way home out of here. At the Esports World Cup. The most psychologically interesting A-Stream match we have coming on today is going to be that M80 Aurora game. And that's just me, of course. M80 were about 2 rounds forcing the issue against G2. Meanwhile, Aurora had its LAN debut described by Ash as hard to watch.
Yeah, I mean, like the LAN debut for them was, you know, I mean, they also went up against Big, right? I think the big storyline for that game was that Big was still a relatively drilled team, and Jacob mentioned them as being a little bit, you know, maybe overlooked. And I think Big has, for a long time, you know, been grinding through tier 2, and then coming into the major, looking decent, I'd say. And now moving into the new season, I still think it's a team that we need to be looking out for. A team that has a lot of understanding of obviously how to approach it. And that was just a tough thing for Aurora when there's so many new things. When you look at a team that has now picked up a new language, there's new philosophies. Ash Ash mentioned that it's like a clash of a lot of cultures that need to be fitting. So overall, it was a pretty tough task to start with.
Yeah, it's a massive change for the entire organization, really moving into an international squad, for the Turkish core to now communicate in English, right? Kixen has been on the bench for a little bit, gets into that. Ash has been out of coaching for a season, so for him to get back into the swing of things with all these new players, new pieces, it was always going to be the first couple of months of getting used to each other and figuring out, all right, how do we want to play, what's working, what's not working, you know, how many further changes do we perhaps need to make?
You know, sometimes there's lineup changes that go on within the community here that people might not receive them as well. How do we think this Aurora move has been received across the big envelope of our community?
A little bit of a mix, I guess. I'm still left in a position thinking that obviously there was reasons too that Faber wanted to step down. They couldn't really find like a Turkish coach, and they didn't want to have an international coach with 5 Turkish guys. And Major, even himself, came forward saying, hey, I've done this for a long time. Maybe it's time for me to, you know, look somewhere else. So I think it's a bit of a mix, but I'm still curious to see in the long run if they can make it work. I think it can be better than the full Turkish squad they've had. But then again, right now, it's obviously not an improvement in my books.
Yeah, in the short term, like, their results are going to take a hit, but always going international just opens you up to a lot more talent, right? And enables you to make changes. Like, Aurora wasn't a bad team with their full Turkish lineup, but they were not going to win big events, right? Like, they've hit their ceiling. I think that was the issue, right? Like, they just changed, you know, it was Calix being changed, you know, you get different players, Del Jota, then Soulfly, like, that doesn't move the needle, that one change. And they couldn't make bigger changes because there's the talent isn't there, whether it's, you know, on the player side, on the coaching side. And you look at the caliber of players that they were able to bring. I mean, Kixan definitely got Falcons to a high level, right? Unfortunately, they couldn't win trophies with him either, but they played some good Counter-Strike. Jimmy, up until Sphinx joined in MOUZ, you know, 2 years ago, like, he was incredible in his sort of rookie year, right? And you're trying to sort of getting back on that level. And I think anyone outside of Aurora fans who wanted the team to remain fully Turkish should be happy, right? Like, I think the team is better now. It has more upside, and obviously if you need to make another change down the line, again, going international, you have a lot more players to choose from.
Yeah, we can keep that going. We can pull up also the Aurora versus Big scoreboard and what that kind of looked like statistically speaking. But you're right. I think the Aurora trajectory is it's trending upward. Is that a fair way to put it, Dupree?
Yeah, I think so. You know, I've always, you know, since, you know, I got to play in an international team, I always thought that is the way moving forward, right? Because as Cianco mentioned, you will open up the pool of players, and it's always tough being a national team now. I feel like it's only Russia that now at a point that they can actually, you know, yield a full national lineup. So at this given point, I think it's the right way forward. And, you know, right now it's about trusting the process and, you know, allowing themselves to find themselves and feeling it out. And in practice, they've been feeling good. Now it's about converting it, but it's still very early on. There's so many things that need to be, you know, ironing out and figuring out inside the team. But moving forward, I think this is still going to be interesting.
Well, processes. We've got some examples of that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, some of these communication issues and not being on the same page. At the start of this round against Big, you see Xantares dropping some nades over. That's going to come into play later on. And Big just uses some early smokes to apply pressure, right? The night vision here for the B player, stabs him with a double flash, really just to make, you know, the player in Voxic's position uncomfortable. They do the smoke break, but the player could have moved into Sunroom. That's why Voxic can't really keep holding this angle. They don't have mid control anymore, so he just smokes it. But here you can see them, they're a bit unsure how to set up, right? Like, they're both looking towards vents. A third player leaned over, and then once this utility comes in from Big, they understand, all right, it's probably not going to be vents. JDC takes middle, is going to also be activated later on, and it's going to be an A play from Big with Voxic rotating over. You can see this bait setup from Vicadia and Xantares, but there's no smoke here, right? Like, Xantares dropped his, Vicadia used his, and this one molly forces them out of position. Xantares gets one kill and gets traded, and now it's all Vicadia who is the A anchor, and they know he's here. The smoke break again, slightly awkward, nothing really happens. JDC activates, makes a great play on this lurk from Highway, gets a double kill. Vicadia can't really do anything, you know, they are aware he's probably playing the smoke since he's the A anchor, and the round falls apart, right? And these are sort of like, Counter-Strike is about piecing the puzzle together and understanding what's happening on the map and all the players being on the same page, and you can see how difficult it was in this round for Aurora to do exactly that in contrast to Big, who had full control of the round from start to finish.
And it just reminds me a little bit of when we transitioned to Vitality, you know. Some people think that, well, it's just Counter-Strike. Yeah, but communication is such a big part, and it's just hard to get into the flow when you've been used to playing in your own language for so long. But also just keep in mind, it's actually just Vikeda. He's like the only guy that hasn't been inside of an international roster. So like, it's probably gonna come faster than other projects, right? But this paints a picture of a team that still needs to find each other. Like the reactions, how do my teammate react, and how does he communicate and everything? And you know, it just takes time, and that's just the brutal reality as of right now.
I think the problem is also, like, it's not a problem he doesn't understand what his teammates are saying. Oh, the player is there, or he's there, I think they're going to do that. You understand everything. It's more when you want to speak. I had this when I joined mibr as a coach, and Cole Zera, he was just like first international team, and it's like I know what I need to do. I want to ask this guy to throw me a flash and then move over here and hold this angle, right? But for me to think about how I need to say it in English and to say it by the time I get it all out, you know, the timing is gone, and this is what I struggle with. And those are some things that are not basic communication, like that's advanced things that we're talking about, and that's probably going to take a little bit of time to sort of get on the same level for some of these Turkish players.
And that's a very frustrating situation to be in, you know.
And that's the biggest part. Like, the frustration is palpable, you know, in those moments, because you're like, I have the perfect read, I just can't, like, you know, put everyone in their position so he can make a play.
It's kind of where maybe Kixon finds himself currently. I mean, maybe they're trying to make it work. Hell, maybe he'll just tell us more about it himself.
We've got Kixon in Aurora ready to take to the stage. I do just want to start by zooming out just a little bit, right? Because I haven't got the chance to catch up with you since you put on this new jersey. When did you know that you were actually joining Aurora?
It was quite late, actually. It was at the end of the player break. I mean, the negotiations were, like, they were for a long time, but I signed the contract towards the end of the player break, so I kind of knew that I would probably join, but it was not confirmed until the last moments, let's say.
Okay, Ash had a really nice interview yesterday with HRTV. If you hadn't had a chance to read that, go ahead and catch up on that, where he said a few things. One of the most notable is he likes working with you because you guys see eye to eye on a lot of things. Can you give me some examples, maybe, of things you have in common with Ash?
Yeah, actually, I had my first meeting with Ash a long time ago. Even like shortly after I got benched in Falcons, I was approached by him and we talked a few times before I signed with Aurora. So since the first meeting, I could see that we are similar in the game. We discussed how we want our team to play and how we want to do things like prepare for games and just all of these things connected to the game. We're on the same page, and so far it's been really good to work with him.
As much as the concept of Aurora, this new team, the reality for you is it's yourself, it's Jimmy, and then it's three guys who played for a long time together under Madge's system, right? So have you encountered any kind of teething issues in terms of getting the guys up to speed with how you want to play the game?
Yeah, it hasn't been that easy, I would say, because they're used to obviously speaking Turkish and having their own style of playing. Now I would say that it's not completely, but let's say like 90% new team. New strats, new playbook, new way of playing, new way of working, and on top of that they need to change the language. So there has been a lot of challenges in the start. Obviously, for example, Vikeda has never played in international lineup, so he needs to get used to it. So sometimes we need to remind him to be more active, to talk a bit more, and because we know he can do it, but sometimes it's a bit harder for him because of the language. So yeah, there's been a lot of things to work on, but I think we are improving we are going to the right direction. And we just need to do all of that in the official games, because in practice it's been pretty good, I would say.
And just in terms of the overall team composition, it was a question for all of us who they were kind of going to be keeping from the previous Aurora roster. It sounds like you probably weren't involved with the choice of who was staying just because you were brought on so late, but maybe correct me if I'm wrong. What was the whole conversation there?
Well, as I said, I first got approached by Ash shortly after I got benched in Falcons, so I kind of knew what their plans were and I had an idea what they want to do, but it was never 100% confirmed. I would say everything was confirmed, let's say in the middle of the player break or towards the end of the player break. So I had some kind of idea of what to expect, but I was not that much involved in doing all of these decisions.
I wish I had time to ask you more questions, but I just have one more. Obviously, it's M80 today. Could be elimination, unfortunately, for you guys, but it is a best of three. So what have you kind of looked at for M80? What are you anticipating for this one?
Well, actually, we practiced them a lot recently, so there's some things to look at. But other than that, I think what's important for us now is to just remind about our qualities, about how we want to play and how we want to do things, because I don't think we executed everything well yesterday against Big. I think we played much different than usual. So I think the first step we need to do is to just focus on our game and just doing what we are supposed to do. And then obviously M80 is a good team, and we need to be on a good level to beat them, I would say.
A perfect opportunity for you guys to potentially be bouncing back. Thank you so much, Kixon, and good luck.
You might could say that Ash caught him, because that's exactly what happened. Kixon needed a guy like this. Or excuse me, Aurora needed a guy like Kixon. There we go.
And Kixon needed a guy like Ash, and Ash needed a guy like Kixon. And
Ash needed a guy like Ash. And
they all
Kixon, yeah, wow.
It's a team game. Wow, it's crazy.
4D chess, which is kind of something you can expect to come out of the playbook of Ash. You know, we actually worked with him not too long ago. Really smart, really intuitive guy when it comes to the game. So it's exciting to see what they can bring to the Aurora side.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's always going to be a work in progress. I'll say it's a good thing. Too often we see an organization, you know, change their coach, but not change the IGL. Then they, you know, like it's not done together. And I think today it's a symbiotic relationship. It's a coach plus IGL who you look at when you judge a team, how they play on T side and how they look like, and do they look structured or not, utility usage, all of that stuff. And you've had too often, you know, a coach being given an IGL that maybe isn't aligned with him in how they view the game. And that's a problem. So for Ash being able to sort of handpick Kixon going into this project, I think that's important.
Sometimes you have to make that tandem choice, and it is weird like that. For a team like M80, where are they in the big picture? We talk about who they play against and their normal repertoire of what they have to do to prove themselves, to get themselves to these events. But Yanko, what's your diagnosis?
Well, they're up in your neck of the woods, Trace.
It's true.
North America.
A couple of them.
And it's, you know, it's not too great over there, let's put it that way, which is a good thing for M80 because they can get, you know, to a lot of these tournaments playing those qualifiers where there's not really too much opposition, or just through VRS. I mean, in NA, like they did to come to this event, right? But it's all nice and all to attend events, but you need to start getting some wins and you need to start getting some good results, and that hasn't been the case for M80 in 2026.
What we've got here is M80 versus G2, and in that game, how did it melt down for you?
I mean, it got close score-wise in the end, but it did feel like for the most part G2 was in control of the game, and they were able to close it out eventually. I think that's the issue for M80 when it comes to playing European opposition. You know, the last time they beat a European team in a best of 3 was Aurora, and that was at that Dracula, and that no one knows why Aurora even attended, right? In the end, but that's been the issue when they go up against these teams. You know, they've struggled to find success in 2026.
And it's exactly also just the fact that you can see on your monitor right now. It's like they're way too good for their own region, like in North America. Well, once they turn their attention to Europe, they're just too shit hero. So I mean, like that's how you want to put it, right? If you really want to cut it out, and that is just a returning issue for them. That every time they come here, they can sometimes, you know, push the favorites a little bit. They did it 13-11 against G2 yesterday. They did make it a little bit competitive, but it's like it just happens too rarely. And then sometimes even they fumble against NRP, which is in my books a team they should be beating with what they have, you know. But it's still so much up for grab for them, and it just seems like they've stagnated and can't really move forward. And whether that's because they keep true, they even have 2 Europeans, right? It's not like it's a full NA roster. So
that's what I was trying to say.
They did cross the pond to try and get a little bit more talent.
It's not enough.
No, it's not enough.
You know, and I think you're onto something there as we pop the vetoes in. M80 leaving a little bit to be desired in its current state.
Yeah, and I think it's also what Kixon was alluding to in the interview, saying they practice against each other a lot recently. That might impact the veto, and I think it has already, because Anubis was open for Aurora. They seem to have liked the map a lot, picked it a lot in some of the early series with this lineup, but instead they go for Dust 2, and they haven't won Dust 2 yet with this lineup. So Inferno for M80, one of their most played maps, really, and for the decider, we do get that Anubis. Interesting to see M80 let it through over Mirage.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also just turning back to the pick of Aurora playing Dust 2, maybe just, even though they haven't picked up a win, like just like trying to play a little bit more simple, you know. I don't know if Cash was like a little bit too advanced in the beginning. Like, it's a simple map, let's be honest, but it's still new in the map pool, right? It's something that you still need to like theory craft more on. You need to have more like data on. Whereas Dust 2, you know, everyone at this point can play Dust 2, right? It's a little bit more simple to approach if you don't always have like the right setup or the right idea.
And I think the word is reps, right?
Yeah, and I think, you know, we talked a lot about growing pains for Aurora. I mean, there's growing pains, and then there's just pain. And losing to M80 would be pain. You know, like you can only use those excuses so much. These are very skilled, experienced players, you know, an experienced coach behind them, right? This is a game that you really need to win, regardless of how early it is for the lineup.
So let's do that then, because it is time for me to tell you about our EWC Play Pick'ems. That's where you go ahead and get involved. There should be a QR code right there. It is right below me, right on time. Thank you, production, for that. And also me telling you once more to go ahead and get that phone out and let us know who you think is going to be winning. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I want to watch some Counter-Strike, so that's exactly what we're going to do right here. It's M80 and Aurora.
It's a do-or-die affair, M80 versus Aurora. Myself and Chatty B are going to be bringing you all the action, and Aurora goes international is the headline. I can't help but see these names, additions on paper, and feel like it has to be an upgrade. Even seeing Ash behind them, of course, successes with Gamer Legion in the past, a new project. You can't help but look at this and expect to see an increase in results. However, Ash has made it clear in the HLTV headlines that things aren't all hunky-dory and smooth sailing with this move to the international stage.
Yeah, I think with Aurora, the plan is to be a top 5 team, but it's going to take some time with this international change to get there. But right here, right now, today in Paris, we're sending one of these two teams home, crushing their keys and their hopes and dreams. EWC, let's get to the pistol. Defensive stance, Lake and Slacks into lower tunnels. JBA and Swisher B, they're ready for the crunch into this.
This looks like we could have early bloodshed. This was a push. And it's Lake that draws bloods, and Tara's down. Now Jimmy not prepared for this. Woxic's back was turned as well. They just crunch in, and the Jewel Beretta's feast should be round. A helpless-looking Wakadia locked out of B-tons with the bomb on his back. And Kixon, a very loose and disconnected IGL, finding himself back at spawn.
Yeah, the tone has been set early. The fact that they brought the fight to you haven't been able to execute the plan, and if Kixon wanted to be a key part of that, this round has just reset into a 2v5 situation with 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. So good luck, gentlemen. Here's a flash. And there's a fight. So Crunch dead, and see you later, Alligator. It might not even be a kill here unless Kixon gets something done. They'll just sit on that bomb.
Oh, 5 alive. Not a single point of damage. Can there be anything? No, it's absolutely flawless.
That's a beautiful thing for you to point out. They're going to get the free upgrades. Oh, free. They're basically free, aren't they?
Feels free.
The cheap upgrades into the head armor, which goes a long way, right? You get to establish a couple more M4s. You can get some more utility behind it, make sure the kits are in play, but this came way too easy. A nice little assertive move. You missed the interview with that of Mr. Kixon, saying they've practiced M80 a little bit in recent times. That might have played into why we're on Dust 2 as opposed to Anubis. I thought they'd definitely look for some safe haven and comfortability. Is that a word?
It is. I checked today.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to some comfort. But either way, Dust 2 used to be in the wheelhouse of Aurora as well. But there's all a learning experience for everybody. This team's played 15 maps, a bunch online.
So it really is, you know, kind of, you're going to see teething pains.
Of course, right? I think the expectation for the core, who are speaking Turkish, doing a lot of 4-1 Counter-Strike.
How was that a one-shot? He must have been tagged.
They tagged him, yeah. So there's a lot, right? A change of in-game leader, change of play style, change of coaching staff, change of language.
It gets a bit uncomfortable for M80. It shouldn't be anything they can't handle.
Now, this type of round, you are going to need Woxic on this scout to get a few more tags, and people might be wondering, why is he the only one to invest in this one? Well, he'll bring out a scout again into the next, but he's given them an opportunity to make this costly, and if they can get the bomb down, that'll be a success.
Long's off limits, at least you'd hope so. Sin up against an unarmored Glock with a armored MP9. Feels like long doors is not going to happen. Just going to hope to catch a timing. Is Jimmy ever the... Oh my god, Sin didn't clear his corners. A double Glock headshot, and this just scout and 4 pistols has fallen by the wayside for M80. Wacadia's patience overlooks the corner for a moment. To 1-on-4 for Swish. Needs an ace clutch, and I don't think he's even going to give it a look in. What's he supposed to do to get back into this one? Oh, that's agonizing. After what was truly a flawless pistol, you end up, it almost feels like it was all for naught.
Inexplicable, really, isn't it? It should never come that easy in that type of a buy.
Just pure patience, like, oh.
Yeah, that's an ugly start for M80.
Yeah, rough. It doesn't feel like Aurora had to do anything.
No.
You know, it's not like it was by virtue of an incredible strategy or incredible aim. It was M80 kind of opening the Lion's jaws and jumping inside.
I don't know my expectations for M80, but yesterday with the G2 game going 13-11 on Mirage, felt that they were definitely in that, so that may have raised them a little bit, but losing a sloppy round like that in the early stages, a force bite, sure, an eco with a scout, not so much, and this is where Def is going to need to get on the mic very early. Yeah, that's... Somehow it looks uglier in the replay.
Yeah.
That's one of the absolute worst ways to lose a round of Counter-Strike right there.
And one of the worst ways to start an elimination best-of-3 series.
Yeah, and now the job of the coach doesn't become about actually controlling the macro or the strategy or the decision-making and trying to outplay Ash and Kixon on the other side. It's, boys, can we not tilt?
Yeah, yeah. Can you... I know it's not easy. Could you forget that happened?
Well, okay, yeah, we'll pretend.
Moving on.
M4, couple of 5.7s, MP9.
M4's for free as well.
Yeah, I was talking about that Woxy scout. Yeah, he's going to be scouting in back-to-back rounds. Yeah. No, I'm AWPing. All right, I'm the big dog. Well, let's see.
Let's get it going.
You win this, it's worth 2, Aurora.
Oh, and they got long spawns they intend to use. 3 here from the CT side. Kixon's out, pathing anti-flash, but doing the dance. Jimmy's good for it. Something from Sin, more than something, everything. A double kill out of the 5-7. Now hoping to be overlooked is Swisher, just tucks car. Jaber, aggressive, clears out the tons. They have a very informed defense now. This molly is going to make life miserable for Swish. No extinguish. Has to peek, has to take the fight, and just burns down in combination with Woxic and Zentares. Job done. Mission accomplished. Wakadia lurking middle. How's Jaber's clears here? It looks like he's just going to pass short and be caught out by this. Nice shot. So from bad to worse, despite Sin's output. A very cautious Zentares around the edge of that smoke. Doesn't stop Slacks from finding something, but put to bed by Woxic.
Okay, a little bit tense there, but now it will be the eco. No other choice here for M80. As Aurora should go up to a 3-1 as far as the scoreline is concerned. Dust2 is also a curious choice when you look at this complexion of the roster. They've only played it twice since Kixon and Jimmy have joined, and they've lost it both times, one to Nemesis and one to Focus. But again, this is LAN. They have had a bunch of online games happen while they were trying to qualify for Star Ladder. They played Blast Bounty. That was where they ended up losing in that opening round to Focus.
Perhaps those results leading to M80's choice to remove... well, I'm looking at the wrong series.
Aurora move Ancient, M80 remove Nuke. Dust2 pick, Inferno pick, and then Anubis is the third.
Aurora selecting the Dust2.
Yeah, I was talking earlier about how my expectation was them to go into Anubis, but that's with the practice I think Kixon was talking about, that maybe they feel like they know too much about each other there.
Fair, fair.
Ash wasn't too content with how things went down in their opening cash game yesterday. He made a comment in an interview saying that leaving Spawn and they didn't have an idea of what they're up to. That's never a good sign. But a bit flustered in a best of 1. The opening day of EWC, their first LAN game as well. This eco, can't expect too much. The flash forward gives us something a little bit exciting, but Jimmy's just going to farm them up, including his teammate, and Kixon will find the final onto Sin. We'll call that 3-1, and now the guns will come out. So Slack should be able to get his AWP. Rifles for the rest, and we'll see if M80 want to go back to an aggressive gambit like they did on the pistol, right? Are they going to try and set the tone? Are they going to set Slacks up for picks? Or are they going to just play some default CS? And if they're going to play default CS, then it's the timing of the re-aggressors short of holding onto your util for the blocks. We'll see the tone of the game. Jimmy heads towards upper tunnels. Kixon smokes that long corner, and so they want to path mid quite quickly here. They're just strafing top mid.
Well, this is a lot of space.
Yeah, Swish is going to get, I was going to say, a bit of a shock. He's out the way quickly, but they're still very rapid up Cat. He has a good idea considering that Incendiary has stalled them out for now.
Fullback HG catches Wakadia. Square on the jaw, 50. Taken out of his health. It to be pressure applied by the smoke. Has pulled the defender away, so rather light. A lot of pressure likely onto Slacks if they go for the A finish.
Real lucky utility now for the CT side to continue to block, and still a minute on the clock. I'm going back towards upper tunnels, so with the lurk smoke in, they can turn this into a B execute.
See how long Lake holds onto that smoke. He's still got one. There it is.
They've got that third man cheating over as well as part of this. So they're reading the situation quite well at the moment, M80.
You're in the right place. How proactive is Lake on this? 38 seconds. GBA just walking, wasn't anticipating presence, remaining silent was Centares, but deadly. There's Lake on the trade, needed another, unable to provide with the white screen. Jimmy can though. So that's the B-side breach and should be round.
Yep, save.
Good luck with that. Oh!
It might entice them a little bit more. The bomb hasn't been planted yet. Sin activating top mid, looking for a little bit of room.
How often I see Orpers go for that shot. So rare I see them hit it.
Still looks like they're just going to opt for the save here. Looked like Sin wanted to activate, but with no kit between the two of them.
Yeah, it would feel a bit half-hearted, wouldn't it?
And the loss bonus of 2,900 into the next leaves them in this situation where the two of these individuals could drop, or they take a lighter upgrade on the other three, take essentially a save of their own, and get a full buyout for everybody into the next round. So choices to be had, but the scoreline can't be denied.
It already feels like Aurora have built quite the bank. I think that second round has really given them quite the gift.
And, you need to, I know we're not in the best of one territory anymore, but especially when you're playing as the underdog, those opportunities, you know you have to take, as they will take everybody with them. Sin, removing Woxic and Jimmy, so they have to be the full rebuys. That cash is going to be dug into, but no issues there. So they're making the choice right now, M80, of if they wanted to go for the force with the drops, or if they wanted to take the eco. Looks like they're going to go for the shove.
Ooh, mibr spotted crossing close B, so that's going to put him in a bit of a box. Need to smoke to bail him out.
It's a default spread this time from Aurora. Right, last gun round, they just waltzed straight up cat. This time round, they're going through the motions. Another molly to hold Swisher at bay. And the pressure on the mid to B. Really trying to condition this side of the map early. This time they don't have the stack with the extra man if there is that follow through.
Already liking what I'm seeing from Aurora's T side. Keeping the CTs vigilant across the map.
This is going to be tough for these two boys to hold on to. Sure, a smoke and an incendiary to work with. The first of the two just baited out now.
But I mean, 38 seconds on the clock.
But still, the rotation's not there. The mid to B smoke's up. If you cross middle, you could be going past an AWP holding the line. So this is where it has to be the shutdown from JBA and Lake, or round is over.
Lake's in a good position, starting loading his mag, and he will do just that in combination. JBA gets two. Just the one back. Oh, Woxic gets away with it on the fade of the smoke. Now, Lake was last seen back plat. Woxic hasn't acknowledged that. Should be easy for Lake to put this one in. Woxic 1 versus 3, and Slags has got him on the doors.
Good job by the B defense.
Yeah, truly. I mean, JB8 was spotted up close, acknowledged with the MP9, and still finds output on the B finish.
If they lost that round, their M80, you think that starts to force the hand of them, right? You can call the bluff, obviously, but in moments, okay, we can't just give them map control. We have to fight mid, short, lower tunnels.
Yeah.
And then at that point, you might be playing exactly into what Kixon and Ash are looking for. The fact that they've stood strong here means that they're not in control of the rhythm, but they've at least stalled out the plans of Aurora as far as the long game of this half goes, and you can see that resulting in a tactical timeout from Aurora. First call by Ash. With the money starting to run a little bit thin on a couple of the players, it does give them the opportunity to discuss how they're going to wield the scout of Woxic that was the hero on round number 2. Kicks in with a Galil. Jimmy will be able to get himself the AK and all the nades, and the same to be said for Wacardia alongside of Centares. Acknowledging the spawns. Not the best long spawns in the world, but they want to open into round number 7.
So they're going to go for the second timing.
They started 4A.
Coming straight out. On the extinguish, tracking's good, has Sin low, but they don't know about Lake. A little bit of a bait and switch potential here. Are you going to be expecting a second man tucked in the pit? Backs are turned, but still not easy on a mechanical level for Lake to be able to find the multi necessary now. He will be overlooked. I say that, looks like they're considering it. Swisher, good setup. Just the one trade by Wakadia in the pit by side. He's got to choose this. Perfect. Gets one, gets two. A transfer into Jimmy's noggin has him 2 HP. Still up for debate. Sweep and a miss. Slacks can't afford to miss another one of those. Centares onto the site. Looking to punish them. They're going for a boost over the smoke. It's perfect. A nice adaptation.
Well, at least that's info for Jimmy on where both of these players find themselves, but low HP. Yet to get that bomb. Just going to scoop it up now, and opting for the reroute is Slacks. Giving the room to work is JBA, and that 4A start out of M80 has paid dividends.
I don't think there's many pros, Chad, you put into a 1v2 with this health against these players. I don't think many people are getting out of it.
Especially not with a HE and an Incendiary, right? Because if he goes to plant that nade lands, he's a dead man. So at this point for Jimmy, you'd feel he needs to force the fights, but they could have gotten off to anywhere, and they're giving him enough rope to hang himself. So you really feel for the young Finn in this one. Tough to clutch around like this when you're not being offered any opportunities.
Gosh, you're so right. If he does go for that plant eventually, there's going to be an Incendiary and a HE in the air.
If he mollies short, like the back off right now for Slacks, because they have to acknowledge the possibility they're around the world. So that might be deep enough that the nade may not make it.
He praised it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. They understood the dink, right? The communication was there. Lake, massive impact. So denying the B site, they play a heavy A setup. So right now, you feel that M80 are in control of the rhythm because this is going to put Aurora back in a partial buy eco territory.
It is funny to say that Sin being spotted and naded actually set Lake up there.
And more of that nameplate Counter-Strike, isn't it? All right, well, we've seen this one before. Wakadia with a scout, 3 Glocks, and a Deagle for Jimmy. See if they can pull off another heist.
Surely M80 have learned their lessons from their foot fault, round 2.
Hey, you're going to get a slow round out of Aurora here. Just see if they get any of those oversteps that they're able to punish.
And Lake's not playing too scared.
Now, I think that's one of the balances you have to strike. There's certain maps where, you know, if you give Deagles too much room and then you try and jiggle into angle, you're a dead man walking. You need to give the respect. Right? You have to play your anti-pop setups in rounds like this, but you want to take your chances.
One hell of an aid.
Yeah, that's looking beautiful to me. Gosh. Oh, this will just be a farm fest now. Okay, Centares makes the scout work for one, but 4 staying alive. And M80 have course corrected since the pistol win and the scout loss in the second. So, got 4 straight from Aurora, now 3 back as we move into round number 9. The Woxic AWP not present, so another scout for the man. If Woxic can find a tag through the doors on this one. It's the HE, fires away. Doesn't get what he was looking for. But they are ready to fight mid, so they're not going to allow Aurora to have default space without a fight. You want lower, you want mid control, we're going to brawl.
Is very audacious from Lake. That flash has got his name written all over it from Kixon. Does have the white screen, and oh! He's been spotted retreating. Lucky to get away with his life there, just to go in the spine. Now Slacks is blind. This util all connecting. And now the scout bullet too. So Swisher limping. Lake 34 HP.
They're going to turtle up
Wait,
now.
Swish, he's kind of committed?
Yeah, he needs backup. Sin's coming. They're going to try and retake this control.
Okay. Flash better be brilliant. They are lining up the molly at the perfect time. Still anti-flash is Jimmy. Perfect, turns in. Sin needs the multi, can't provide. 4 on 3, Dust will settle.
Now they could just whir this one into an ace, but their problem is no utility on the T side for the long cross, and that's where the bomb is. So we get done with bullets.
Yeah, but Slacks has got so much work to do with the double swing. He should be caught and traded. He knew he was a dead man. They know Lake and JBA, the B players, likely disconnected from the A site.
They'll need a cross.
Sure.
Run boost.
I like the idea. Flying Centares. Oh, hang on. He slipped off the head. Lake is there. And they get the frags.
All right, well handled. Gets a bit of calm in that one, and back into the winning ways. Taking stock right now with a buy. Slacks can bring out the AWP. Means that Swish might have to operate on something a little bit lighter. There's that choice to make. Do we want to... No, they've been able to make the drops work, so... have a quote-unquote full buy. Even have a kit on Swish, so this one should work out. Zentares is making a biffy move here, straight down Suicide.
Oh, jumps across as well, gets 2 green box.
Not sure his smoke was meant to go through the doors.
No, I think he's flubbed it. And it results in Lake being able to push through those doors and find an opening off of Slax's flash. You've got your opening now. Are you ready for Wakadia so close? Can he use that smoke, a mist-thrown smoke, to have an element of surprise? Slax is not surprised at all. His eyebrows didn't even flinch.
Well, there's a mid-door smoke coming to land on top of the door right now, so let's see if they can turn this 3v5 around. They have a lot of time to work with, but you think this was a confirmed round now for M80. Those opening kills coming quite easily. Now this is the type of round with the utility you have. Get the jiggles out as soon as you find contact of players, block them, and redo your setups based on the information. Swish is staying active towards long, so this will inform either the mid to B, the B, or the short play. Good amount of information to eliminate a few of the options.
Flank through, bomb spotted on the radar. Swisher gets that info.
Hesha plays life now, right? He really should have had that kill, but it's okay, right? You've got the info, you saw the bomb.
Wow, Lake finding 2 on that. Just stands at the doors and welcomes the duel. He is delivering in the fragging department as he's supposed to in this roster. Up to 11 frags as well. Didn't fall foul to the split in the attempt to recover a 3v5. But yeah, those openings did come a little easy in that one for M80.
And lack of plants as well for Aurora have limited their opportunities now with a shot. Another partial buy. Woxic has 5k, but everyone else is not in a position where they can bring out AKs. But we'll see what comes out of this second tactical timeout from Ash.
I'm not surprised to see a timeout here, maybe even just for the finances, but even just that round. Those are the rounds he was talking about where it's just like, well, we've lost the round in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, and those are very frustrating. It's really bad when you have to go, guys, can we not die on the first timing?
Yeah, like the quickest you could die, don't
Normally
do that.
That's the worst for the CT side. It's like, just block. Can we just block? Let's just block.
Or even just, let the CTs throw some grenades before we're dead.
Oh, they are going to buy here. Okay. I guess because Woxic is able to facilitate this glass cannon AWP.
Wow. It's a lot of faith in the boy to find some impact on the cross.
Yeah, so a bunch of Tech 9s, a Galil in the mix. This is going to be a tough round for Aurora.
152 and shoot! Oh, Lake's got 26 to work with. He's always good for it, and out long for free. That's a lot of real estate.
Yeah, so Jimmy with a lot of space. This is going to apply pressure here. They already have this short control, and they even went for an extinguish on that T-side short molly. So the space is held from Slacks for now. Sin is aware of the possibility, but just because you know they could be there doesn't mean you actually believe they are. Sin was doing an awful lot of talking. The in-game leader has no support whatsoever until Slacks makes it back to top A. If you can get the AWP in pit, you can start to orchestrate around from here.
I mean, Chad, it is minimal on the utility. Doesn't matter if they swing into you, though. Woxic rewarded, catches Sin. First blood drawn, and not too much information either for M80.
No, well, hey. The AWP's long. That's about all you got right there. Starting to gravitate, taking a gamble, looking for a fight. They've left B.
Partnering up and starting their clears. Kicks in, though. With this low HP on Lake, he's susceptible to a Tech 9 bullet. Will pull back. Swisher won't.
Running out of time now. About to be 35 on the clock.
Yeah, but he's going to be a disruptive force on this short side. A forward position, ready for this headshot angle on the uncrouching Zentares, but he's managed to play it very well, and that's a dead man. And now a missed AWP shot. Things are spiraling out of control. M80, it just falls through their fingers. Well, this round rewarded off the back of the timeout from Aurora. Starts with a glass cannon AWP and a leg shot on doors, and ends with 5 alive and the bomb down.
Another one for those Aurora boys in this half of play, right?
Yeah.
I was surprised to see that buy. But Woxic, he's had scout output, he's had AWP output. All right, now they're looking to take it all away. JB8 noted towards car. He's hunting with that Mac 10 as Ricardia. Tap it through the doors, but gets to stay alive for now. And he's got some support coming his way to rip these away for the final round of the half. How many bodies do they want to throw on the line for this? And Taras gives it a go. And remember, Lake got tagged to start off the round. So Bomb About to go off. If they find this, they've wiped the board, and that's pretty damn impactful. You've got 1.8k for Lake. You've got 3.5, 3.4 for Sin and Slacks. You've got 2.7 for JBA, and then Swish is the high end at 4.3. So a rough final round of this first half. But Def has been... Oh, I'm going to give him the credit for this, but he's been successful, at least making sure they didn't just tilt off the face of the earth after round number 2.
Yeah, it's still a competitive scoreline.
For sure.
Regardless of such a brutal, demoralizing second round of play.
Another 4-man A start from Aurora. Excuse me, from M80. They've moved away from the B hits since they were shut down by JBA and Lake earlier in the half. And now returning to it on the final rounds by the looks of things. Bombing upper tunnels, 2 combing through lower. B fake utility. They're hoping to draw a rotation, so these,
And they got it. Swish
up.
up.
B players can play the rotation. Very well done.
He was caught in transition. Beautiful way to manufacture that opening.
But they are going back into the stack, right? Because Lake started long. Normally a B defender alongside a JBA.
Sin. Oh, perfect. Jimmy just started to pre-aim. Into the wall. Sin with clawback kill, but Zentara's onto Slacks. Really nullifies the defense. Up close, maybe Lake's got a chance on that pistol to close the gap. Hoping to be overlooked, hoping Sin can provide. Last round, you got to give it everything it's worth. And yeah, Workadi has decided to end it. Nice double. Transfers in for that double headshot. Now JBA, the last to fall. Aurora 7, M80 5. After picking up that pistol, after having their face melted off in the second.
Embarrassed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still,
it's a half.
It is a half. So I'm not writing this one out for M80 at this point by any stretch of the imagination. They definitely pulled themselves back into things.
I have, however, and I can't, this is an unfounded opinion, feel like I've seen M80 sometimes have competitive halves and then kind of disappear into nothingness in a second half. They have the capacity to do so. Obviously, 13-11 versus G2 here at EWC. They've pushed it to every round of regulation that sent them here into this elimination bracket.
There's moments of excitement with the M80 roster, right? They have some games where it's like, oh, you got to pop off here. But then when you see them against the bigger names, or I guess we just go European names,
sure.
Traditionally, their wins are few and far between.
But like the way in which Swisher died there, that's what European teams will force you to do. You know, you're reacting, you're caught with a grenade out, you're getting kind of pulled around the map. But a 5-7 scoreline, let's see what this pistol gives us.
4-man A start from Aurora. Bomb outside long. You've got 1 man. That's going to be Zentara's solo B with these dual Berettas. They played for an aggressive A start. Now they're able to rotate back. A mid-door smoke and a short molly to try and grab them a bit of space. And they have a second wave of U2 on Sin. But it looks like they were hoping to force a rotation, which have done to some degree. They want to try and finish this round in an A split, 3 through long, 2 through short. Voxic will be receiving them on long. You've got a Goose set up with Wakadia and Jimmy to assist. That Jimmy flash can help out on either side.
Voxic's P2000 can be deadly. Evasive maneuvers doesn't stop Sin from getting his head blown off. Nice one back. Gooshed is Voxic. Slacks just needs to put 1 bullet into the Kev. Jimmy solid as a rock. Lake, JBA gone. He's still standing on the site as well. Do you dare take these fights? USP. That's his P2000. He's recovered it off of Voxic's corpse, but there's so many bodies. A headshot onto Jimmy. Need to finish some of these kills and unable to do so as Jimmy's on for 4. Denied by 1. And it's Zentara's to close it down. Triple out of the fin. Aurora off to the races in the second half.
Okay, well, I don't imagine they're going to have a similar
a foot fault.
Look, it's so hard to see around with Glocks and a Scout winning. Like that should happen 1 out of 20 times.
Yeah.
I could see Slacks bringing the Scout right now, and he's definitely proficient with the scope rifles, but looks like they are just going to take the eco.
Such good output out of Jimmy in the pistol.
And Voxic brings some energy. This is the man that has the most experience of the Turkish team in an international squad, right? Now sports famer once upon a time as Wakadia and Zentara's assertive, aggressive, and looking to farm up some Eeks here. They're going to make light work of this one as the final frag comes in. And that'll be that, 9-5. Treating it like a job right now.
And if I'm deaf, I'm just writing in my book, that's how it's supposed to look.
All right, well, trapped with the AKs. Inferno up next. Anubis if we need it. And then we've got Astralis versus Falcons as the final game of the A stream to round out the day. So plenty more Counter-Strike coming your way. We've also got the B stream raging on. So let's see if this one has any more twists and turns. Aurora win this. The loss bonus 2,900. If the bomb doesn't go down, it's partial by territory. And well, we'll see how quickly they can run away with the game. Good enough.
It works.
Given a lot of room. It looks like once they take the short control, then the trap's going to pounce. So Flash at the ready. Woxic and Zintares paired up with Kixon's utility.
Why does it look like it's going to be a perfect flash? Oh, Lake actually brings the fight ahead of it, enables and facilitates a trade from Sin. 4-on-4, nade dump.
I think in that situation on the CT side, you're waiting for the windowsill molly to come land at the brick box, and then you activate.
Right, makes
sense.
sense.
They didn't get the util tell, and that's why the surprise came in. They're pivoting now, back out the long doors with the bomb. DBA hanging around middle, and he's got a bunch of utility to sell him into B. We'll put some pressure on. So right now, split in a 2-2. It's going to be tough for Kixon and Woxic.
Especially considering just a FAMAS for Kixon up against the AK-47s at range. Not easy fights. He's looking the wrong way as well. This is such a committed position from Kixon. He's in trouble behind the single box. Trying to maintain short control as best he can, but will swing to his demise. Woxic very loud on the leg break. Bad smoke on the cross. He can exploit that. They don't have another to replenish it. JBA is the only one with it from short. And he just goes for it. A straight YOLO maneuver. Now into a 2-on-2. This is not looking good. This is ugly. Sin and Slacks, the two Germans, side by side, and now just Slacks. He's been caught through the car. Uncomfortable is Slacks in the clutch. And he's been spotted out. The jump spot from Wigardia, and an easy pick for the finish. Felt like you really had a golden opportunity there. Multiple bodies on long, but a missed smoke.
Yeah, I'd love to see how that unfolded. Was it just misthrown? Was it? It couldn't have been blocked.
It wasn't
blocked. So yeah, I'm going to be frank. You can be machine.
Yeah, okay.
But that ain't good enough.
It's not. So there's a couple of them. There's a couple of these, rounds that would have a big, red highlighter over them that you need to discuss. You go 1-for-1 in your opening exchange. You find the site player.
You see the idea. They've gone, hey, Jabo, we've missed the smoke. Can you come help us out?
Yeah.
And they've tried to piece it together, but it's meant to be cleaner. It's not meant to be desperate every turn like that. So 10-5, 5-round gap, partial buy. Decent looking partial buy. A couple of Galils to complement the pistol upgrades and util. So see if there's any fight in them. Another assertive stance.
Zintara's getting aggressive.
I'm loving it. I am loving it.
I don't think Swisher is. Yeah, brutal. Head smashed. Lake trades from lower tons.
Good amount of damage done onto Lake here as well from Zintares. Do like the fact that in these rounds, they are using him as a weapon. Oh, hello. And thank you very much.
No. Oh, it was a really cool idea as well.
What are you meant to do?
Like, I'm on the other side of the door, so like it blows the smoke, but it doesn't do any damage to me.
And then I have vision.
And I have vision, so does the guy that's right behind
me.
Oh, sheesh.
Okay. At least we're having fun.
I like that. I really like that. I'm sure Lake didn't, but... Okay, here we go. That's actually one hell of a clawback. Kixon's flank gets... one. Trade? Yes, indeed. Sin provides.
Oh, there's a real round now. 45 seconds, 2v2. All on A.
I'm
Jimmy
scared
on
of
B.
Woxic and Jimmy, so I don't know where I want to go.
If they trade 1-for-1...
Sure, okay.
Oh, they divide and conquer.
Oh, okay. Do you assume they grouped up? No, you don't, because you're
believe
Woxic
it.
and you're smart and you hold long instead. Catches the swing of Sin. Job done. Bomb long. Slacks 25 seconds and he's crouching towards his prey.
Jimmy might have him here in a moment. Oof, Jimmy's playing safe.
Woxic audible. And hits the heady. 1v1 versus Jimmy. 15. Has he even got the time?
Safe, bud.
Jimmy's got him with his knife out, pants around his ankles. Awkward. An 11th for Aurora.
I guess give it a go in the sense you were going to buy in this next round anyway. So
nice little team ace from Aurora to bring home the 11th, and it is what? Timeout time.
Second from Def. First he used after the second round of the first half. So it's been a long time between drinks. Here it is. Hi.
Such a cool idea.
Woxic's awareness to assume, or at least be cognizant of the possibility that they did divide and conquer, as opposed to a 2v2 staying together on the T side. I mean, fair play. Fair play. Alessa Orpa's caught looking at short after that molly is thrown. And we would go back to back. How often you see that? From Def to Ash.
Yeah, and this is interesting, just people maybe not knowing this, but if you could take all 3 of your tactical timeouts back to back to back, right? If you wanted to turn it into 1 minute and 30, you're more than welcome to do that. Now, obviously, this is opposing coaches, but it's curious. Maybe he didn't like the way that the timeout ended, or he's just had a premonition. He looked across and he's gone, hold up, I know what that signal means.
Right.
I hope they keep up the aggression just to be jarring. You're not letting M80 be comfortable. I understand that the rounds they did it on were an eco and then a half buy. But imagine if you did it now. You got Wakardia with a good lower tunnel spawn. Woxic with a good long spawn. He could just take the AWP there, post up. That's full buy for M80. Last one they'll likely have unless they can start connecting a couple of rounds. Woxic will take the AWP towards long.
And again with this aggression, the audacity to go for it again. You get exactly what you wanted. Will it be the same result for Swisher? Flash does catch him. Swisher just trying to get that lower molly thrown. And oh, Sin caught out. Another for Zantara is asking too much. Important from Lake and Swish. You have the advantage, a necessary round. Cannot afford to slip up now.
And they're waiting for another CT reaggress. So much time, there's no need to rush through M80. Dixon might just walk straight into this AWP. Perfect. Woxic and Jimmy in a 2v4. Well, hold up. They're all together and all coming through short into the AWP. If they go contact, there's you at least.
Jimmy, Woxic standing their ground.
Oh, no.
Now you've got to get past that Woxic up on long. Do you want to just run B?
Yeah, they are. They've got time for the pivot. It will make the retake much harder for Woxic.
Yeah, it goes from looking like it almost favored him to looking quite the opposite.
Yeah, and he doesn't have much cash at all, so you should see the save coming through. In the previous 2 rounds, only 2 staying alive and then 1. And now with Woxic having to hold on to this, we will get a few more rounds of Counter-Strike.
Is that enough to deter you? Your aggressive round didn't quite bear fruit this time? Do you go back to a more standard setup?
I think you will, but you're also going to have a buy off of 1,400 loss, right? So Jimmy's going to have more than enough to buy. It should work out, right? There might be 1 emission in the mix, but they're going to be close to what they're looking for in terms of the buy department. All right, so AWP retained, 6th round posted. So Zentaras and Kixon can both go M4s but light on util. Jimmy can have a full buy. Woxic could drop something to Wakardia, or he can buy a Famus or an MP9 of his own. Okay, that's it for the timeouts.
Everyone's used them,
Yeah,
okay.
all expended as M80. That they need to convert consecutive to get back into this game. You humble the finances of Aurora, you'll force them into an eco position. The scoreline likely to resemble 11-8 at that point, and then the guns will come back out. So you can see Aurora are making this buy work. And you were asking the question about aggression. If they go for M4s on Zentaras and Kixon instead of MP9s and util, I think that they probably could go for something aggressive again, right? The nade's being juggled. Kixon gets a full bell. They have 5 smokes at least for their openers to block long, to block upper tunnels. Orp starting short. They'll have to worry about the boost.
Oh, no, you don't! Woxic! That is filthy!
Yeah, just beelined for that fight immediately.
No fear. And no chance. Slack slumped in his chair. You've just discussed it. You've had time out to really think about it, and your round ends in the opening.
And interesting, with that kill coming in early, they've started 3B, right? Zentara is that rotating A rifler, has started over towards the B side, so they were hedging for a mid to B or a B pop. Woxic gets the AWP opener, and well, now this round is the debate. They still want to finish towards A by the looks of things. Woxic AWP on long.
Ooh, Sin gets info and out. Space as well on the short side. Kicks him nothing. Empty hands for him. Woxic posts a second. A third available. Tracks on Swisher. Can they fell the Southpaw sniper? It takes everything into a 3-on-2. Bomb to be planted and a retake to take shape.
I wonder if they wait for Wakadia. He's gone through backyard T-spawn, so he's going to be a very long way away from this.
Looks like Jimmy and Zentara is having a conversation.
They're looking for the boost over this smoke.
Okay, Sin recovers the AWP. Not typically his weapon of choice. Got JBA a lot of responsibility, and Sin, yeah, just gets jiggle baited by Wakadia. Now he's going to get run down. He's lost his teammate. He's fallen through the cracks. He's in jeopardy now. Has to hit that, and he has one-on-one, and Jimmy jumps into his jaws. Sin on the sniper for 4. We keep this party going. One hell of a clutch after that first miss. I thought it was cooked.
I don't like it when I have to be a stick in the mud. But that was very individual there for the finish of Aurora. Just putting their bodies on the line for the trade. I know they're on the pressure of the clock of the bomb, but not connected. You could. The last two there highlighted exactly. Oh, I thought they were full eco in this situation. Aurora on for a buy again. Okay.
Woxic like the AWP. It felt great.
Remember now, Ash doesn't have any more timeouts, so...
He's just watching through his fingers.
You wonder if this is a tilt buy with how they let that slip away?
We'll find out very quickly.
Oh, it's left a bit of a taste.
If I'm Lake, I'm begging Swish for a swap. Come on, man. You can have all my nades and a MAC-10. What do you think?
I'm just looking for... 5-man long finish by the looks of things. Swish will probably just come and join this, make sure the flanks aren't possible. If you're the CTs in this scenario and you don't have util to stall them out on the cross, you have to hope that you can capitalize in the chaos somehow, and they're all over towards short, so I'm not sure how you're meant to win this round if you're Aurora.
A cross smoke good? It is. You're walking into a real trap. Good headshot. The boost works out. Zentara is able to track a second. JBA did not know where he needed to be putting his bullets. And now that Swish late arrival feels like he's just going to walk into Jimmy. A free frag on a silver platter unless Swish hits it on the full commit spray. Dead now. No! What? How is he getting so much output on the low HP? Fair play to Swish. He's already getting dapped up.
Zentara is going to give this a look. It'll have to be the ace.
All right. Ace from Zentara is not out of the realms of possibility. Has to fight backwards now with the flame at his feet. Maybe that's enough.
Yeah, save it. All right. I really thought we might have seen an eco come out of them in that round, but wanted to go for the shove. 11-7 will become 11-8. Zentara saves the AK. Loss bonus 2,400 going into the next. So it has to. I say it has to.
It doesn't
have to be anything. Convention says take an eco. Use the AK.
You need 2 rounds.
Zentaris is playing well. He's assertive. He's in your face, hitting some nice shots. This is where I might just look at Ash.
Yeah.
And see the level of potential disappointment in the next round call he might get.
No chance for them to call another timeout. Both coaches have burned through all 3. It's just up to the 5 in the server. This boost was quite inspired. It really worked out. Kicks in, setting up Zentaris to succeed. It was actually, I mean, miraculous from Swisher.
How the man was able to find so much output there.
And somehow only take 19 damage on that bullet? I don't know. I don't know.
Played his immunity idol in that one.
Yeah, I think he did. He certainly did survive. And Jimmy's down to 25. Zentara's go kill.
He fights against JBA towards lower tunnels, who just has a Mac 10. Now that AK is noted, you would think at this point you want to start accelerating elsewhere to take some space. Now, again, you don't know it's these light pistols, but you can make a safe assumption. So they can hurry things up a little bit. Use their firepower and utility advantage. Torres trying to get there in time, but here comes the execute.
There's a lot of CTs. Closer than you may imagine. They spot and remove Zantares first. That was a priority target. Everything else will fall into place nicely for a 9th. Those Mac 10s, those deliberate Mac 10s, proving very useful. Lake's been finding a lot of impact.
I like the choice of Lake there as well, though. He noted danger. I'm just going to kill this guy. Let's not give them the opportunity to... If you're too scared, this is what I'm talking about with the anti-eco balance. There needs to be a level of aggression coming out.
You can't give too much respect.
It's not. You're not just aiming for the objective, right? You know that you have to take these duels when necessary. So M80, a 2-round gap now, as they are building up a little bit of speed in the second half. Where you ask yourself, if they manage to get the conversions off the back of the pistol, how much closer to that magic number of 13 could they be already?
Sure, true. A recovered half regardless in that first. And looks like there might be a recovered half here in the second as well.
So full buy for Aurora. Woxic has his AWP. There's only one kit. Slacks looks like he wants to jump suicide. So just going to look for a tag on the cross, not having the boost early.
His rival Orpa might peek on that HE explosion. He did go for that crouch peek close door.
Did they just go for a B-pop? Yeah, they are. This is going to be a much earlier timing. They've been doing a lot of defaults, so B-pop coming.
It's only Jimmy here, but he is
playing anti.
One hell of an anchor.
Woxic can break the door smoke as well.
Jimmy, what have you got, lad? A lot of work to do in the first. An easy pick. Nice from Swish on the trade. Woxic kept at bay by the flame. Heavy nade onto Swish's face.
This round should be impossible to retake. Just look at how much utility M80 have.
He's going through. He wants to deny that plant. Wacardia gets him off it. Awkward now. Lake on the trade. Ambitious. You don't have to retake if you can stop the plant, I suppose. And Zantara's catching flak from Swish through that smoke. Puts him low. Resmoke doors.
Multiple. They are so flustered right now.
It's so stressful.
All that extra U2 was meant to hold Aurora at bay. This round is back on in a big way with that heads-up play from Wacardia.
Still got one flash on Woxic. They might be discussing how to utilize it. Lake departing or just worried about that tons. Bomb down this time. There's that flash. Kicks it through the window. He's quick on this. Ahead of their expectations. Slacks needed that. Combat AWP onto Kixon. 2-on-2. All to play for. You got Woxic on the window side. Zantara's just AWPing tons. Lake overextends. He is a dead man into Zantara's crosshair. Oh, caught on the jump up. Lake at overextension, punished by the AWP, but needs the no-scope. Slacks on one. Pistol would have done it. Can't hit it on the no-scope. It's the USP from Zantares. And he pulls it off with a second to spare.
Some of these rounds, I'm having a tough time. Like, Wacardia with that play, he hasn't had... Oh, it's down to the wire as well. He didn't want to mess about finding a kit, because there was a kit, and that is right down to the wire. A bit of a roller coaster around that one, I think.
It was. It really was. Of course, it was unconfirmed damage. Swish's random smoke spam. He didn't know he had Zantares within a single bullet.
Jimmy gets his, right? But at this point, they're in the site. It's a first timing. They haven't feigned a default. They haven't used util short. They haven't tried to get map control elsewhere, which means you have smokes, you have mollies, you have HEs, you have flashes, but you didn't have the doors covered.
Oh, wow. This is just the first map. We've got a fun one today. Look at Woxic on the wall. He's not even worried about top swing. He just knows that they're going to be doing that after the smoke. There's a flow chart to M80. Pulls back as the smoke arrives. Respects the util. Space conceded. Chip damage onto Swisher. Reaggress for Zantares. They're setting him up to succeed. Swings on the flash and isolates a freebie. Swisher completely booked. An opening kill in pursuit of that magic number. You've got the advantage now. If you're M80, can you overcome the absence of Swisher and find a finish? Crisscross. Just leg, though. I try and play it slimy, but this is very smart from Jimmy. He's positioned himself to punish anyone that dares push through on the crisscross smokes, and nearly got blocked by the view model, but Lake's the next man on the naughty list. Looking good for Aurora. They line up, running into B. Wicardia nearly the double kill to end the round. JBA had the bomb.
Sin has to move. Look at the time.
Yeah, he's a dead man. Oh, it's ugly, and that is map. Dust to Aurora's pick, going Aurora's way.
Yeah, dominant stuff in terms of the opening kills, but the scoreline tells a different story. That was cumbersome at points, but one map away from staying alive and sending M80 home.
Yeah, and the pretty picture right there painted by Aurora across the canvas that turned out to just be M80 getting pushed around quite a bit on Dust 2. First map of this series, we're looking Inferno next, but not before we try to put some loose ends here to make them meet. I've got Yanko, I've got Dupree, my name's Trace. We're at the Esports World Cup in Paris. Elimination game at that, gentlemen. Some stuff on the stake here.
Yeah, it was good to see the fact that Aurora managed to close this one out. They got a bit dicey in the end, and I think that 1v3 clutch from Sin, that gave, at least they made a little bit of, confidence that they could maybe close it out. I think it came down to a couple of good retakes from Aurora, but also you could tell that the opening kills was something that really went in the favor of Aurora, and that also netted them the majority of the rounds, and it was good to see that they had something planned out right. It seemed like they made fewer mistakes, even though this game wasn't the most pretty one that we've ever been casting or looking at, but at least looking at the game, no one really dropped the ball like heavily in terms of their raw side.
Yeah, the mistakes were definitely made on the side of M80. I think it's fair to say in a couple of different key rounds. We'll get into that a bit later, but yeah, I think you're just seeing, these details matter and small things become big things, and just some lack of discipline, some basic mistakes in key rounds have cost M80 this map.
But for what it's worth, M80 bring the fight right now. They're delivering us a series from the looks of it to a degree.
Yeah, they definitely did. Even with how it all started, right? They won a flawless pistol round, but then when they went into the conversion, they ended up losing to just a single scout and a couple of Glocks. It's not really the start that you want to be seeing, but they tried as much as they could to keep the composure going, and even when they turned their attention to T side, they had struggles finding the openings, they had struggles finding the rounds at the beginning, but once they, the individuals got with some clutches, it got closer, but then in the end, the mistakes, they kind of piled up in a couple of crucial moments, and, that's just what it is, if you make more mistakes than your opponents, you will also lose.
Yeah, we have so many rounds to go over. It's just pretty much the synopsis of the game to a degree. And a lot of them are going to have some individual performances too, like some moments of absolute clarity there. I'm thinking about moments of outside of long A, for example, when we've got to push M80 just full in there in control, and they're pushing all the way through long, and they just fall into the trap card of Aurora. It's like they know. And so the question becomes, is this a fingerprint, a little bit of what Ash and company are putting together?
Some early signs, absolutely. You can see that Aurora has some good protocols. They have some good ideas, right? That's always going to be the easier part for them, right? That's theory. You go in, dry on a server, install things. This is this setup, this is that setup, but it's once the round breaks down and you get into 4v4s, 3v3s and all that stuff, it's like when things become a bit more dicey for the communication to flow and everyone to be on the same page.
Yeah, and I really wanted to just dive back into what I think was one of the good things for round 2 specifically was, I think this is one of the things that Kixon brought over from Falcons. We've seen Manisi do this well, where you just pick up one scout and have a couple of blocks instead of just going full eco. And this scout also, it creates space for you, and Voxic finds the first kill onto leg, right? And then this is one of the mistakes that, I kind of wanted to point out, it's 40 seconds on the clock, and, it's just Glocks they're going against. There's, no utility at this point that's been thrown out. They know it's probably just one scout. They should be able to hold on to their own. Sin doesn't have to push long this given, because as soon as he dies, he's open enough to flank on the guy on the A bomb side, and then he just left alone, and everything just falls apart for that. It's hard to say that it's a good call from the Falcon side, because it's not supposed to give you a round win, but it's at least supposed to give you a little bit of economy damage. But it turns into a win, and also create some of the momentum that Aurora used to scrap some more rounds.
Details also, Lake gets tagged, right? Yep. He's the one with the M4 and JBA is the one with the MP9, so JBA is playing close tunnels. Maybe you can swap those guns and then swap positions, right? If you're going to do that, Voxic probably knew he tagged them, so he's just like, all right, we can go towards there. And it was a little bit unfortunate the way it happened to M80, but it's not completely random.
Yeah, and again, front runners, Zantares. People sometimes ask why, it's on LAN, where's he at? Or I guess they used to ask. They probably don't ask that as much anymore. Interestingly enough, for him to fitting into this Aurora lineup as it's come together, who is that side piece for him to lean on whenever maybe he doesn't hit a shot?
I would have to ask him, Trace. I'm not gonna go into
Look,
that.
Don't get too grim with it.
I see a ring on his finger. Nice one. I see what you did there. But yeah, Zantares, honestly, this is gonna sound maybe weird, but he has a lot to prove.
Yeah,
and I think he has to earn his spot on this roster long term in a way, right? Like, because he's had his, I think we're also just a little bit stuck in Zantares like of old, and he was really like bringing it, and then he had a ton of output. Like, that hasn't necessarily been the case in the last year and a half, right? And especially in big games that Aurora would go to the playoffs and then lose, like, his level would drop off significantly. So now that you're talking about any English-speaking player is open to you as an organization, well, there's a lot of guys out there that can frag on a rifle that, could be an upgrade if he doesn't step up.
It's even down to the debate about, is he even the best Turkish player anymore? Like,
no.
Whitehead is there, right?
Yeah.
I'd give him that, that bounty back.
And I'd say Wacadia forever. That's pretty much where I'm at on the whole thing. I'm also at round 15. I'm talking about a short fight. Swish with the long control, but Slacks misses a smoke and it all falls apart.
Yeah, it's the first gun round, right? And M80 won the first pistol, lost the eco, lost the second pistol. So it's really important. They get the trade here. They understand the setup, right? That's going to activate Swisher on long, knowing no one's there. All right, they're rotating over. It's a 4v4 situation. They're going to be able to find kickstand on side. This is a tough spot for Aurora because they don't have short control or long. So now they're kind of stuck, and Slacks with the smoke, it's not going to cover everything. And it's another detail in this round, right? Now they cannot cross. They're trying to figure it out. They're bringing over JBA from short, but this is really what enables Aurora to come back into the round. Boxy gets a kill and a headshot. Vicadia gets the second, and then him and Jimmy are able to close it out in a 2v1 against a low HP Sack. So this is going to be a recurring theme in this analysis, right? Where it's just like, you need to be hitting your smokes, as simple as that, right? Like, you basically have side control. You just need to cross over, plant the bomb, and it's an easy round. But one missed smoke and everything goes sideways.
And to me, there's two things to this given round. One is the thing that we talked about, as you mentioned, Janko, like the protocols there for Falcons, right? In the beginning of the round. But as soon as they fall out of that setup and they have to figure out something on the fly, they need to read the situation mid-round. I mean, at this point, they needed to get cat control a little bit faster. The B players maybe need to push down mid to, alleviate some of that pressure that's already put them. But then turn into M80, when they have that much space, both long and short, they should be winning it, right?
Yeah, let's also push a little bit past that. Round 21, we talk about having the right protocols, but there's also a level of proactivity that has to happen.
Listen, M8 is making a comeback. Maybe they can do it. It looks like a good call, right? I don't know about Kerrigan's KD, but that guy definitely has cultural impact, because that's what Vicadia goes for, right? Like the early sort of, he throws the smoke, asks for a flash, wants to kill the planner, and he does that. And it's really important because now it extends the round. The casters were talking about the utility. A lot of it gets wasted. Great job of swapping guns with Zantares and a flash. Can't believe he hits this flick with the AWP, right? That's a nasty shot. And at the very end, right, also able to get the kill on Slacks with the USP. Like, that was an absolutely huge retake because you can see their money. It's tapped out. Like, this is a huge risk. Them actually going for this round would have been much safer to just save and sort of go into the next one. But yeah, they did a great job. This is not easy to do. Like, all this coordination in the retake, first the fast play, then swapping guns, doing all of that stuff. So that was a really good round for Aurora.
If you're M80 in that situation, do you immediately go for the plant again?
I think you should. I think it's the chaos, right? And it's always about, I used to say this to my team, if we get like B like this, don't be pulling out nades. Just have your guns out, right? Because because that's the easiest way to lose a round on B is to a fast retake, right? And this wasn't necessarily a fast retake, but it's this one kill that sort of made them nervous enough, and then people are double smoking, they're wasting all that utility that they actually had in store for themselves.
Yeah, I just want to touch on Jimfed as well, because I think, he's an interesting prospect when it comes to this Aurora team, and sure, maybe at least coming into the game and throughout the majority of it, he was putting up the numbers. He was just overtaken by Voxic and Santeris in the end, but he's an important piece. He's also the most experienced with his time in Mouse, but also I think it's interesting to see in also Ash's world, like, what can he do to bring Jimmy back to where he once when he joined inside of Mouse. So, that's a prospect that I'm very excited to see.
And what can Aurora do with a CT-sided start on Inferno? That'll be the question, but we'll get our answer after this. We go to a quick break so that we can come back and get things right back off where we started here. It is an elimination game. We are at the Esports World Cup, and it's live. Let me tell you what, down here in Paris, that's where you should be. We'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
close corners, not getting the fights he's looking for. There's the barrel, there's the kill. 5-7 out next. Looking for a second challenge. Wrinkle can't get it, so it's got to be Heavy God, and you rely upon him in situations like this. But he can't get to it because the grenade over the top from Favin. It was not planted for him, but he had the right tool for the job. And Big get this one into overtime.
Oh, a miraculous round win when they'd been struggling so much, but boy, did they get given some gifts. The Hunter push, fine, it's the tactic you called, but the Nerds getting pulled into the red room play, walking into the off of Wrinkle. Ritsumi of Grix. Big has just sat here on the map waiting for the response, and the fact they almost fought back. They almost. But it's Favin, who else? The man who's been having incredible impact for Big in both maps in the series thus far.
Big survive the total collapse. They stay in the game. Nerds again, taking heavy damage, 38 HP right off the get-go. Hunter and Nerds trying to get back in towards this A site. Gonna have to play a little bit more passive. They were bitten a little bit too hard in that last round.
And they've had a lot of more aggressive defenses, right? Opening up of the round, Wrinkle's been close up with the AWP a number of times. So a different look, especially with no op at the bomb site whatsoever. Hunter gonna be playing default, Nerds and Donut will drop delay utility and turn to help out Hunter when this hit comes in. But with low HP, there's not a whole lot he can provide.
You feel caged right now if you're Big behind that fire. Your smokes have gone in and you really wanted to move forward at an earlier timing, but here they go. Trying to get past Nerds and play math and taps and cut right through the defense. Nothing done from G2.
Well, Heavy God's gonna slide through, try and create the opportunity, the chance, but oh, it's such a low percentage. Good find, can't get a second. Favin puts him down. And Madison Wrinkle far away. This retake is not gonna happen.
Oh, Big finding a way back into the game fully now then. Money's no longer a problem here in overtime. They get the full buys back. And we now look over towards Hunter and
this ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back, the Esports World Cup for 2026. We're in Group A, lower bracket, and one of these teams is going home. Aurora managing to pick up their map pick, Dust 2. I've got Sponge in the building, who watches a lot of Counter-Strike, loves Counter-Strike. Didn't necessarily love what he was seeing at all times on Dust 2. What would you describe that first map as?
Messy.
Okay.
I think my expectation for these teams is that, though, right? I think I'm just thinking, perfect Counter-Strike.
Yes.
That's what we want to see, but that's not what you're going to get all the time. And the most exciting Counter-Strike is not perfect Counter-Strike.
That's true.
We're getting an entertaining map. Let's hope it's a series, as grand finalists last year, Aurora, lost to the Mongols.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they would love to get anywhere near that this time round. Gone international, trying to piece things together. This is a LAN event, so the first time we're really seeing them put their toe into Season 2 of 2026. And the ambitions for an organization like this is to be one of the best teams in the world. I think Zentares, he was fantastic on Dust 2 there, wasn't he? He was a monster in the opening. He was very aggressive, constantly pushing forward and making things jarring for M80.
I think Woxic as well stood out to me. Just the way he can insert himself on the CT side to just find impact. He's swinging out. I mean, he's catching players boosted and suicide, going for the widest of swings as an AWP player. Let's see what happens on Inferno. This is M80's turf. Ash, of course, you can see another new face behind them, not just the players in the ranks as well. New coaching change as well. No more Faber. Let's see, Jimmy, Kixon, and Ash, these new faces surrounded by that Turkish core.
Now, it might be new faces, but they're just going to plug exactly into the positions that Madja and Soulfly played.
Right.
So Kixon will be assisting Wakadia over towards B. Zataras will be your rotating rifler between the sites, Woxic the AWPer, obviously, and then Jimmy will take the anchor role that Soulfly had over towards A. So as far as the CT is concerned, and on a lot of maps for Aurora, it's just plug and play. But it's a new style of approach to the game, especially on their T side.
And a new language, let's not forget.
Yes. Question mark smoke top mid. They're ready for Kixon and Banana here. Taras, the dual Berettas.
It's logically sound. You can see that Zantaras will take that contact and Kixon will throw a nade on the retreat.
Now, there is a gap that has to be somewhat acknowledged by that of Aurora, which, because of that mid smoke, there is a long lurk, a possibility.
It's not coming, though. It's going to be these two towards apartments, and the setup could not be better. Jimmy jiggling for the info. Wakadia to be baited in by this, and it doesn't get easier than that.
They were hoping to force a rotation. They have somewhat, but you'd like to get a kill and get into pit because that would have sold the fake. Now, the B rotation hasn't really moved.
No, they're still here. Now he can dump his util to make things uncomfortable, and more than uncomfortable, Zantaras and Kixon just shut them down.
Not as good as M80's pistol on Dust 2. They took 1 point of damage.
Oh, you see.
So
yeah,
they've got him there.
Well, maybe M80 can have something just as good in the second round of the
unfortunately, if this was a Cache, a Mirage, an Ancient, I might... Oh, maybe I'll take Ancient back. But with a Scout, maybe. But this time round, it's just going to be the full Eek.
The fullest of Eeks.
Let's see if they want to be aggressive on Inferno as well on some of these anti-Ecos or anti-force by rounds. Aurora. Just want to be slow and steady as you like.
Sin is talking an awful lot, just having to, use this time wisely, right? It's just a free timeout.
You've had the break in between the maps. You've done your harder. You've had your conversations. You know what your game plan's going to be. You've picked this map, or at least you'd hope so. I think in the early stages of a season when a team doesn't have many reps, obviously nameplate Counter-Strike, we can identify that. The positions, we know what they are. But in terms of their approach to the game, their moves, that's where they can surprise you a little bit. The same can be said for a team like M80, right? When you're playing as an underdog, I think you need to have more pocket rounds because you can just try and play default Counter-Strike and build out the decision tree, and every time you hit a hurdle, but I feel that you have to take more risks, right? Because you want to topple some of these higher-rated teams so that you can get the VRS points. Fortunately for M80, they're considered an America's team, so it's not as competitive. Obviously, when you look at South America, they are very good teams too, but the North Americans, it's few and far between. Kixon, how many can you get against the Eeks? Amus is good for all of 2. Wakadia be able to deal with this one, and if he doesn't, no support is there. So the dual Berettas finish it off. There's a Famus available to upgrade into, and they'll grab it just in time. So, well done against the Eco, and now the guns come out. It'll be a combination of Swisher and Lake working on some of this banana control with the support of Slacks on the util. Sin will assist that of JBA on getting second mid control through Halls and Boiler. And that's if they want a default. They might want to try and do something direct into this first rifle round. What's the call, Sin? Or starting T stairs. And they're all negated in middle. They can go for a break. It looks like they want to go for a boost instead. So a good sightline for Woxic, confirming they're not scaling fast up while also looking for a cheeky pick. Exchange of utility in top banana. You know that it's going to be a little bit more light on for M80 with this first gun round. So giving them the banana control.
Taking some apartments control.
They want to fight this. They're ready to swing. What's the tell? What's the go? Looking to go dry.
Yeah, Woxic's considering it. Starting there, clears. JBA, held by Jimmy. Good weapon as well, MP9 at this range. JBA takes the head-to-head duel, unable to find the headshot he needed.
They can't even react into B, Alex. The bomb's down T stairs. They weren't expecting that type of move at all.
It's really uncomfortable now. Leg's going to try and get a timing through the smoke. Looks like Wakadia is just going to catch. Yep. Oh, it's just too easy. For your first gun round, you can see head in hands for Captain Sin. Didn't anticipate A for B.
4A.
A, 4A.
And B.
And B, the fact of the matter is that they were going aggressive. They were bringing the fight to you.
Well, let's get all the way to S for a sour round. There's 1 kill in 3 rounds, and that was on the Eco. So nothing on the pistol, nothing with the AKs out. They have to save.
Oh, and after the Dust 2 you just had, this is going to be the, just momentum killer.
Yeah.
You got nothing in the tank right now. You're just feeling like, wow, nice try, boys. Yeah.
For a lot of teams, I think M80 can join that group, but it's tough when you're going to hear me lump them in with, say, a K27 or 100 Thieves based on the VRS stuff for the major. But when you are an underdog team coming to an event like this, first event for a couple of teams coming out of the break, especially when you bring the LAN conversation into things, this is where you hope to capitalize and get some cheeky wins that'll give you a bit of a VRS injection. To get eliminated in what will be last place if we forget about the open qualifier would not be the way you were hoping your journey to go. But that also happens when Aurora lost yesterday, right? So Aurora losing, they were favorites on paper, but I don't think by much. I would have gone a 55 or maybe even a 60% in favor of Aurora.
Okay.
And in the best of one, you got Blame F. Hey, you ain't messing about over there on Big, I'll tell you that
And
much.
you know they're in the lab. You know they've got a lot of prep.
They're very hungry, right? The major performance they had was just a taste of where they want to be. So this is another opportunity quite quickly to show it again as...
Look at him go. Wicardia just a self-flash swing. Swish will punish. That's important. Now panic stations. Kixon calls for backup. You can see Zantara's on his way.
I like this push from Jimmy in apartments. If he, I was going to say, continues to press the issue, he could cut them off for a rotation back towards A, and that would free up Woxic.
They're going. They're just going. It's a really good call. No one's home. Kixon behind the smoke. Bomb can go planted. They'll clear and be diligent about all those nooks and crannies. The incendiary and the smoke break, though, makes life a bit difficult. Good cover.
Shallow on the nade. Well, sorry, deep, excuse me.
Mission accomplished, and the first T round for M80. Rather convincingly so, as casual as it can get, really. You take down the 2 players on B.
That's a nice round to win when it was just saved guns and some light upgrades around it. So that is going to, again, stem the bleeding for M80 in the early stages. Definitely not the most riveting game in terms of frag exchanges so far.
Because we all love Inferno, right?
Save Simulator.
Everyone's favorite map.
Does offer the bangers, right? That's the thing. Once you get to like 10-10 on the 3rd map.
Can we start there, though?
Okay. Guys, let's handshake.
Yeah.
We'll just start at 10-10.
10-10.
Nobody saves.
And everyone's got a bit of money.
Give you all that 7 grand.
Yeah, okay.
Loss bonus, everyone can have 2,400. We'll go from there.
And we do it all 3rd person over the shoulder cam.
And we put jerseys on the models in the server.
Yeah, everyone has their own jersey.
And then we kind of name the teams based off the city they're from.
I like that, yeah.
It's never been done before.
No, that's really cool.
Yeah.
What would you do with mixed nationality teams?
Wouldn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
That's where the org's from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we're doing it. Here we go. Yeah, the CGS version. I like it. All right, let's get this party started. Jimmy's throwing that nice deep banana smoke for his B players. 3B start, and Swisher's going to try fight. He's going to be burning, sure. You know, finds a little pocket. Edge the smoke, safe from the flame. And look at these nades, just a barrage both ways. This banana fight, health low, red HP for Zantares and Wicardia. 6 feet deep.
Love this play up mid through the smoke. While the chaos, they've found the gap.
Oh, it's a big gap. I say no way. Isn't Zantares really? Yeah, knife out. Knife out. You are not ready. And that's a horrible death for Zantares. Frustration starting to peak. And just Kixon alone. They know he's alive. They know he's around here somewhere. And they've got plenty of time to hunt him down. Partners up. JBA and Sin running and clearing. Get the info. Tries to run him down, but now you get absolutely nothing but info for free.
Kixon's just playing a 1v5 right now.
He's not leaving. It's not easy to leave either.
No, Woxic and Jimmy are like, we want to help you. We physically can't. So good luck. Have fun, boss man. Gets nothing. And we'll see a same from Woxic and Jimmy. Woxic, 0-0.
He's a passenger.
He hasn't done any damage yet.
He's just hanging out.
Yeah.
Moral support.
Okay, 2 rounds where B has appeared to be a bit of a weakness. But that was well maneuvered by M80. Went out the fight on Banana. Immediately premeditated. Walk straight through that top mid question mark smoke. Find the gap.
Super cool.
Turn it into a quick mid to B. And away you go. 3-2.
Where did all that health go? I guess it was just, the spray combined with all that barrage of utility. Wicardia, his 2nd death. I mean, he's been finding consistently something on his banana fights, but you're right, two back-to-back rounds on B is going to feel like a vulnerability. And that is, yeah, Ash pulling the emergency meeting button.
So Zantares has 8k and Woxic has 5.3, Jimmy has 8.7. There's no jeopardy of not having guns for everybody. The drops are available, the rebuys are there. What is the adjustment that he's looking for there? First rifle round where they hammered 4 top mid and found the timing as the U2 was being thrown for the mid control was great. Both these forays with Banana, whether it's aggressive or not, has quite costly. They want to start the AWP towards B to get Woxic in the game. He doesn't have one of the better B spawns, so likely to see him start over towards A. You could go for an option where get the halls control early to at least isolate a fight, get you early info.
Okay, he committed to a swing in the flames, so no surprises that didn't work out for him.
This time, Swish not getting stuck in on the first timing.
Oh, JBA is on something, though.
This is a bit of a gap right now if he keeps on waltzing, and he is.
So quick. Oh, Jimmy's sixth sense. The hairs on the back of his neck just started to stand on end. He gets his gun out and gets the crosshair on the money just in time. Frustrating one for JBA. He really did have a golden opportunity and caught the timing there. Jimmy's just pivoted at the last second. Swish playing with fire. Smoke exchange from the B anchor with Cardia. And, oh, he's tagged him. Get away from that nade, Sin. You might be catching that one. Yeah, bowled over by Woxic. Bad to worse.
Another smoke
okay,
walk.
Go on, Swish.
Gonna go into CT smoke here. Yep. Okay.
I like
Avenue,
it.
he can wrap coffins.
And there's a back turned on Zantares. Knife out again. Can't believe what he's just seen. A jump scare for Zantares. You still got to find 2 on the site. Kixon and Wakadia are alive. Nameplate Counter-Strike dictates there are bodies here. And Swisher knows it. He's being loud, trying to draw attention. Wakadia new box. Kixon hiding out back at the site. Wakadia with empty hands. That's a good find from Slags. It's just Kixon hiding out. A FAMAS unloading. Not too easy for him to find a multi.
Both through Banana. This might not be expected. They're going to cut noise. They've got util, so this one's going to be tight. Big move from Swish to go back towards Ruins. He's actually given them some space. If he was stuck on site, this would have been a tough round. Now, real chance to take this and tie this up 3-3.
Yeah, playing off of Lake. Just intermittent checks of the pool headshot angle. Woxic to line up some util. Nobody home. Oh, it is first box. He didn't throw new box. He threw first box. Makes it really uncomfortable. 100-0 for Lake. Swish has got this. Super winnable. Super winnable. The plant's there for him. He's just lined it up. He's ready to unload. Woxic a little off angle. Oh my God, right under his nose and just in time. Denies on the B site.
I liked what I was seeing from Swish in that round. Some really good moves, especially when they had lost those opening exchanges, walking through the smoke, catching Zantares. The way that they handled that felt like it was an M80 round. You love this though, right? You got a second mid player spamming through halls. So right, they're not assuming that the space has been taken so quick, but when you die like that, that's a monitor punch moment, and oh, that just looks so ugly for Lake, doesn't it? I thought as much as you did that, of course, it was going to be a new box molly coming out, but Woxic with a key piece of utility as part of that retake. 4-2 Aurora, a 2-round gap.
Yeah, fair play. Fair play. Molly first box, and he was blind. Like, you're just burning while your screen is white, your teammates are screaming move, and you're doing your best. Whew, rough death. Big round. Even just feeling like the time was so light, you feel like you've lined up for the defuse. Of course, there is, a little bit of give either side of that bomb. Those cables can feel a little long. 2-4, all to play for.
Yeah.
Slacks' AWP going to go searching.
Plenty of weapons in play here. Neither team compromised financially, so full gunny. Oh, Woxic overstaying his welcome there.
Nearly did a Lake. What is this from Wakadi? Is this not the most ballsy position to adopt? He hears them lining up nades, and yeah, he will snatch one through the smoke. He's cheeky with it. An opening kill provided. Advantage of Aurora, you wouldn't. He would! He's getting flashed in for another double dip! Lake will punish. Jaber down. on that mid activation during the B chaos. You can see Jaber's like intention is to always try and profit from the B fight and skirmish.
They were aggressive on both sides of the map, right? That's not necessarily what you would expect. The fact that he's died over towards window room, right? They're playing top mid control and for banana control at the same time. You kind of feel like you have an opportunity to play more aggressive towards A, right? They're maybe not playing brackets or they're just jiggling as Xantares will take down Slacks, and now a 2v4. I do like the fact that they are playing with confidence, because I would say, player for player, Aurora's skill would outfrag M80, right? And they're playing with a bit of that pizzazz.
Oh, Jimmy's just so locked in, so dialed in, aware of all the possibilities. Real safe pair of hands on Inferno pit side. Xantares bait, and ooh, late actually hitting one. Xantares picking up the trade.
Just needs to live, rotation's coming. Oh, no, just needs to frag.
Honestly,
all right, yeah, I guess he's worried about, the potential spam.
Aurora's A site, that's terrifying when you've got Xantares just taking intermittent random walks out mid and taking fights mid-round.
This isn't to have a dig at Soulfly by any stretch, but previously, before he joined Aurora, he was not an anchor player. He was considered a star player. So he picked up the anchor roles on the CT side, which was obviously new to him. And it's not that players can't make those adjustments, especially green players, but Jimmy's a natural anchor. Yeah. He played that in Mouse, right? So for him, as long as, right, he's been continuing to play Counter-Strike, he's good. Just plug him in.
Definitely a valuable asset to the squad. And this time, Wakardi's aggression's rewarded once more. At least a one and done. Swish trades from the grave. Spread of the Flame does the job. And now, what, 4-on-4 with the rotation of Xantares, always on the move.
Foxy's up alongside, Jimmy over towards the Balk.
Don't know if that smoke was supposed to go long.
Yeah, well, if it's a short smoke, it's got a gap, so...
He's flubbed that.
Very turtled in this one. Two backside on B. Massive stance on A. The only info they're getting is the UTIP that's being thrown. 50 seconds. Handful of smokes for the finish. Lacking mollies, and going to be a damn good flash from Sin, depending on where they want this one to end, and I feel it is going to be A. You're getting Lake selling this B fake. It just sounds like one guy, though, doesn't it?
It really does sound like a guy lining up multiple smokes. No one's moving a muscle. Still, though, just two CTs here. You got to get past Woxic. Oh, and he's tracked you. Trade there. Xantares and Jimmy active. JBA just alone. 1v3 running into Jimmy, and it's so easy for him. So casual from the Finn in pit. 6-2 on M80's pick, and it does feel like it's starting to run away from them now.
See if they're able to salvage the half in the same way they did on Dust 2. That was helped out by both teams making some misplays, but that's Counter-Strike, isn't it? Very well timed there. Surprised to see an aggressive move coming in at that motion, but I guess they wanted to make sure they were already ahead if it was going to be that B play.
I'm just kind of in awe of the way Wakardi's been so stubborn for this banana control. He's really making M80 sweat if they want to take some steps. What was that B site? That doesn't get easier. I think sit under the illusion that he was trying to be a hard-to-hit target. It doesn't get more casual for the AWP.
But you're really seeing an air of confidence from all of the turns.
Yeah, you are.
Right? They're all happy to take a pick or go for a push, or right? You know this is a lighter buy, but I really like what I'm seeing. Obviously, it's riskier like this.
Could lead to something. Then again, you've got Xantares and Jimmy as your backup now. Only Xantares. Jimmy loses his head. Deagle through the smoke, doesn't track for another. One body shot connected. So 3-on-3. Bomb will be planted by Swisher.
Quick reroute short.
Oh yeah, the flash actually connected.
This
he is so aggressive. He's just feeling the game. He's in the flow. JBA recovers an AWP, fires off a shot from the mini pit. Xantares waits for the regroup, partners up. Got Kixon side by side with him, starting to advance now as well. How do they breach? All too easy, Lake overcome. JBA with one, into the clutch. Wakardia closes it down. Played to perfection.
The Terminator's got another level, mate. Like, this guy, he's an old boy, and I'm loving the pace at which he's playing. Gets the kill, rotates straight towards short side. He's just
Flash
rapid.
out.
Yeah, not taking a moment, right? This is really nice to see.
Oh, you use the word pizzazz as far as, you know, this kind of, when you are individually stronger in your own and others' opinions, that's when you do have that little bit of extra kind of, and it's not disrespect, but it can feel like that if you're from the T side.
It's more like respecting your ability, right? You're like, hey.
I like what you've done there. Yes, exactly.
At different moments in Counter-Strike, think about Woxic in Mouse. I know it was a long time ago now, but this guy was electric on the AWP. And I know that the older boys, they're a bit more of the backbone of the team in that way, but they're not playing like it right now. 9-3 Xantares.
But I'd be playing aggressive if I'm Woxic as well, knowing you've got that backup brigade waiting for you on A.
And they could have tried to put a leash on Woxic's picks by getting Slacks the AWP, but looks like going into this next rifle round, they're still operating with 5 AKs.
And your 2 rounds were on the B side.
Yes.
Your 2 rounds were on that other side of the map.
So where do you think they'll go and knock again? Half or smoke out the gates. Is there a boost over this? Just some nades to deal with the pathing, and well, they'll allow those to fall by the wayside. Double mollies, 1 mouth, 1 sandbag. So getting the control. Softens up 2 with that one over the other side of the fence. That's more where that came from.
Ricardi's waiting for his cue. With Woxic posted, trying to force that fight, try and force a swing. They don't give it to him.
Okay, feeling comfy on B. So rotating away is Woxic. A little bit of pressure towards A with the long smoke, still stalling them out.
Blocked, and into the smoke goes Lake and Swish. They're just going to go through it. Ricardia, indecisive as to how he's going to play this. Still takes the fight, and in combination with Kixon, they both connect. Trade out of Sin. He should be a dead man, somehow alive at the back of the site. Ricardia lives. Somehow, someone find him. Flags will. Bomb not planted, replenish of that CT smoke. Well, everyone's here. Coffin's fading, bomb being planted. Woxic scoped up for any overextension. Like that! Sin! What was that? A little greed for the util. Instead, Woxic's patience rewarded, looking good on this retake. And B site 2 on 3. Not impossible for Slacks and JBA. Need to find that equalizing frag, and it's Slacks that brings the fight, finds the head. Jimmy on the trade, though, provided. JBA. Woxic has the kit, as does Jimmy. Jimmy now identifies the coordinates. Woxic wouldn't stick it, would he? He wouldn't stick it, would he? No!
Oh, bloody hell. Oh, it looked like on the HUD. It looked like he'd got it across the line.
I thought he'd overcooked on the jump spot. He was his 5-second internal countdown a little quick or something, but my goodness.
How close was that one?
Right down to the wire.
The B defense started great, right? Ricardia and Kixon both getting frags there. This...
It's the kind of shit I'm doing.
Yeah, you can't be doing that.
Oh, there's the boost you were discussing around after. And it's cost them an opening kill. Make it 2. Swish and Lake in combination for that 1-2 punch. Oh, and Woxic's audible scope. That's surely a flank for JBA. He hasn't actually... He wouldn't. Okay, now surely a Boiler player finishes the job. No Sin will get it done on his own.
I guess he's worried about Jimmy being Porte
side
during all of this, but...
I mean, the round has kind of been given to 80 by virtue of these opening battles.
They have 5 on the plate right now. This one, considering the rotation we're seeing right now, you would assume is confirmed for 4. The final round of play, they're only going to get 1900 loss, so we have to see, does JBA on this A lurk take away any more of these rifles? You can see the line he's adopted here over towards Moto. Tara is aware of this possibility. Jimmy as well. So that's alleviated a little bit of pressure, but they will just waltz into B now, plant the bomb, and they can definitely throw another body or 2 if they'd like M80 at trying to remove some of these weapons. Sin's coming to have a look. He might be able to make up for that mare in the last round. I know they won it still, but it just looked a little bit out of place. Late coming over to Hunt as well from B's and Library already. Xantares staying aggressive, wanting to be the one to dictate the fights on his terms. It was certainly going to be dead now. That information should be enough to secure this frag. Oh, some rough moments for Sin. You can play the in-game leader card at any time.
Yeah, get it
out.
out.
It's like the victim card. You can play the in-game leader card at any time, and no one can say anything.
Yeah, and usually, it's completely justifiable because
they're making the calls.
Well, and in-game leaders have got to throw the nades, but when you don't necessarily need to be throwing the nades at all times.
Yeah, especially while you're hunting.
You could probably put them away. You could probably.
Technical pause.
Interesting.
So they can't chat right now, everybody. So if you're wondering why the mouths aren't moving, while we get this sorted, you can see it's Kixon in the middle there, getting a little bit of support. Get this one sorted ASAP, and then finish off the final round of this half and see if M80 really have anything to push us to a third and deciding map of Anubis.
I mean, like you said, 5 on a platter-ish.
Yeah, I think when you take away the way we got here,
yeah,
5's good.
Yeah, totally.
You can work with 5.
And they tried to on Dust 2. 13-9, first map of this lower bracket, round 1 for Group A. 16 teams going to be making it through.
Yeah, so pretty comprehensive format here. I think the key for me is the fact that all 32 teams start at the same stage, right? I understand we had people through our open qualifier, last chance qualifier, but these 32 teams, right, they're all progressing at the same rate. We don't have a stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 type beat. But we still want 16 teams for the playoffs. And that'll be a single elimination bracket as Ash has been told to put his headset on while this problem is solved. Remind everybody of what's raging on right now on the B stream. It's Big taking on G2. You can whack that one on the telly. Coming up next on the A stream, Falcons versus Astralis, and to close the day on the B stream, Legacy versus FaZe. Both of those are winners' games.
Who you got Legacy FaZe? Like, I feel like that's a bit of an interesting one. I'm curious if... how's Legacy's first result? Was it NIP?
Yes.
Smashed?
Yeah, and the fact they did it on Cash as well might deter FaZe in the video from picking into Cash.
Oh, but aren't FaZe kind of the Cash
I like FaZe's
boys?
Cash. I think Twist is very comfortable on that map. Remember his time back in the Liquid days. So, yeah, I like what FaZe are doing on Cash. But whether or not it's going to compute against Legacy that have got to try in the team now. I want to have FaZe as the favorite there because they've returned to the top 10 of the VRS. Ooh,
wait, hold on. That's not live.
It's an NL. Let me see if I can read what's going on here.
Guess the monitor is still giving him some trouble.
Was it the monitor?
I think so.
sound.
Oh, maybe it was sound. I just saw a cable at the back of the monitor being fiddled with. And I also see a rather strained DisplayPort cable right here.
I know we have like a special HUD that MC set up for us here, but my, not HUD, excuse me, console, but mine at home is doing this too. We just spam some commands. I would love to know what they were typing. Well, we'll find out in the demo.
Not live, not live.
And now ready. Freeze time ticking down.
All right, game time. Last round, second map.
Fortunate with those saves there for Aurora.
First half.
Get the orb, mainly rifles, and we are back in play. Well, Wacardia not running down Banana in this one. More restraint on B.
This is nerdy. They smoke top mid themselves, and then on the fade... Oh, you just get rolled! Ah, there's intention, there's ideas. And then there's actually what happens. Sin and JBA gone. You got to try Summit Swish. And try he will. Swing into Wacardia. Finds himself an opening. Kixon hiding out in the ruins, biding time.
Deep CT smoke.
Yeah, but I feel like Swish has made the sound cue, and this pistol's an easy pickup for Kixon. Gets himself an upgrade. Deep smoke, exploitable, and he's already through. He's already through. Oh, it's so uncomfortable. A 2-on-4. You needed to hit that. Kixon down to Slack's Zorp. A 2-on-4 goes 3, and a peek into Woxic levels us out. Lake can play next. Slacks wants to fight, and he will. Between the wickets of the double swing, he knows where they both are, though. Smoke and Kit. Combinations, and Tara's going to be tasked with that defuse. Needs to get on it. Jimmy provides the cover, and that will be one hell of a way to wrap it up. MAT's pick. It's going to be 8. The bar set high for the CT Hall. That key getting closer and closer on the MAT side of things to being crushed.
I'm trying to work out what the plan... Well, I know what the plan was. Why did they wait for the smoke to fade before they threw the util?
Great question.
Because
I thought it was you were doing it to line up while you're in the smoke and throw it during the smoke.
But so the idea that would make sense to me would be while the smoke is up, a couple of seconds before the smoke fades, release the util so you're not sitting in the open. Because of course they can be on the line. They're just going to watch either side of the smoke.
Yeah, like this.
It just looks so goofy.
I think they must have just miscounted or misread the fade of the smoke, but yeah, it did look a bit silly, and it was
close in the end, I guess.
I mean, you were right there for a 7-5 on a opportunity, and instead you can see these 2 frags with both of you with your nades out. Bit of an MAT special throughout Inferno.
Well, we have Zentares having another very good map, 14-4. Let's see if Aurora can get their 3rd pistol this series so far. Kixon and Woxic with the util. Jimmy with the flash for good measure. And a 4-man A start from the defense, ready to clamp down on middle.
And Swish spotted. Zentares wants to try and catch him on the way back. You've got plenty of that util for that finish. Lake summoned as the 3rd man. Applying some pressure is Jimmy, and he's done so well.
That's criminal.
Gosh, okay. Yeah, I mean, warm up the crusher. Turn it on at least.
Yeah, get the hydraulic press ready. Oof. Jimmy's the fake. Well, maybe he's not even the fake. Jimmy's the man getting space on his own on the other side of the map. Oh, there's one in the halls, there's one in boiler. Everybody's dead.
Wow, that looks good.
If Aurora, in an international version, are able to get more out of Zentares than they did on the full Turkish squad, I'm going to be immensely surprised. Now, listen, the group stage games are not really where this goes wrong, and I think Zentares kind of refutes the sentiment that he doesn't do great in big stage games.
Right.
Because he talked about, I think, EWC last year. There's levels to this thing, but if he doesn't think there is, then that actually puts us in a weirder position with his normal playoff performances, right? But if he can play this level of Counter-Strike in the playoffs, over there about 50 meters from us with, I think, about a 7,000 people capacity.
Yeah.
All right, we're cooking.
Absolutely.
We're cooking. Because the question about is Zentares a good player, that's not the question. It's like Aurora with their major performance, that's their best performance with that full 5-man roster, even when you compare the Jota year from before.
Right, yeah.
You win a force fight here, M80.
I'm sure it's going to positively affect Zentares as well when you are as talented individually as a player like Zentares. When you're surrounded by names that you probably, and I'm putting words in his mouth, but you probably have more respect for the likes of a Jim Pat in Pit. You know, you feel like you kind of you've got more pieces around you that you feel like you can get similar output out of than yourself.
I think them playing a different style, less pack heavy, more map control, more decision tree, it also gives him a bit more freedom of choice.
Sure, and you do give him that.
They're going into the stack here on A.
They are. Lake's going to be anti and then swing on this MP9 on the timing. Let the guys on short go first. Zentares is down after the 1. It's too easy for Wakadia. Whittles away at what remained of Lake, and Slack's bell rung. Still tracks Woxic's head, but all for naught. Swish, the late arrival, and Kixon giving him absolutely nothing. On that low HP, Wakadia will peek on out and remove Swish's head, and so impending doom for M80's time here in Paris.
This is definitely more like it from Aurora. Yesterday, there was some clear frustrations and disappointments with how they conducted themselves in the server. That's why the best of one. And if you get off to a bad start, you have a couple of bad rounds, it's going to hurt a whole lot more. You don't get an extra map or two to recover. Today, Dust2 got a little bit wonky. But Inferno's looking like a clinic.
Without too much time to, integrate. Already looking pretty polished. Here we go. Back 10 Farm Fest. How many are you getting? Everyone leaves with one.
They've been dominating in the opening kill department, and obviously they have been playing in your face. Dust2, in 22 rounds of play, it was 16-6 in opening kills. Right now, we're looking at 12-3 in opening kills.
Gosh, yeah, I mean, scoreline reflects that.
And Swish was the only man who has been able to deliver them anything in that department. Jabe has been hemorrhaging, opening frag 0 and 5. The 11th locked in. This must be one of the best moments if you're an Aurora staff member just sitting in the front row there.
Oh, yeah.
We got a big lead. We got a map in our pocket. We're dominating them. This is a casual day. Everything's working well. Zentaris is happy. He's fragging up a storm. Quite the opposite, I imagine, for M80, who I feel this one has slipped through the fingertips. Well, not even the fingertips.
Oh, this has slipped out of their grasp completely. You kind of feel powerless when you get to this stage in a game. Dust2, you kind of had your moments. Obviously, there's plenty that you can reflect on in review as to where it went wrong. I think you looked a whole lot more threatening on Dust2, which is saying something considering you chose to take it in Inferno, and Aurora's Inferno's got levels to it. Their CT side was very convincing. I think their A-holds in particular stood out to me. Slacks on the AWP. If anything was going to start for M80, it kind of has to be right here, right now. Shout out to Fatboy Slim one time.
Well, we need to praise Aurora like we should.
Here we go. Throw in the molly before the smoke phase does Macardia. That's genius.
Wait, what?
Oh, and a quick flick from Slacks in combination with Sin's swing. Quick equalize from Woxic and Macardia.
Yeah, you got to get some frags.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. A quiet Inferno so far for him. You've got to peek into Zentaris. Oh, and nails it with a double headshot. Macardia last seen long. Makes it clear he's on his way. M4 versus Galil. And no bomb on Macardia's back. It's loose under the control of Lake. A bit of damage. JBA's playing it safe, playing for the team. Hard to see a world where Macardia gets anything going here. Hoping for an overextension, but JBA's giving him nothing. Can take his hands off the mouse and keyboard at this point. Wait for Lake to call for help. Little bit of an elbow, taps away.
Okay.
Hang on, Lake's there.
Give the man an AK.
Oh, yeah, truly. Remains threatening.
Well, not a surprise, but plenty of money for the buy. Good trade work there after the opening 2 kills come in the favor of M80, but Jaber, that's what you need to do from the back of pit. That's the anchor work you love to see, and the fact that they grouped up like that. So easy for him to line him up and knock him down. This could be pacey. Kicks in. Intentional Mac 10. But maybe this is get banana control, execute B, keep it simple, stupid method. Ahead of this.
Yeah, overlooked Zentaris. He's just done him dirty.
Crushing him. Absolutely crushing him. What a map he's having. Another map, 21-6.
Yeah, he might even have more here. He might even leave with another. Woxic will steal it from him, takes Sin out of the round. JBA, a Hail Mary, leaps through the smoke, unloads his MP9, and finding Zentaris, stopping him at 2.
They're rotating back into Slacks.
Into Slacks, who's punished Jimmy. Suddenly a 2v2 emerges.
Yeah, this is looking a bit desperate now because Slacks had gone anywhere. He's actually just immediately gone into this B rotation. Wakardia and Woxic aren't to know that.
Back to 8, just in time. Catches Wicardia ahead of the swing.
You know you can get the bomb down now, at least. Nobody pit side. He has a good pitcher. So the question is it going to be a push down banana to come up short, or are they going to regroup together? We can see both coming in from long.
He's going to play towards it.
They're going to slip short side.
That's so much room for
Does
him
he go
now.
around the world?
He
tucks in a moto.
Asking a lot. Still not comfortable for the two of them here. Look at their health. It just feels like it could be so easily clubbed together.
They're going to assume he's pit or apps.
Of course they are. Clearing sight. Nothing to report. Woxic catches them both with their backs turned. He's played it to perfection. Waving goodbye to M80. That has got to be it.
I can't believe he's planned a default and got him played in moto.
Yeah, of course.
He's like, okay, no, he's just setting himself up for an unwinnable clutch. You know, never mind. They're never going to consider that in a million years. And just one more round now. But yeah, what a performance this has been from Centaurus across this series. Reflecting on his first map of play. 23 kills, 13 deaths, and he's doing it again here on Inferno. And this one looking like a bit of a drubbing. Woxic, we know he enjoys the spotlight, so his boys up nice and pretty to close this one down.
And now you're cornered. Forced to invest into whatever you can find. A couple of MP9s and hope. Sure, it dies last, but it could die here.
Looking to be eliminated in last place. M80.
And not putting up as much of a fight as they would have hoped here on Inferno. Their pick.
Yeah, what could have been against G2.
Oh my
Huge nade
gosh,
damage.
that works a treat. Shell-shocked our Aurora.
Well, maybe the low HP will extend play. But you just have to ask for how long, and they can still win this. With the way they've been shooting, if they can stay away from smoke spams. It's in position to close this down right here and right now in round 18.
Posturing for banana control.
And working on top mid space, so long smoke, porch molly, staging area, and now heading towards the correct site, the under fortified. There's two players here, Slacks and JBA. Rotation's coming, I think it might be too late.
They need to convert off this damage from the HEs. We need the multi-kill. JBA burned out, still stands his ground, does find damage. Slacks can convert upon a pivot into the fight. He can't find the frag. Sin can. Centaurus only 13 points of value. You really need Woxic to find something. And yeah, he goes for a Hail Mary, walk through the smoke there. Held by Swish. Centaurus, this one's impossible. This one is impossible. Lake makes it so.
So now, earlier I was saying, I'm loving the aggression, taking the chances, the risk, dictating the tone. That one right there is because of the bloodlust. They're just they're so eager to get this across the line. It's like he could have played that in a million different ways. Let me just walk through a smoke with an AWP, shall I? Yeah. It's just tough to be critical when they've been dominating them. But there was a lot of different ways you could have played that round. I think they just want this one to be done. They know that they're better than M80. They're showing it right now. They will give them an opportunity to start working back into the game. It's going to be fragile. 2 Glocks complemented by a Deagle and 2 Tech 9s. No utility to make magic happen.
JBA is playing a dangerous game. Okay, just gets away. Whew. Bit of room for Wicardia thanks to the block smoke.
The man I want to keep my eyes on is probably Sin. We've seen him have a couple of moments that leave a little bit to be decided in the decision-making.
Good nade. Oh, actually, Woxic evades that, tucks in nicely. You'd be hard-pressed to get a bomb plant out around like this.
Yeah. This is where you need the... Do we all agree that we can just skip forward to the next round? And what you could do is go, okay, CTG, you have to take at least one casualty. You agree on terms.
Okay, nice.
Right, that's how you use the round. You stay in support. You go, all right, we'll give you this round. You can have 7, but we want you to concede 2 players.
Ooh, 2? Okay, so you have like a bidding war?
It's a negotiation.
I like that, I like that.
That's a dink. And that's no troubles. Okay. Popped up. All 5 staying alive. It's 5 rounds to tie things up and take us to overtime. Hard to see us getting there.
Yeah, I think we need a lot of convincing.
It'd have to just be a full shutout because it's just going to take one moment where something goes wrong and it's all over. So second timeout from Ash.
Also, I just don't think Xantares in his current form is going to go, dry throughout the rest of this Inferno.
Maybe if you unplug his mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, that's the only way. He's one of those players that's fragging output's almost inevitable when he's in form like this.
Yeah, everyone has been delivering though when tested in terms of openings. Xantares 3-1, Wakadia 3-3, Woxic 2-0, Jimmy 3-0, Kixon 2-2. So all of them have been able to set the tone in these rounds. But what Xantares has been doing that stands out is his multis. He's got 7 multi-kills across this map. Next closest is 4, and that Slack's on the other side. So putting in a shift. Turkish Terminator. Let's see, is it all over here off the back of the Ash timeout? Restarting B for the defense.
They're going for a boost that's going to enable full deep banana control. It's flying the M80 flag, and they're making no secret that it's theirs. A little bit of chip damage from Woxic Galil.
2 smokes over towards A right now if you look at the radar. Okay. Xantares down first again.
That's a big start.
Wasn't where I was about to say the convo. It was about this A defense requiring some support because of the util lobbed in, but now with the man advantage, that really lightens the load. The setup right now is reflecting that concern I was talking about, because otherwise in this scenario I feel you should just be playing 2-3.
Sure.
But they were worried about the mid-control loss because the question mark smoke and the long smoke. So I feel they're coming back to clear that out just to make sure it is their territory. But in the meantime, that just leaves one man on B, a Swisher. From downtown.
Trying to sell it.
Mid-swing coming.
Okay, Sin's going to swing straight into Woxic. Nails the shot, spots the bomb. Into Jimmy. Advantage M80 still, but with 30 seconds, can Aurora really try and rectify?
They see the bomb still there.
20 seconds,
Picked
time
up now.
against them. They are running in towards the unguarded site. It's just Swish. 1 man versus 3. If he goes down, that bomb gets planted.
No smoke for CT. This is going to be tricky.
How do you get across? Chucked it to Kixon.
Rugby
just
throw.
in time. Can you get him off it? Oh, Slacks chips in. And Jimmy provides the cover necessary while blind. Good from Lake. Good luck, Kixon. This one feels like a certainty now. Nade puts him low, and JBA secures. Okay, couple of steps in the right direction, but still a mountain to climb.
Now, Sin like that one. It was an awkward round as well. With that bomb spilling out off that Sin pick, it's like everybody kind of sold out, didn't know how to react immediately. And it was a little bit tricky there from Aurora with those smokes from downtown to fake out the B plate. The 4-round gap. Going to be another one of these partials. Loss bonus 2,900, so you can invest a little bit more this time around Aurora. Plenty of options for them in this one. They throw that top mid question mark smoke again. They might want to try and pounce through it, turn it into an A piece. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Got Slacks in abs. And he's missed this chance. Now going to get overrun. They're running at him fast. Mac 10s, Tech 9s. Hits it on the quick scope. Sight breach. Jimmy's found output, but enough from the CTs, you'd think. Woxic known to clutch. He's picked himself up an AK, and he's got so much time to work with. He can really try and concoct some brilliance here to close out Inferno. Sin's holding him. Straight to his demo. Sin doesn't track it. Swisher should have the back turn, should be able to pick this one up. He has no info, has no idea, and caught from the flank. Thank goodness Swisher can clutch.
Sin's just like us for real, guys.
For real, for real.
You, me, Own a Pixel, everybody at home. That's,
Phew. Oh, that would have been one of them that would have kept him up at night.
that to be eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, no.
Especially with some of the other moments he's had so far as well.
It's been a rough
I feel
inferno.
like I'm bullying him, but
Yeah, I mean, there's just the pressure is palpable.
Well, run boost for late to go for some more aggressive banana control. Didn't get
Sin
it too
just sending
far.
it. He doesn't want to be the last man standing.
Hey boys, I don't want to be in the clutch, please.
They've got some significant chip damage off this.
Look at this push from Sin.
Yeah, serious.
My
The pathing is ridiculous.
Entrenched.
He spotted it, did he?
Wait, did he? I don't think so. Did he? No way. He'd be acknowledging it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it's like a little...
Sin knows what's up. He knows that the second mid player is rotating towards banana. Right now, Lake needs to rotate. You also need to get a move on if you're JBA. You need to start blocking on B if you swish.
Oh, it's perfect. Into the incendiary, into the orb. Slacks finds one. Can't hit the next. He overextends, and Xantares will punish. A boost up. Lake has the vision. Swisher parting through that smoke. 2 on the pull. Sin applying the pressure from banana. It's good onto Jimmy. Xantares on the reload. Should be a dead man caught with the nade trade from Wicardia.
Turns out he is last.
Oh, he is. It all comes on to Sin, or they're going home in last place here at EWC. Smoking a kit and an orb bullet in the Kevlar. Aurora knock him out. M80, it ends here.
Aurora, a monster performance from Xantares across 2 maps, but they have crushed a key. They are sending these boys packing, and that's the Aurora you want to see day in, day out.
Yeah, Xantares more like Drukares with the way he ran this map of Inferno. I can tell you right there, this fire that Aurora was just showing us. I don't know. I guess I hate to see it go down this way, this fashion for M80, but at the same time for Aurora, it seems like the building blocks are in the right places.
Yeah, they played some good Counter-Strike, right? And I think we prefaced it before the match, right? Regardless of how little time they had together and all the changes that were made, you still have to win a game like this, right? You still have to be able to take down M80, and they did.
I think looking at the game also from the first map, you know, they get close to closing out the maps, then they let up a couple of rounds slip in their grasp, but then, you know, they had to find the momentum once to close it out. I think they did on both maps, but, I mean, turning my attention to M80, I mean, the whole story for me is just like, as we came in with the pregame, saying that, you know, it's just, they're just not good enough when they turn their attention to international opposition, and it's on themselves. Like, it's happened multiple times on both maps that they throw away situations and rounds, and even the last round we just watched, you know, Sin has every single piece of information early on in the round, and they still manage to throw it away by not doing things correctly. So, I mean, it's back to the drawing board, and I'm curious to see where things are headed by maybe moving forward.
Yeah, it's tough. They're hindered, you know, by the lack of talent in the North American region. They're not an org that has a big budget where they can draw maybe some international talent. So outside of really going down into the academy teams and tier 3 of the European scene, right, to replace your European pieces because you don't want to lose that North American core, it's hard to see what else they can do because it is the individuals, it is the situational Counter-Strike where they're lacking. How many clutches did you see them lose on B?
Yeah.
You know, on B on Inferno, right? Like those are rounds that you can't always rely on having advantages and winning rounds with advantages. Like sometimes you need to win a 2v3 on B bomb site. Like, and we see teams do it time and time again. Players step up, and it just isn't the case for M80 consistent enough.
And just playing the situation correctly, right? You know, there's just been too many of the situations where you'd be like, hands in your head thinking, why are you doing this? Like, you don't have to do this, you know, and that just annoys me, right? You know, and watching the game with like analytic glasses, you know, you always can be a little harsh on players when they make mistakes, right? But some of the mistakes are a little bit unforgiving, and they get carried away with whatever they're doing, and someone, at least a coach, should just be like thinking, hey, you should be not doing this.
Well, I agree. There's also, you know, there's a point in time and a place to really do those things for the coach too. So I mean, there's a lot of reading a room and a lot of situational awareness that has to be had in game and out of game. Speaking of which, out of the game we go. Aurora have eliminated that of M80, which puts us up there with Freya and GymFat.
Yes, indeed, it does, Trace. First of all, Jimmy, congratulations. Great turn of events, seeing as obviously the loss in the best of 1 yesterday, now a win in a best of 3. Just overall vibes of the team, how different did today feel?
I mean, a little bit. Of course, yesterday I would say we were a little bit more nervous. It was the first LAN game for us, and it's the best of 1, so you make small mistakes and it will cost the game almost, and it happened to us, and now today we were just more in a better mood, I would say. Not so nervous anymore. And we played the best of 3 today, so we also knew that it will be better for us because obviously we don't like best of 1s, nobody does. So the best of 3, it was in our favor as well. And yeah, we played our game and won.
Let's go back to that Dust 2 because you had obviously a hot start, then MAT started catching up a little bit. I think if it wasn't for round 21 going in your favor where you managed to get that retake on B, obviously that was Xantares getting away with that one with such a last second defuse. You were spectating in that, but can you tell me some of the comms and how you guys kind of orchestrated that one together?
I mean, obviously when you retake B, it's always really difficult, and we knew that. I mean, I think it was 2v1, it was Voxic and Xantares, and they were like 2v2 first, and they killed the one guy, and then the last guy was Xbox with the op. And then like, we could have played it a little bit maybe better, like Voxic went first alone, and then we didn't get the trade instantly, but after that, Xantares got the trade, and we were like saying like, go defuse because he don't have much time, but then after all, I think he made the 10-second defuse, if I remember correctly. And then of course it was a good moment because this round was really important for the economy. So it was really key that we won this round, and yeah, it was like everybody was just cheering, you know, hyping up. It was good.
It was a pretty hype moment. I just want to get a second for some insight for yourself because we heard from Ash in an interview yesterday. He wants you to be less support, more star player. How do you feel about that? How does one even do that?
I mean, it's yeah, Ash said it in the interview. I mean, obviously, I'm back from the vacation from Mouse. Like, I was on the bench for 3 months or close to 3 months, like from the vacation. And now I'm finally back. And with Aurora now, like, we've been trying to build up a system where I'm like really comfortable again. Not exactly sure how to put it into words, like with a star or a super, but you know, like the thing is, it's a lot of similar roles in Mouse. But after all, like the playstyle is a bit different than how we used to play in Mouse, and of course we have like everybody's different players. We have a new IGL, new coach, so we still have to find our footing in a way. But so far, like with the little time we had, we've been playing super well in my opinion. Of course, like sometimes it's really shaky because still there is some mistakes happening, which are like part of the process in a way. Like we are a new team, you know, but as long as like we can make those mistakes disappear in a way and we get our footing, and individually of course I've been looking better now. It's been feeling really good to play. I hope I can keep it up as well, and then as a team when we can get really consistent, I think it will be really good for us, you know.
Speaking of looks outside the server, this one's for you, Janko. Can you confirm what's happened to your hair, Jimmy? Looks great.
Yeah. I heard you asked if I got a perm, but yes, I did get a perm. It's on the like just a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, you were wondering that, so there you go.
Okay, the news you needed to know, Janko. That's Aurora and Jimmy looking great both in and outside the server.
Yeah, I'm super happy that we got to the bottom of that, Janko. Thank you.
100%. Looking great, Jimmy. You know, the new jersey, the new hair. You know, Cole always used to say, look good, feel good, play good. So he played well today.
Yeah, he absolutely has, and you're right. And maybe we put the perm comment or whatever, that we'll put that aside. But yes, he looks jovial. He looks refreshed, looks rebooted for this Aurora project.
Yeah, it's a player that, you know, I wouldn't say he lost his identity in Mouse, you know, but he was definitely put on in some tough positions, and maybe also just fell a bad, you know, whenever you as a player fall into position and you start playing like too passive, maybe think too much about you doing, you also lose that edge that maybe once got you into the team, right? So it's you know, it's good to see that he's at least being helped a little bit to work towards those kind of play style and also positions that he was so good in.
Yeah, I think just he wasn't the same player ever since Spink joined the lineup, right? And it's not that necessarily Spink stole all his spots. He didn't. Some of them, but it's just, you know, you bring in a more passive player for a guy who was more aggressive before. Like, it's just someone has to get out of their shell. And I think Jimmy in this lineup will have the ability to do what he's best at. And I think that's why hopefully we'll see some of that 2024 Jimmy with Aurora.
Yeah, some of that ability to flourish yet again, which is that's the funnest part about this Aurora project. We're going to load up round 12 from this matchup that we just saw, and obviously when you think about what Aurora's done here, they've done the right things the most.
It's exactly the situation that I talked about before. Like, they put themselves in really bad things, you know, like Slacks here puts himself with the smoke, actually almost dies the kicks in here. And then I like what he's doing here, trying to find another pick. But this is where like he gets carried away. Like at this point, you could just literally go back coffin. You could just like hold an angle. I don't know. Your teammate Lake, he's not even spotted. At this point, you know, he just sells his teammate and throws the situation away, and then he just gets carried away. And this was just one of the situations where I feel like M80 just overplays, like overstays his visiting time instead of just playing the situation correctly, and he just throws those away, and it happened way too many times.
This can all be explained by one simple thing, like they get away with it in these NA qualifiers,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
And in a majority of the games that they play nowadays, right, they can go for these plays and they will work. They won't get punished after getting the 2 kills. He'll get the 3rd and, you know, beat the hero and win the round. And that's the problem with M80, that you see too much of players trying to win rounds by themselves instead of looking at where their teammates are and winning the round as a team, right? Like sometimes just realizing, oh, okay, I got this kill, it's great, but now I need to chill. They'll be focused on me. Now my teammate can make a play, or now I can maybe bait for my teammate. Maybe I can ask my teammate for a piece of utility that he has, right?
Yes.
And it's just such a clear symptom of playing lower tier opposition.
Yeah, and for M80, yes, this was the very end of the road for them here at the Esports World Cup, so we're going to get a couple words of them on their way out.
Yes, sadly, M80 are eliminated here in Paris. Def, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. I know it's not easy in these situations. A lot to digest. Want to go back to Dust 2 because obviously you guys started to get a little bit of momentum in your favor. What happened?
I think we're just plagued by the individual mistakes again. We win pistol. It was our first pistol win of the tournament, and then we get fully Glock the next round. So it's like, I don't know. It seems like our macro and our game plan is pretty good most of the time, but it's just like we have to step up, not making individual mistakes when it matters.
There's been a little bit of a trend with M80 recently. When you play in European opposition, you tend to struggle a little bit more. Is that something you've identified? I mean, is that something that you can even try and fix moving forward to tournaments?
I mean, we've been at it for a while now, right? And every time we come to boot camp, it feels really nice. We're playing teams very close, and then I feel like the pressure sometimes might be getting to us. It's something that's like intangible and hard to work on, but we try our best, and it's just on to the next tournament and be as good as we can.
Speaking of that, you were just taking a look at your calendar. The tournaments are stacked for M80 moving forward. When you have that many events, you're obviously chasing those VRS points as well. Where does that leave your expectations in terms of some of the finishes of those events?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about like not going to as many big events and then going to the smaller ones and playing like the tier 2 European guys and getting some wins under our belt. I think that would be super important with confidence, because if we spend any time in NA, it's basically impossible to improve. So it's just being in Europe as much as you can and go from there.
Def, as always, gutted to see you guys go. That is the end of the line for M80 here in Paris.
Yeah, M80 eliminated. Of course, their calendar has got some marks in it, rather, but it's without a roof that I'd be worried about if I was over there in NA right now.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he hit the nail on the head talking about the individual performance, and it's tough, right? Like the practice over there is limited. It's, you know, interesting hearing him talk about pressure, because you're wondering like what sort of pressure does M80 feel?
Yeah.
I think it's more of a pressure of just having to have some sort of results and then, you know, keeping your jobs really in a way and giving something back to the organization that, you know, paying your salaries, right? Like, and then being able to keep that thing running, especially now in the sticker money situation and whatnot. So yeah, figuring it out, how do you get more time in Europe? I think we'll be able to have that now. Some of those qualifiers are done and they have a couple of events here. So now you need to make the most out of it. And the next tournament you go to, you have to have some positive results and get that confidence up.
Yeah, and I hope for them that, you know, that's what's going to happen. But for me, it's just like, it's just a story that keeps repeating itself, right? And we've seen what, when teams decide to move out of the region and move somewhere else, you know, that could be an option. But then, you know, there's a lot of questions revolving around the VRS as well, of being invited from NA and everything. So yeah, it's a rough position to be in.
It is. It could always be a lot worse. Again, commiserations for M80. This will be all she wrote for their appearance here at the Esports World Cup in 2026, at least within the confines of Counter-Strike that I'm aware of. That's not the end of the Counter-Strike today, though, and I can assure you that. We've got two teams that are just getting situated right over there on the stage. I'm looking on one side, I'm seeing the Falcons, and there it is. That was right on cue. What kind of noise would Astralis make? Let's hear it. Yeah. Something like that. Anyway, Hooksy's in the server when we come back, so make sure you guys don't go too far away. It's Falcons versus Astralis, Esports World Cup.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome to another edition of Chicken in the Box, here with Astralis. I'm here with Stare, player 1, Ryu, player 2. Stare coming in very confident to this one. He's obviously going to get to look inside his box and discern whether there is no chicken. Ryu, you want the chicken. That's the goal. You've got to get it out of his hands. Or maybe you already have it. Who knows? We're going to have to find out. Let's open the box.
I'll open the box. I'll see. I'll have a look. Okay.
What's your initial reaction?
I did tell you the script already, so you should be able to win. But what do you want to know?
But he's trying to throw me off right now. You know, he's speaking a lot. So you got the chicken?
No.
You don't have the chicken?
No.
Really? You sure?
Yeah, I was wrong.
So what's in the box then, if it's not a chicken?
Nothing in the box.
You sure?
I think so. Should I look again or?
Interesting. Yeah, you can check it out. Let me just make sure. That was a quick look. That was like you don't want to show anything, you know. It's as if you have the chicken. You feel me?
I don't feel
like that was a really quick look, you know.
I've been honest and said
it's if you don't want to look, you know. You don't want to give anything away.
I saw it already. I have to double check. Like, is it there? It's not there, you know.
No, I really think it was a very fast one. Like, you don't want me to see anything. You feel me?
Should I check again or?
Yeah, check again.
Okay.
You sure? No chicken?
No chicken.
Nah, I don't know. Something's throwing me off here.
I didn't see
You've been speaking a lot from the beginning, you know. It's weird.
He's quite quiet. I think he was louder earlier.
At the beginning, he was a little bit, you know, like he was trying to throw me off. Now he's confused, you know, because I know what he's doing.
He's walking it back.
I didn't see any chicken in the box.
What if he's telling the truth, though? Have you considered both options?
I'm an honest man, you know. I'm a very honest man.
That is a lie, and that's why I'm going with, I want to swap. I think he has the chicken. Yeah.
Please open your
Are you sure?
I am very sure.
Stare, you were correct. You bluffed him out properly. You swapped boxes. You had the chicken the whole time.
You know me.
That's a good game.
I was confident.
We'll come back better next time.
Good game, I guess. Shake hands and
GG, bro.
good luck in the tournament.
Have a nice one.
Chickens in the box.
Yep.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
A clean winner collision. Both teams won 13-6, but now we get to the part of the format where coaching and map depth matter more. And the reward, well, that's going to be imminent. We're talking about a playoff berth here at the Esports World Cup 2026. Counter-Strike 2. Keys are getting crushed. And Jimmy's enjoying that. I think he also has a thing for the crusher part, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I remember he really liking the machine itself. Either way, the machine that is Aurora have eliminated M80. So they've sent them packing. That sets us up for the last game of the day here on the A stream. Falcons versus Astralis. On the B stream, they got Legacy Phase. But we're looking at Falcons Astralis, gentlemen. And for right reasons. You know, I've got a former Astralis sort of dude over here. I've got
also
like
Falcons.
Yeah, oh, my bad. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to.
Just saying.
There you go. And kind of got like a sort of like fringe Falcons Nico sort of hybrid over here sort of thing going on. But obviously the camps may be a little bit divided. We got a cool matchup on our hands, though, with Falcons and Astralis. And I want to jump right into it from the very top, and I want to grab onto it from the Falcons side. Where are they now? We've got a major out. We've got the first day of play out. Where are we looking at them?
I think the game against K27 really just showed how good they are. Like when you have Martin Kyusuke firing all the cylinders, you know, starting all the tournament that hot, you know, that was a good kind of redemption from what we saw when they fumbled out of Bounty, right? You know, the start for them was not what they've been looking for, and I actually thought they looked pretty strong in that tournament up until they actually lost that match. And I think it's all about, you know, winning the major. They wanted to put a lot of energy into try and continuing the streak and moving forward and building upon that momentum, right? But then that was kind of halted by them. So it was good for the Falcons to bounce back. But, you know, let's just cut the bullshit here. Like, Falcons is a clear favorite today.
Yeah, I thought it was weird for them to even play Bounty, right? Like, obviously, you won the major, you went all the way there. I think they could have benefited from some extra time off, then a boot camp coming into this tournament. But I guess they wanted some reps coming into this because this is a really important tournament for the Counter-Strike division, but also for the organization as a whole because of the Esports World Cup Club Championship, right? So, yeah, I think I've been comparing them a lot to FaZe in terms of that's what you should expect from them, Prime FaZe, but it's all about, we know what their ceiling is. They can win any tournament that they're in, right? Like, they have the individuals to do that. The big question mark is how much can they raise their floor, right? Because Karrigan hasn't been there for a super long time, right? But he's been there long enough that they're now familiar with each other. Obviously, they've had a massive success at the Cologne Major, lifting the trophy. Job's already done in that regard. But for Falcons as an organization, it was never about winning a tournament, even a major, right? It's about they want to cement themselves as the best team in Counter-Strike, right? And for that, you need to do more than win a major. And EWC is a great opportunity to do exactly that.
And I really think that is storyline for them. You know, that the whole pressure around them wanting to leave their mark on Counter-Strike has been haunting them for a while, and that is, for the fact, one of the things that I know Sonic has been working very much towards when he brought in Karrigan, that we need to get away from this, assumption that people want us to be playing perfect Counter-Strike. You know, we know that we have a star-solid roster and we have the economy to be backing it up, but we also need to accept that we will make mistakes, and we do mistakes, but we need to also just keep learning. And I think that is what has been really good about Falcons since Karrigan got into the fray, you know, that he can also now see himself in an in-game leader that has been working with Nico before, but also an in-game leader that fits his playstyle and the player's playstyle as well.
Yeah, and he's changed sort of, I feel like, the vibe somewhat and the atmosphere within the Falcons camp. I mean, you've been there. The pressure is immense when you're playing for the Falcons.
It is.
It's very difficult when you're in a team, and it's either first place or bust.
Yep.
Like, that's it. If you're not first, you may as well be last. We don't care, right? And then no matter what sort of a team you have, what caliber of players, like, that's a lot of pressure to deal with. And, you know, Karrigan bring in some of his, you know, goofiness, yeah, that's a perfect way to put it, right? Really helps with that. I know Nico is, you know, he's a goofy guy outside of the game as well, but he can get pretty intense when the game starts, you know, and that can be, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but you need to sort of balance that out at times, and too much intensity can get everyone like playing super rigid, and you're not loose, and you're scared to make mistakes. So I think Karrigan has brought that, some of that goofiness, and just being like, guys, let's just focus on the next round, you know, don't worry about it. But also, obviously, when he's unhappy with things, he can get on them.
You have to have those leadership qualities. You have to be able to get what you need from a player in the moments that you need them to perform up to those very important taskings. And yeah, it's not for everybody. It doesn't apply to everyone. Either way, we can look at some of the numbers from yesterday. Again, we didn't really get a challenged Falcons yesterday. Dare I say that Astralis might be one of the teams that may be able to bring some of that depth to the table today.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, hope we're going to be seeing a competitive match, right? I think Astralis also needs to, you know, start showing some results and prove that they can play up to some of the elite teams. But, you know, looking at the game yesterday against K27, you know, having Muncie starting almost with a 2-0 rating in his, you know, debut at this tournament, that's some really good signs if you can have your star playing like that. And then again, you know, Kyusuke has, ever since Karrigan was put in this roster, he's just been, you know, phenomenal. You know, he's really been rising to the occasion and, you know, brought in as this second, if not first, superstar in the team when Nico took a bit, you know, of the third role inside the team. So a very important piece to get working.
That's a scary thing, right? Like, we've been talking about, obviously, the firepower on the Falcons ever since Kyosuke joined in that core. And all three of them are playing better under Karrigan. I mean, Nico's level has been much better, especially at the Major, which has been a crux for him, maybe for the last couple of years. m0NESY has become more consistent and is peaking more. And obviously, Kyosuke was much better in some of these playoff games, right? And that's what really concerns you, you know, when you go up against them nowadays. It's like, okay, they seem to have figured it out, and the individuals are more comfortable under Karrigan.
And it also just speaks into how much effort they've put in to make sure that Kyusuke feels comfortable in the team. And Karrigan really helped him a lot. You know, I think he's kind of taken that, you know, father-son relationship to like a next level, like trying to cater him to make sure, like, I know how good you can be, because it's never been about the firepower. We know how much firepower Kyusuke has brought to this team, but it's more like how to use it, but also not making all these individual mistakes that we have seen from him, where he overpeaks a little bit too much, or he misplays a situation, you know. Like, I think that's also what Sonic has tried to, you know, tell him for a while, but it's like Karrigan came in and had a more, like, in-depth say of what I need you to do and what I need from you to be even better.
Yeah, I think it's the mechanics are absolutely there, right? It's some of the more, you know, lurky plays, or when he's left to his own devices, or, you know, like has to just make plays on his own, like where he was struggling, for example, Nuke outside in some of those positions on T side. And now it's just Kerrigan is like sometimes, hey, I'm just gonna go first, you just go and trade me. Or it's some of these positions where he has a little bit more action, right? Even though he might be a bit more isolated. And yeah, he's been able to have a lot more impact, and I think he's enjoying the game a bit more as well.
Yeah, and it's fun to watch from where we are all kind of watching the Falcons just fumble and stumble every weekend. Every other weekend, it seemed like we were in a different city watching what would be just a sadness would unfold with the Falcons side. Now things have changed. And Yanko, how do we represent that via a graphic?
I don't know. I don't know what graphic you have in store, Trace, but I think, okay, these guys. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of familiarity here. Obviously, with Huxi being together on G2 with Nico and m0NESY, and they've had some good results, right? Winning Cologne and Katowice in the same year, but what's really plagued them was these majors, right? Like, yeah, in Copenhagen it was a top 4 placing, but Paris, they didn't make playoffs, right? Like some of these others haven't been that hot either before m0NESY joined. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Obviously you have Neo, who was the coach for Kerrigan at FaZe for a long time, and we'll see if there's any extra spice to this matchup. Maybe we hear some from Huxi if they get rolling.
There's definitely a couple of funny storylines with the coach and like Huxi and Kerrigan, and I think there is sort of similarity in Huxi and Kerrigan. I do still think that Kerrigan is the better in-game leader, but like the stylish kind of thing, how he used m0NESY and Nico back in the days, with how he used, like how Kerrigan uses m0NESY and Nico now, you know, it's kind of similar. So I think that's just that type of playstyle like kind of fits those two players. You know, give them that space which they can work with, but also having a guy that understands enough is enough.
Yeah, enough is enough, and that's why we get the opportunity now to hear from Astralis. It's about that time, so let's hear what they got.
We got Astralis taking on Falcons in our final game of the day, and I've got Fuzi to give me a few words ahead of it. I do just want to start by recapping your best of one yesterday against mibr, 13-6. Does the scoreline accurately depict what happened in that game?
I mean, yeah, I think so. On the T side, it was very back and forth. I think it was a very close game, and then when we got to our CD side, we kind of ran away with it. So yeah, it felt maybe, like in the beginning at least, it felt way closer, you know, but yeah.
Managed to close it out pretty cleanly. I just want to get your thoughts on Astralis' current VRS ranking. I believe is number 17. Do you think that's fair for your squad at the moment?
I mean, with considering our results, I think it's fair, but I think we are playing at a higher level than that. And I think we showed that yesterday as well. But I think the VRS ranking is always going to be a bit inaccurate. I think we were top 3 in the world at some point last season, and we were saying the same thing then, you know, we are not top 3 in the world, and I mean, it goes the same way now, I think as well, so yeah.
Locking horns obviously with Falcons today. We were just talking about it. I don't believe you played against Nico and m0NESY since they were back in G2 all the way back in 2022, which is pretty wild, and they've probably grown a lot since then. What's your current take on them as a duo and Falcons as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, they're very good, of course. That's why they are in Falcons. And that's why they won the major as well, you know. They're all good players, and yeah, it's always fun to play versus them.
Do you regard them as the favorites of this tournament?
Of this tournament? Yeah, probably. But I think Vitality are also up there. Gotta be either one of them, at least.
What do you think is the current biggest strength of this version of Astralis? What do you think you're going to be able to give to Falcons today?
It's a good question. I think we can all pop off, like all 5 players. Even Huxi has some very nice games sometimes, you know. So yeah, I think when we all play to our potential, we have a very high ceiling. But yeah, our weakness is also that sometimes our floor is maybe a bit too low.
Well, yesterday, yourself and Ryu, you were both looking great. Let's see if that can translate into the game versus Falcons today.
Well, let me just throw the question to you guys. I'll just start with you, Dupree. Do you feel inspired?
By Fuzi?
Yeah.
In what ways?
In the way that Astralis needs to feel when they go in the server today.
Yeah, they definitely need to be, you know, on point if they need to be beating the Falcons. That's for sure. I mean, like it's still for me a team that is still trying to figure things out and still working around this whole new iteration of being an international. And there's a couple of players in that I think really deserves mentioning. Star being the one. He's obviously a Dane, so I have to mention him, right?
Of course. Couldn't help yourself.
But the fact that, you know, he's had a rock solid year, let's just be honest. And I think he's definitely the player to be looking out for. I think the whole swap in roles has really paid off for him. Also, the fact that now he's get to be more of a playmaker, have a bigger voice, but also have more responsibility, that has really paid off for him. And also putting Yap in more supportive and more anchoring roles has also given him a little bit more of his natural prowess. So I think it's a team that is still working in finding their groove. And also now the fact that Neo is coming in, I think there was a lot of tension between Roga and Huxi whenever you heard like in-game snippets. So I hope that Neo can help elevate this Astralis team with also his experience in phase, with maybe a little bit more of a loose play style that he can bring in and cohese together with the likes of Huxi.
Yeah, it was an interesting approach from Astralis during the off-season, right? They made no changes to the players, but they changed things behind the scenes, bringing in Neo, bringing in Zireth as a performance coach who was with Navi for a couple of years, right? Part of the team during their 2024 run as well. Earlier, you know, towards the end of last year, they brought Mighty Max as an assistant coach, you know, a guy who was on Endpoint, and Endpoint was developing a lot of talent and young players at the time. So you feel like they have good structure behind the team now. Fuzi was the one that a lot of people were pointing fingers at. Like, he had a rough couple of months. His best tournament was at Pro League, where they had their deepest run as well when it comes to Tier 1 events. So I think they are willing to give the players a little bit more time, but you have to start seeing some improvement if you want to avoid those roster changes.
If you're a guy like Neo, you've played the game, you've got the accolades there, you've gone the coaching route, you've done the things with FaZe. You're starting over with Astralis. How does it look? How does it feel? How's it played out?
I think I don't want to say completely different, because Huxi is also a pretty vocal IGL and has this way of that he wants to do things, but you know, Kerrigan is the next level of that. And then whenever you have an in-game leader like that as a coach, what you end up doing, like for example for me with Fallen, is, you know, you're just giving him the tools and you're helping him with his vision. Obviously, if you see things that could be a little bit better that you can improve, of course you're going to go and do that, but you're not going to tell Fallen how he's going to call the game. Same way with Kerrigan and to some extent with Huxi. So here it's more about sort of instilling some discipline, probably, right, working with some of these younger players, with a guy like Ryu, working with Fuzi to try to help build some of his confidence up, maybe give him more plays, give him more options on the map, where you can find some more consistency from him.
I hope it's a little bit of a better mix and match when it comes to their playstyles. As with the, I feel like Roga and you know, Neo, they strike me as sort of the same type of coach when it comes to like being good at, you know, catering to the players, listening to the players, and trying to solve issues, right? Maybe it's not always like the tactical thing that they're best at, but I hope that Neo can come in and saying, okay, I worked with Kerrigan for a long time, and this is how we work in FaZe, and that can help how Huxi wants to call, because Roga has never really, in my eyes, been a guy that has been working on, let's just play completely random and free, and then we'll see what happens, where the structure
I don't know what he was doing.
I love it. Say it.
I'm not sure what he was doing, really.
That's a great question.
It was also so weird to see him on a team with Huxi when a season ago he was saying during the oh, we didn't even consider Huxi. And now he's his coach.
I know,
how
right?
How does that work? Like, it was just so wild to me, and they have to step up. Otherwise, this guy is gone. Next season,
yeah, he's gone.
Someone is picking him up. I mean, he's too good to be stuck on this team, right? And it was maybe somewhat surprising that he wasn't already picked up by maybe a Navi, I don't know, maybe a FaZe, right? Like during this off-season, but it feels like at the end of the year, surely someone will come knocking.
Definitely, I think it's a valid point, because, you know, he's been rock solid throughout the year, and it's definitely, even like through the tough times they've been going through, he's just been putting up the numbers, right? And
there's been some tough times.
There has been some tough times, but he's putting up the numbers, you know. And if you have a player that is capable of doing that, you know, that he can put all the issues, you know, around him besides it and still perform, that's a pretty good trait.
Well, let's talk about vetoes, guys. We got there. We finally arrived at the part where we tell you which best of 3 maps we're going to have. So the first one's going to be Ancient. Falcons pick CT.
Yeah, I think that's 2 probably for the side of Falcons. I don't think there's any surprises in these picks. Astralis, you know, banning Anubis as their perma-ban, obviously one of the maps that Falcons like, but that's 2 being open. It's a map on which Astralis struggle. Nothing, you know, out of the ordinary there. And as a decider between Inferno and Mirage, Falcons are going to go for Mirage. Yeah, I think this was 100% what both teams really expected, so no curveballs in this one.
Yeah, there was a couple of gaps that could be utilized, and the fact that Astralis go with Ancient kind of also just proved they smacked. I believe it was Mouse. They smacked 13-6 at Bounty, so it's a map they come with a little bit of confidence, and I think they need all that confidence moving into this one.
EWC play match pick'ems. That's where I'm asking you guys to get involved. We're going to get involved over here, and by that I mean we're going to go sit down so we get the game started. Since you guys asked so nicely in that chat, we're going to do it just for you. It's time for our last best of 3 of the day here on the A Stream.
We got Falcons and Astralis set up to do battle. Coming into this one as favorites, I would assume Falcons, and for Astralis, looking at this roster who are on somewhat of a rise to power. You know, it's a slow and steady rise, but they've certainly been, forged into a team that I don't think are going to get walked over today.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they're going to get walked over.
Okay, all right. What's that based on?
That is based purely on vibes, as Yanko would say.
Okay, all right.
Okay, what are you basing your doubt on?
That Falcons are the reigning major champions. They have Monacy, they have Kyosuke, they have Nico.
All right, you're making some good points, but I can do that too.
That's very surface level.
See, with Astralis, they've got Ryu, got Yabi, Uxie, Fozy.
If Fozy can play well,
I
think we have a potential for at least one competitive map. He just, for me, has to be one of the win conditions alongside a Stare.
Sure.
I think that Yabi, Stare, and Fozy, that's the engine room.
Yeah.
But obviously the brain trust is Huxi. Ryu...
Yeah, what happened?
I just think in some of these anchor positions you can get exploited, so we'll have to keep our eyes on this man.
But I'm not mistaken in thinking that Ryu, there's a reason he's in that jersey. He was showing significant promise initially, right? Like a kind of a bit of a breakout individual.
You're talking about the Monty days, I imagine. Yeah, look, it's tough when you're having to put in some of these roles, right, where I need you to deliver 2 kills and you only get us 1, right? We're kind of splitting hairs at that point.
But then you look at, players that are in those positions, Heavy God does get 2, and a Dick. Jimmy gets 2.5, like there are players that can do that, and you will be compared to them. That's fair. That's fair, absolutely.
I think that in the off-season, Astralis obviously made some changes, but it was from the staffing standpoint as opposed to the players. Neo being a big one, right? Taking the place of Rugger. I think seeing Neo in the Astralis jersey, it caught me off guard. He's in our hotel. I saw him in the gym, and I was going to go, but how's the... I was like, hold on a second. He hasn't been in phase for a while. It took a while for me to wrap my head around that, but this is... one of the greatest 1.6 players of all time alongside of Forest, CSGO major winner. Under the Golden 5, the Virtus Plow, and trying to make his name as a coach. I don't think his time on phase, you can't just wipe it away and say he did nothing, but I think when you're there as the coach and with somebody like Carrigan, it's a bit harder for you to get your flowers. Think about Sid on Furia as an example like that with Fallen. So when we turn to Neo in the next chapter of his coaching career, let's see if this Astralis can be the punchy underdogs required today, because this is a match for the playoffs.
A-main start. Yosuke could take that Molotov out of Ryu's grasp real quick. Huxi's dumping util, but they've got the early A-main warning system. Nico spotting red and fighting. That's the bomb spotted, wrapping it through the donut side, but Monaseed with full control A-main. Oh, it's going to be horrible. He needs help. Yabi gets 1 and done. Kyosuke fighting in the head, and Nico puts him to bed. All right, well, that was dominant.
Mr. Producer, man, give us Carrigan's fire right there. He was extremely animated after the pistol round victory. Obviously, Falcons have a target on their back. This is the reigning major champions. This is a team who the community would love to see fail. They want to be able to attest their major result as a fluke. And I think Falcons want to prove the Counter-Strike world that is not the case whatsoever. It's an Eco, it's a Flash, it's Glocks, and it's a main. Eco immediately responding to this.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of the celebration from Carrigan was by virtue of the extra organizational pressure. Club Championship, obviously extra cash available at EWC, and Falcons currently in 2nd place.
It's AGL at top, right?
AGL, Falcons, and I'll be honest, there's 50 points between them.
But I'll tell you this much. I've never heard of AGL before because I'm a Counter-Strike guy, but the fact that they're at the top of this without a Counter-Strike team, maybe it'll be a bit out of their hands. I think that the main teams in conversation for me, we could have some madness unfold where, let's say, Falcons in other games do poorly, Vitality do well, we get a grand final like Vitality versus Falcons on the Sunday, and that decides it all. That would really be one way to
just multi-million-dollar Counter-Strike round. That would be crazy.
Or into the first gunny, double mollies mid. They really want this control, and it goes both ways. Cave smoke, red smoke, standard opening, and no early biff. They are giving them the mid space. There's a donut smoke in play as well. On the break.
4 smokes invested into this opening gambit.
They want to turn this into an A split.
Honestly, think so too. Immediately pivots over there.
Yeah, needs to pick up donut for Nico.
Honestly, he's been given that block util. Nico will play with just the incendiary. So, dust settle, smokes fade. You've invested 4. What are you left with? You've got a red room presence.
Yes, which is not being acknowledged right now. They're not to know that, but Falcons are taking a bit of a gamble right now in a big way. They're going to press down the B lane for information. 50 seconds on the clock. Nico starts to par the way. So B's for info, but action will be on the A site, and they are relinquishing a lot of control. Nico has a full belt to block, and that smoke perfectly placed as they've called B lane clear. So right now, comms seem to be flowing quite well for Falcons.
Does look tight. Carrigan being proactive as well. It's crazy. He just goes for that at range with an MP7, but into stare. Nico's M4, farming up a couple, making a triple. Fozie's gone. It's textbook. It's comfortable. First gun round and just the 1 casualty. Nico is 8-1.
Yeah, and only 2 kills so far in the 3 rounds of play. Tech pause, so we'll see which side this one's having the problem with. Looks like the Astralis side. So we'll get things fixed ASAP. Have 1 game left on the A stream, 1 game left on the B stream. It's Legacy versus FaZe down the other end, and both of these are progression matches to the playoffs. Remember, 16-team single elimination bracket starting next week. That's why the best of ones, yesterday we only had what I would call 1 real glaring upset. That's the Spirit loss to GG How. But also if there was a couple more, as long as it was only 2 of the 4 favorites per group who got upset, you could still make it out in the wash or the lower bracket. Doesn't mean I like best of ones. It just meant it didn't hurt as much as it could have.
With a round of 16, 4 teams of each group.
Yeah, the problem is if we had a lot of upsets, then we could have, some of the top dogs won their group. Some of the top dogs came through as the lower seeds of their groups. Chances for them to lock on in the early stages. So that's where the problems do arise. But I am getting well and truly ahead of myself. We're just locking those teams in. We're crushing those keys. And we're getting things fixed for Mr. Stare.
Now, why are we here? Who picked up the wins? Or rather, who did they beat to pick up the wins? K27 for Falcons.
Astralis,
mibr, same result for both of them. Yeah, casual. So it's going to be a first test. I was going to say for both of them. We'll see if it's going to remain this comfortable for Falcons.
I thought we might get the Inferno pick out of Astralis because I believe that was the map that they played yesterday against mibr. And showed some proficiency there.
Looks like it might be audio related for Stare as well. And it hasn't been mentioned, but Zonic, of course, formerly of Astralis fame, now sitting on the opposite side of the stage.
That's fair. There's a few links in the server today, right? Obviously, we have Hooksy, who used to be the in-game leader at G2 with Monacy and Nico. You've got Tesses and Yabby now on opposite sides of the server.
Oh, God, there is so many of those links.
Yeah, you got Yabby and Hooksy's together. They're the Copenhagen Flames. There's a lot of them, right? We could really dig those up.
Yeah, of course. FaZe, you said, are playing Legacy, and Neo, obviously, is just used to coaching there.
It's all happening.
It's everything at the same time. We like to keep you guys entertained. We've got 2 weeks of Counter-Strike ahead of us.
You wonder if teams are starting to respect Falcons Inferno a little bit more. Right?
Presumably.
They had some decent results on it back at the Major, right? In that final win over Furia. Sure, a loss to Vitality, but that was close, 13-11. So maybe it's something that not too obvious in the veto for Neo and Hooksy.
It's like Ancient hasn't seen too much play.
No, and some of these names, right? Your Vitalities, your Furias, your Auroras, they all ban Ancient. So, and those are teams who are in the top 10. So when you get deeper in tournaments, you don't seem to see it too much. Looks like we are good to get things back underway.
How cool. Yabby's got a custom jersey because he likes a long sleeve.
Just quickly, I'm curious if Tessus' door smoke lands. He got blocked in spawn. I know.
Oh, it's perfect.
Okay.
It is.
All right, well, he made it work. Good stuff from Tessus there.
Partial investment.
Makes sense with the 3-man B site. You try the pistol A, you tried the gunny A. Well, really now they're going to come knock on the door of B. So Carrigan, Tessus, and m0NESY to lock that down.
Chip damage connects, and Stair stretching his legs out elbow. Too easy for Carrigan. Nails his headshot. m0NESY will pick up onto the mid deagle.
Well, the
lockdown.
Yeah, the tech might have been longer than some of these rounds so far. Obviously not expecting a lot in a partial investment. It's max loss bonus going into the next, and they'll be bringing out the guns. They need to get the account started in the rounds for Astralis. Another one bites the dust, just HooXi and Fozy to get past now. Could be that. There's just one man standing. That's HooXi. That's Carrigan with a nice little 3K. The in-game lead attacks. He gets his Eeks. And they get their 4th round. Okay, well, we've got 3 players yet to get off the starting blocks for Astralis. That's Ryu, that's HooXi, and that's Stair. Now, 2 of the names, I'm okay if they're a little bit at the back of the scoreboard, but Stair is a man who is integral to Astralis if they want to be competitive. See if they burn 4 smokes out the gates. It was red, it was donut, it was cave, it was an extinguished. They've gone with standard openers. Insta cave, insta red. Oh, elbow smokes missed. Way too deep from the CTs.
Okay, first error we've seen. Is it going to cost him anything? m0NESY is forced away. Say that as actually... They'll maintain mid-control completely. I thought there was an opportunity there. Boosted up his Fozy. Oh, and it works out. Pays dividends. And look at the acceleration on this. He wants to post up on that speedway rotation. Smoke obscures vision. Carrigan overlooked completely. He's got another chance, but Fozy finds a second frag on the AWP. Oh, hang on. Fozy completely overlooked him. Nico snuck out the smoke. It's a 2-on-3. Flash for m0NESY. And yeah, HooXi. A hope and a prayer on that swing.
Well, now Ryu and Stair will have to get frags if they want to win this round.
Look at this. This is a real golden opportunity. Stair can go and cut the rotation. Has to be aware of the potential pivot through middle as well, but that bomb's on its way to A. Like, he has to be cognizant of both of them. It's actually quite uncomfortable for Stair. He's going to keep a ear to the wall in red.
They're about to get all the information they need, Falcons, if they're in the wrong place. It's about how quickly can they get there, and can they deal with Stair. Paired up, looking to trade off of each other. Scan m0NESY, make a move.
They got the kit. Stair's got the angle. Catches Kioske on the clear. Down goes m0NESY. Good trade from Ryu. He had to be there.
And Fozy gets 2 big kills. I like the response of Carrigan to scuttle that smoke out and try and cause some chaos. It got them 2 kills. Right, Carrigan gets 1, Nico pushes through. They both try and capitalize as opposed to just losing long control on the site. So a decent response, but Fozy with a double is brilliant, right? The boost, there it is highlighted. In fact, he's able to deal with Carrigan, right? It kind of takes away a lot of that pressure and forces more desperate moves. So well handled in the 2v2. A nice round from Astralis. Let's see if they can double it up. Lurk smoke on B, not a cave smoke this time. So a different opener ever so slightly. And the elbow smoke will land.
Tessus has learned his lesson, won't be given same kind of fight to the AWP.
Right on util to block now are the Falcons. This is going to get a little bit tougher because map control has been established roughly for Astralis, especially over towards this B lane. Ryu just keeping them honest, making sure there's no space taken on the other extremity. But look at this stack from Falcons. 4 players towards B.
Walking down the ramp. Held by HooXi's just turned away. The distraction. And the destruction. 2 sprayed down. Tessus will activate to finish what Kioske couldn't. Smoke break exposes and dunked on by the m0NESY AWP. Everyone just seems so dialed in. Gonna struggle to have any unforced errors out of the Falcons side. You're going to have to play your A game, Astralis. Just the 1 round, then sent straight back to Squalor.
It's 2,900 loss going into the next. It's not going to get them a buy unless you can get them a plant. And even then, to be a little bit lacking. Okay, lost his head. And that's going to be 5-1. Now, I know I just did some surface level throwaway analysis at the start when we were discussing these two teams of m0NESY, Nico, and Kioske. And all of them are fragging out 9-2, 8-1, 5-2 in 6 rounds of play. And also, Carrigan's getting stuck in too. So, Counter-Strike early from the Falcons. They are one of the top dogs here alongside of Vitality and Spirit, and we're asking a lot of questions, right? Are Falcons able to do it again? It's an A-rush all out.
Okay. It's going to be wide open for them.
So they're playing retake. They have a good amount of util because this is so early, and there's nothing for a second wave for Astralis. They will get the bomb down, but still unlikely to see them pick this one up.
Posey's provided a little something, and now, tried to overrun with the Tech 9. Nico gets a freebie. Oh, hang on. With Yabi's headshot onto Kioske, there's a chance in the 3-on-3. HooXi's up close temple. Could be an uncomfortable fight for TeSeS. Nico partners up with his partner in crime, charging in through the donut. And Yabi's Deagle doesn't find the necessary headshot. Real opportunity there, but now all for naught. You got your plant, you got a couple of kills, but Falcons will leave with the round.
Yeah, and I guess that's the objective there. They made it a little bit more gross in terms of the vibe with Falcons. Okay, we've gambled elsewhere, they found the gap, and now we have to work hard and sweat a little bit for this retake. But still, because it was a rush, that means that the CTs are going to have a lot of util. You haven't drawn out the round, you haven't gone past the first 40 seconds. They're going to have extra nades for the retake. Wait out the smokes. They're in a comfortable position. There's no extra util for Astralis because that's just a bit of a light bite. Now we're back out with the guns. Posey gets his AWP. Let's see if he goes for the tall box boost again. What type of spawn is he working with? He has a very good mid spawn, so he might even want to go for the m0NESY pick, right, where he tries to breach out middle, catch them as they're jumping down towards Donut. It's important to activate a player like Posey in Astralis. Nice shooting, but it had a retake.
Oh, right, yeah, sure.
And that'll be that. Wow, yeah.
Yeah, easy.
You're going to give him a signal. Honestly, he's going to take it.
Let's see, Posey. What's your plan? He's dropped his util. He wants to go for it. How do they facilitate him? 3 members of Falcons are on the other side. And he's managed to catch Kioske slipping. Knife out, trying to cross. Cubby. Nico versus Stairs, set up to succeed. A flashbang pulls us back into the 4-on-4. Full lane control for Carrigan. He's going to slip back through to lend a hand towards the solo TeSeS.
Who's just blocked top ramp. So that's going to keep... Be busy for now.
Oh, it looks like he's ready for the Fosey m0NESY head-to-head here on the fade. Ooh, Fosey prevails. Double kill from the Swedish sniper.
TeSeS is pushing ramp now, or at least considering it. Ryu taking space over towards A. Pieces are moving everywhere.
At the same time, Nico, an audible dismount. TeSeS activating ramp. Fosey could have a third here if TeSeS moves too quickly. Perfect. Fosey backs away. TeSeS will shortly have a call that lane is clear. But the bomb's going to be heading towards an unguarded A site. Nico the closest to respond. He's not to know, but surely cognizant of the possibility.
Yeah, he has to be worried about a temple leak. He knows now.
He's going to try and get a timing on the walk through the smoke here. Ahead of the flashbang, HooXi planting, sneaks on out, edges through, no announcement of his presence. Yabi spotted as well, but AKVM4, his former teammate, takes him down into a 2-on-4. Good luck, have fun. Nico, though, undetected.
This is crazy. This is insane.
Sees one temple, doesn't engage. Info flows for Carrigan, but Fosey's aware. A third, and Carrigan falls regardless of the shadow and the info.
Okay, nice round. It's all Fosey there, right? He goes for the mid pick, is aggressive, he deals with m0NESY Heaven. Nico has a gap to make that round interesting, catches him as well, so very good round from the Swede.
I think you might be onto something as far as a win condition.
I just think, right, think about who's going to get you entry kills on Astralis. Visser and...
Fosey.
Exactly, so has to be contributing in that early. He's got a good spawn again. Does he want to try it again?
He does. Off to the races once more. This time, a much different looking defensive mid. It's just Kioske solo.
Yeah, right. You haven't had to smoke Donut. You can actually just take this space. This is very comfortable for Astralis.
Double A main setup. Interesting approach. There's the Donut smoke, just forcing a relocation. Kioske back to red to housekeep for the potential. Nico versus Ryu. Ooh, AK prevails. It's a big opening kill.
Well, the A-fake has worked. Take a look at the radar. Every single blue dot gravitating towards the other side of the map. The bomb is not committed. Hooksy has not called his finish. And Stare is listening for rotation. He's about to have company.
Yeah, he's going to get killed, but he's got some support. Perfect. Orb engages Stare into m0NESY. Bomb A. And
yeah, it might be a save here, Alex.
Looks like that's the current format of things.
1900 lost into the next. Okay, hold up. They're giving it a look.
See if there's a misplay. Bomb plant from Hooksy. Rosie looks like he's guaranteed to find something if they were to swing. Maybe just a bit of a fishing moment, just seeing if any oversteps came their way. You don't want to throw it all in for nothing. Okay, this T side starting to take some shape.
This is the right decision. There is a bit of a hunt from Yabby, though. If he can take away a gun, it's going to put some question marks into what investments are available in the next. And TSS denies, so we'll be holding on to these three. It's only a 3-round gap now, and consecutive rounds as well for Astralis.
Terrorists win.
What's the chances Fozy gets the spawn again?
Yeah, 2 out of 2 in these last.
Yeah, this time it's a bit more B-centric for him. He does have the best cave spawn if he wants to charge up and try another crazy pick. So let's see if Fozy wants to continue to be the opening factor, as Zonic will call his first tactical timeout.
Yeah, you can't count on Ryu catching Nico in a main like that every round. It was a big opening kill provided. A little bit of a furrowed brow and minor frustrations for Falcons.
Those saves, though, they will be equipped. It's util, nothing to question their approach. So how do they choose to open? Suppose he's got a red smoke lined up. I think we'll see him going for the pick in the opening exchange. We are back underway.
He's going straight out.
Oh, he's across.
Okay, but I feel like an orb. Oh, so what? Mechanical brilliance. That's an NS in the chat from someone. That's got to be.
Yeah, and a TY.
Yeah, damn.
That's impact right there from Ryu.
Wow, back-to-back openers. I didn't think that was something we could count upon. Then Tessus will swing. Fozy's holding Kyosuke, and this round should be done. The Karrigan 1v4 asking a little too much, I think. Yep.
And dead.
Scary. Wow. Wow, Ryu, do it again.
Yeah, give us that one in slow motion,
please. Yeah, run that back. I feel like, I mean, being boxed and being hard cleared by a scoped up m0NESY, you're not supposed to have a chance.
They have won, or at least put themselves in a winning position through mid in 3 consecutive rounds. Right? The AWP getting the pick, the AWP ushering the space, and now Ryu taking that space and, well, deleting 2. So it's going to be Falcons finally humbled in the finances. They're going to have to take the partial before the final round, and this is looking direct into B.
Okay, well, Karrigan's 5-7 is going to be tested. TSS on the dig.
They're looking to smoke off Cave, I think, but it's 3 players ahead of this.
Oh gosh, double molly along. You really cannot occupy that space. Karrigan just spamming full blind, overwhelmed, overworked. m0NESY's deagle, just the one.
Nice little change to the rhythm there. Mid, B pop. Bludgeoned to death with utility. Now, before the half ends, can Falcons take the 7-5 lead, or have Astralis brought this back to a 6-6 scoreline? It's 4 on the trot. If they get the 5th, that's a huge amount of momentum going into the break. And I say break, it's only 30 seconds. So it's going to be a little bit more of a kick to Falcons, knowing that they've just let 5 straight rounds slip. And they've been pretty dominant. It's only been a total of 6 kills in 4 rounds. They haven't been close.
Nico starts mid with Kyosuke. Karrigan loud, stampeding, audible to Yabby.
They used so many flashes to try and fight for mid. They didn't win it out, but nobody has mid. So the CT's without vision, the T's without confirmation, and the rotation has been called back towards B. Block smoke donut. We'll have to keep one man busy towards red.
It's pretty barren on B.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest situations to find yourself in on Ancient when you're so passive. You don't have the info. At least you know the AWP now. Boosted up yet again.
That just tells you there was 2 lane.
Spam damage.
It's got Carrigan's name on it. Oh, that's perfect. The combo, the rain combo, I think they're calling that one.
And now you got to worry about mid completely. So mid to Donut, red to CT, red to B, and you're split 2-2. This is miserable for Falcons. It needs to be a multi from a couple of these individuals to give them a chance.
Yeah, otherwise this half has gone from a feast to a famine. Oh, he's nearly got another one. He does! Double wallbang kills. Ryu gets a freebie. Nico had to do something. Activates main into the crosshair. We're looking at a 6-6 half hit. We certainly are now. He's beheaded the AWP.
Some nice shooting from Ryu in this patch of rounds.
Yeah,
and
serious.
He'll put the cherry on top. So all tied up okay.
A game.
You were right. You can list the names.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's worked on both ways of the server. This is nice to see. Thought we were coming in for a bit of a drubbing. Now, Hooksy on the T side, 1 kill. That's all right. He was micromanaged. He's the puppet master. On the CT side, you can't get away with 1 frag, right? So he is going to have to be delivering. Just a quick 30 seconds to take a breath, and then we get things back underway. Already seen the buy starting to take shape for Falcons. We have smoke double flash on Carrigan, smoke Molotov on Tesses. Likely to be Kevlar for the other 3. Catch some of this spam in the replay. That comes way too easy, doesn't it? Beautiful work from Stair. He's going to have to see his opponent, but take him out of the picture. Oof, I thought Kiyasuke was leaving spawn there without buying armor, but pipped in last second. And they look like they're going to be executing into this one. 3 stack, dual Berettas, smoke flash.
Furious.
Smoke flash is in the right place on B. And the dual Berettas as well.
Yeah, interesting. Not putting the Julies in cave. It's just Posey spotting. He's gone for a triple dip. Falls back, concedes cave. m0NESY through the flames. Ryu blind and executed. Lovely pathing. The flash from Carrigan just set him up to succeed there. I mean, you look at it from Astralis' POV, there was not a single chance. Ryu completely flashed. Bomb planted. Difficult to see a way back in. 2 Stair and Hootsy partner up, and m0NESY deadly. Does get 1 before Yabi finds him. Yabi another on the USP. Hang on a second. Shape it up nicely. These USPs just executing Falcons. Insta-deleted. There's Nico's Julies. Hooksy, no time for this. And no bullets either. Nico will convert it, but yeah, impactful onto the B site there. A couple of nice ones on the way back in from Yabi, but insufficient.
It's both pistols now in favor of Falcons. CT side 4 spy. That's my expectation. Let's see if it's a reality. I am surprised they did just leave Ryu there. I understand it was a solid execute, but it looked like they were playing like an anti-plant setup, right? The reason you play inside is you don't want to. You just want to win the round there and then.
Yeah.
But, getting the output on the Berettas. Nico definitely could.
Also, just got a lot of admiration for the pathing of m0NESY, sometimes coming out of cave on those pistols. That cubby can be so deadly, but the perfect flash and his immediate pathing towards that safe wall, safe from any of those long, short angles.
So, timeout right now from Astralis to discuss. So, Hooksy, Neo jump in. Now, Neo might have taken this on his own volition, but Fozy did buy in util and then sell back. They're just going to take the eco with a couple of flashes to work with.
All right.
So we'll see if they can make it costly at all. 3 SMGs, 2 AK-47s, and again, a heavy presence towards B. They're going to smoke off Heaven and Cave. And the plan is, all right, well, we'll just flat out Donut and see if we can fight the middle, but sector clear. B execute in the air. And now damage, because Astralis will be buying into the next round. So they should just set up and see if the USPs can take away a gun or 2. And try not to concede too many kills to the SMGs.
Kawabanga. Big nade.
well. There goes the SMGs, but this
Couple
is
of
decent,
kills.
yeah, decent damage on the USPs. We'll take that all things considered as TeSeS will finish it off and he'll get himself the upgrade. Yosuke's AK found and a 2-round gap. Now, it was a strong start in the first half. See if they can continue. Strong start here into the second. No AWP for Fozy. Good job finding picks and really playing the trade with the AWP on the T side. He's not going to get that opportunity for a couple more rounds. They've gone Donut and Red Smoke for middle, so they are going to want to fight for this. At least make it feel like they are. TeSeS is out with the MAC-10.
Look at it go. Did take a lick of the flame, so audible to stare.
He's in the Donut Smoke, so he might catch a timing.
Flash is coming in. He's got stare running at him. He's got support though. Gabby providing that support. Stare onto a USP. They hold their nerve. Into the A site though. Big box occupied. Good trade from Temple. That's what you want from Ryu. Down to Nico. Disadvantage for the Falcons, but not impossible to get out of this.
Need to hit the pause for a moment. The util is good, so they've hit the brakes. They've faked it. Oh, Honesty scalps Hooksy in this one. 2v2 now. Did they know both done it? They have different rifles, right? It's an A1S and an A4, so there's a chance both of them spammed. Or is he trying to cut them off with the pass?
This is so outrageous. You're not going to expect this, or you are if you're Monacy. His clears have been sublime.
But you were spotted. They're rotating into Stair. He's already here.
On-ramp power position. Monacy, how aware are you? Yeah, caught with the bomb in his hands. You got 40 seconds. It's Nico versus Stair. He assumes Nico must have been rather close. And walks to his demise. Nico's awareness on the repos.
Oof, he's at a map right now, 18-8. You wonder, once he got that major under his belt, if he's now unburdened by that and we get a different level to Nico. But putting in a shift right now.
I mean, I've heard it from multiple major champs. Most recently, I think I remember hearing it from Dom. But it was the hunger that comes for the second. As soon as you win the first, you're like, I'd like to do that again.
2 would be nice.
Can we have another one?
Well, that is the hot start in the second half. Off of good attempt there from Stair. They hear the 5-7s chomping away, the snapping turtle. Keep them at range. Casual in this as they just set up the B lane control. SS tasked with A main as well as mid pushes. They're flashing to allow him to clear close, make sure CTs don't have any room to work with. Slow and steady as they're very procedural on this. Only into cave stage 1. Paragon will take the space. The setup, as we can see on the radar from the CTs, is ready to pounce through red. They're not set up to use Hooksy's flash, at least not for the red fight, but as they start to rotate... Oh, I think that's a missed smoke towards long. Yeah, that has not landed as desired. 40 seconds. Do you send Carrigan in to investigate? Cave flash on the way.
Carrigan was anti, so was Kioske. One back on the 5-7, but yeah, goes swinging into his demise.
It looks like they'll just rotate the bomb over towards A as a pack here, so as long as they trade out, there's not any issues. Getting a little bit clunky with the util, but at least they're still trying to play for each other. What do you got for us, Yabby? Oh, you got a nade in your face.
Yeah, that one hurts.
Nobody home right now. They have started to evacuate. Looking for damage as Astralis. They'll pop out late, but they've already left the site. TeSeS will take down Hooksy. Gabby will try and chase him. TeSeS is definitely hearing this, so come on. Gonna go down to the bomb here. Yeah, Gabby.
It's the head-to-head between TeSeS and Yabby, right?
There's been a couple of them so far.
There has.
Well, the key for me, for Astralis to start bringing things back on this CT side is what it was on the T side. It's Posey on the AWP, right? He didn't get it out until the mid portion of that T side. Now on the CT side, we've had 4 rounds played. Going into round number 5, he gets his AWP. This is a progression game. Nobody getting eliminated off the back of this one. Hefty nade damage. Look at that.
Astralis struggling to stand up straight after that. Stare and Yabi bleeding out their ears. Not pretty. And Hooksy, emboldened.
Yeah, probably feels he has to take some room after his mid players cannot stay around.
Valuable intel.
Yeah, it's so tough to see how they're meant to win a round after 3 players take so much damage to nades in the early stages. So
I'm excited to see Falcons when they check their util damage after the round.
They're going to be gleeful.
Mm-hmm. What's Carrigan calling then for that finish? Looks very eccentric, or at least hanging out around mid.
Because of the door smoke, they foregone this control. The AWP sounds off. That actually helps into an A play a lot. If you know that the AWP is not donut or trained on main, it's almost like an invitation to take those duels with the aimers that you have.
It's going to feel very tense for Yabi and Ryu. Less than 100 health between the two of them. I mean, this nade damage still lingers. A third man on the site, though, and ooh, lost control of that one, Ryu. Gets nothing, unable to provide those multis, those necessary multis, and like you highlighted, just being able to avoid this win condition for Astralis in the AWP.
If they had AKs, and they instantly, right, they have the angle, okay, you could stop, but as soon as you've lost control of the hose, it's one bullet, oh, thanks for coming.
And you're static, crouched down, a nice little one bang from the Kalash.
So we'll get to see this util damage come through in a sec, but right now, Yosuke hands at 180 at the top. Tessa's at 91, so we'll see whose nades did the most, but it looked bloody brilliant, didn't it?
Doing the nade stack on the round, they start 3 mid as well, just a little bit of luck on their side.
Astralis are one of these teams who love the full press, right? They really want to contest for that lane control. This is 5 straight rounds on the T side now. This is the map choice of Astralis. Dust 2 coming up next, and if we get to Dust 2, I am going to be quite worried for Astralis. They are on a 4-map losing streak in the last 3 months.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of red.
Yeah, this is going back to Atlanta, right? So I lost to Legacy, Focus, Heroic, and Mouse. And a couple of these names are not Dust 2 teams. So that's where you get a little bit worried if you're an Astralis fan.
And if you're an Astralis coach as well, you call your last time out if you're Neo.
You can see where this is headed. It's just a bit of a shame because that patch of 5 at the tail end of the first half, those rounds were quite dominant. They were setting the tone, and now, yeah. Nade damage galore that round.
Will this remain casual? Or will Astralis be able to post a CT round and start a conversation?
And nobody playing aggressive mid this time, right? They have block short.
That nearly...
Come on.
Providing an opener through the boards. Ryu reeling.
Give him a chance.
3 HP. They'll double up close to try and stop this. Yeah, okay. Ryu blind. Oh, Hooksy turns in. Lovely double. Denied by Tessus for more. Stare present. As is Fozy on the AWP. He might peek off of the back of that. Flash actually catches him. And Monacy catches his emergence. Oh, bell rung. AK better.
Just an MP9 going to walk into Carrigan.
One tap?
In a way.
In a way.
In a way.
In a way. Can't argue with that. Look how much fun they're having. How dare they?
Nico, 19 and 9. Monacy, 17 and 7.
Yeah. That might explain the smiles.
Everything seems to be working right now. That is a horrible way to start the round if you're Ryu. All right, well, could very well be the final round of first map in this one. Falcons have come to play here at EWC. In main again. Abby made the same play last round with an MP9. He knows he has a bit more company.
Like it.
Tessa's hard clear this.
I do like the head-to-head duel. Let's see who gets the better of them this time. Yavi again. Tessa's frustrated.
Well, their minigame has been rather entertaining.
I honestly, I do think Yabi's won the minigame.
I can't wait to see the stats after to see the head-to-head. Like how many times those two dueled.
By my count,
what are you giving us?
It's
at least 5.
I think it's 3-1 that I remember to Yabi.
All right. Well, through the smoke, Hooksy gets one traded. They're into B. He was the only man there. We can start to pack this one up.
Or Fozy, yeah, that's so ambitious. It still results in a stair trade, though.
And they have the man advantage with the bomb down. So as these smokes will start to fade, there's a chance Astralis can put themselves in a position. But again, Nico, 20 and 9. m0NESY, 17 and 7. These are the heaviest hitters to win a 2v3 to win the map.
These two play off each other.
All 3 through cave.
Oh, damn well. m0NESY, power position on the ramp side. Nico. Oh, he's in good form, but he has to get all 3. And one tap from Yabi. Nico, look for the transfer there onto the pillar. Both of them grouped up, gets the information, confirms one of their presence. Gonna call the bluff on that one completely. Oh, gets caught with a nade out. Ryu will double swing.
Oh, my. Whew. Aim looking a little bit rocky for Astralis there, wasn't it? The fact that Nico had a chance.
The hang time on that where he's just gonna showing them. It's like show and tell.
Yeah.
Like, this is my grenade. I got it from home.
How do you like it?
It was $300. I got it in Spawn.
Okay. m0NESY bought an AK, then sold back and brought himself an AWP, so plenty of cash for this one.
They got a CT round.
Well, I don't want to start painting the picture yet, but it's an A rush for the finish.
All right. That's so Carrigan-esque for sure. Audible to the donut player. Yabi barking for rotations. And he's down. Sit, says Kioske. Stair one back onto Captain Carrigan. Fight again. Double kill for Kioske, finding a long-range engagement towards the CT spawn. And with the bomb now down, Falcons. Oh. Tessa's onto Hooksy's a chance, and yeah, they're running out of defenders, running out of bodies, and running out of chances on their map pick of Ancient.
Dust2 coming up next. Difficult to make a case of seeing this one going 3, but Falcons in hot form.
Oh, Nico through the smoke will close it all down. Nothing the AWPer can do. Fozy was hoping on a prayer. And that's the end of that. All right, first map, Falcons, and it's convincing.
Yeah, great stuff. You want to see Falcons in this form, one of the title contenders. Let's see if they can do it in 2.
Yeah, try as you might, try as you will. It's not going to be enough here on the first map of this one. That's for much is certain. Astralis down 1-0 in what is a best of 3. And so far, so good. Falcons fans can rejoice in the fact that nothing catastrophic has occurred. Things are going the way they're supposed to go after you win the major.
That's a very solid, it's just very solid from Falcons once again, and it's just, it keeps impressing me with how deep their toolbox is when it comes to not only the individual players, but also when it comes to how good they look as a unit. And it just shows time and time again. I think it shows, obviously, with how they take space and how they take control with each other, but it's also whenever they end up in clutches, whether it's Kyusuke or Tessis, but also just whenever you see m0NESY and Nico together in a clutch situation, they just take their time, They're so aware of the majority of the situation that's going to happen towards them, and they just play things at a higher level, and it's just a thing of beauty watching, and it's just incredible to see how Falcons has evolved throughout the last couple of months since Carrigan joined with how perfect they play most of the situations. And today, not much of a sweat was broken here against the likes of Astralis.
Yanko, would it be fair to say that there for the first part of that first half, Falcons had lived rent-free in Astralis' head?
Yeah, to some extent, they were off to a great start, being up 6-1, but, good job from Astralis to win 5 rounds in a row, and they were all gun rounds because Falcons had such a great economy at the time, but in the end, not being able to win the second pistol, not having a good start, and Falcons just playing really well, as Peter pointed out, sort of hitting that flow state, not really making any massive blunders, right? And that's, something that you were used to seeing from Falcons. Even with this iteration of the lineup, you would say oh, they play up to the level of their opponents, which is great when you play a Vitality or a Spirit or a Na'Vi, but not so great when you go up against a BB team or, you know, potentially a K27 or an Astralis. So the fact that even though it's just the first map, it was Astralis' map pick and they were super convincing in their win is a good sign for the Falcons.
I think it's a convincing fashion that also just stands out to me. Like the fact that regardless of the situation they end up, you know, they take their time and they play the situation accordingly. They just, you know, they seem to be a very well-functioning unit as of right now, and it's a scary look if you're an opponent looking at the Falcons, because this is how the Falcons were supposed to be looking also when the project was started, you know. So the fact that they've just picked up the pace and the way that they can, you know, almost, you know, demolish their opponent, like make them have no chance. That is very impressive.
I think we are right at the position where we can look at some of these rounds. I'm thinking round 6. We can start off the early ones too, because round 6, well, if I remember right, it was already a situation where you lost both pistols. So how did it manifest?
Yeah, talking about that flow state, here's a reset round early on, right in the first half. Falcons go for that heavy mid opening to take mid control. No one is on A early on. Slower, more passive opening from the side of Astralis with Fuzi being boosted up again. But now you see the rotation in the mid round. 4 players towards B. Nico spams to sort of mask this aggressive play. Again, we talk about what Kerrigan does for Kyosuke. He swings first, so Kyosuke can get all the kills. Tessus pushes Cave at the same time. Now m0NESY with the smoke break, just taking care of business, and that's a super clean round to completely reset the economy of Astralis early on.
And obviously, just looking at round 9 as well, I think it's one of these rounds where I think Astralis did something really great. Like it's the mid control for them that was very important for them, and also the fact that they get Stair into this very forward position. And then it's this fight into the A-main that is actually very important. That Ryu, he finds Nico with a very well played headshot, and you can see like this fake just really pulls all the Falcons player towards the middle, because they need to try and regain this type of information. They want to go out and fight. They want to begin. It's one of the traits that Falcons has really picked up and wanted to be playing around as. If they lose a frag somewhere, they might as well just gather up, get that information, fight it, instead of just playing it up to be random.
Might as well. And we might as well kind of look at the simple fact here that we go to Dust 2 with Astralis starting on CT. Is there some saving grace in that?
They're not out of it yet.
Yeah, okay, that's real. That's real.
And similar with Falcons, Ancient was probably one of their weaker maps, and they put in obviously a lot of work on it during the break, right? And that's something that maybe Astralis couldn't necessarily prepare for well. Now, on the flip side, Dust 2 is a weaker map for Astralis, so that's always something you're going to focus in your off time, during practice, right? How do you improve your weaker maps? And maybe they have something in store that could catch Falcons off guard.
I think it's gonna be very difficult, right? I think Dust 2 was that map, and it's still the map for Falcons when Kerrigan was brought in. You know, he just have a solid idea how to play it, and he's just shown that ever since. And it's also a map where Nico just gets a lot of freedom, wants to be able running around, and then if you pair that up with the aggressiveness of Kyosuke, but also m0NESY, you know, you just, no matter where you're gonna turn your attention, you're gonna be having a tough time.
One thing that could, you know, beat Falcons is hubris, right? If you get ahead of yourself and, you know, you think the game is already over, that's usually when you can get surprised. And they definitely aren't at a level in which they can, you know, think that way or take anything for granted. So now it's about maintaining discipline and sort of finishing the job here on Dust 2.
But what are the odds exactly if I say Astralis come out swinging a little bit harder than they did in this first map? Because I'm thinking that's a world we live in. Now, is it going to be enough to keep pace and compete with the Falcons in the long run of the entirety of the map? I don't know about that.
It feels like the gap is too big, right?
Yeah,
It would have to be one of those underdog stories where you win both pistols, right? Some reset, a clutch early on, right? But it just feels like Falcons are too good at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that's a good place for us to kind of pause what we got going on so that we can go to a break. We can come back. We can jump right back into Falcons Astralis, B-Stream's Legacy phase, but that's not what you want to watch, is it? You want to watch over here and see if the Falcons can close this out in 2. And just like you, so do we. We'll be right back after this.
He's taken 2. Lato dead, Art wall banged away, and immediately Legacy left out on their feet.
As rounds are starting to end very, very quickly, emphatically, not even any success on the openings that you could be happy about for Legacy. Smoke fades, wrong time for Nissim, he goes down. And Frozen's even spotted one more towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, Frozen going to go back in for a peek here. Bomb is going to be coming towards Frozen. He's nailed it. No problem whatsoever, and no chance here for Legacy. Getting absolutely shut down. One-sided today from FaZe.
Very one-sided. Very impressively one-sided as well. Cleaner than I ever would have expected out of FaZe. Really, really cool to see. Legacy, still some work to do. They haven't even been able, we mentioned in the first half, not even able to execute their game plan, it feels like. That's how strong FaZe has been.
We got to see J Bowen pop off. Jacob have a strong performance. Frozen, strong start to the game, and he's continued that. Dumao has slipped out middle. Twist is going to find him. Surely. Dumao's got to get very lucky on the timing there. He's done very well to anticipate that peak from Jacob and handle it, but using utility well. Nichu blinding Dumao. Here comes the last-ditch effort again from Legacy. Once again, knocking on the door of this A site. Has not been going well for them because J Bowen has shut up this A site. Nichu's come in with 2 on the rifle, and it's just Lato 1v2. It's a doable clutch with J Bowen low in HP. But you have to look at the 19 health left on Lato. You need to kill Frozen, and he just can't get it done. A 13-6 win coming in from FaZe Clan. We were talking about how strong Legacy looked like on Cash yesterday. FaZe have made them look very average.
Yeah, they really did. That's a disgusting performance out of FaZe right out of the gate. I mean, start to finish. Lovely once they took control. This losing the pistol, winning the second, but then just dominant. Jacob had a great game. I think Twist called a phenomenal.
Welcome to the infamous British game, Chicken in a Box. I'm here with Team Falcons. I got Monasi, I got Kiyosuke, and we've got 2 boxes, but only 1 chicken. I'm gonna explain the rules of the game. Kiyosuke is player 1. He gets to open his box, see if there is or is not a chicken in there. Monasi then has to swap the boxes. Kiyosuke's got to convince him to either keep his box or swap the box. You guys understand? Yes. The winner gets the chicken. Are we ready? Kiyosuke?
But I'm not looking. Actually, I need to look at you. Wait, nice face. You have chicken? No.
What do you think? You want to swap boxes?
Yeah.
Yeah? What, you don't have a chicken? What's in the box? Nothing?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Maybe chicken.
Maybe chicken.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, you're bluffing. 50-50?
50-50.
What are the odds right now?
100% you have chicken inside.
Why do you say that?
You have chicken inside, 100%. Do you want to swap with me? Boxes or not? I'm fine with it.
Ooh, he's going back. He's double bluffing. Or is he?
Tak, listen. I think you have chicken inside, so I trust my feeling. You have, so I would swap.
Why do you have that feeling? Is it his face? Is it his voice?
Body language.
Yeah?
Sells everything.
Okay. Is he scared?
Maybe a little bit.
What if he's bluffing you right now?
He
How do you know?
He is not bluffing.
He's not?
Yes. I know my teammates.
Very confident, very confident. Anything to say to this?
No.
No?
No.
Right now, it looks like he's going to swap, so you're happy with that. That's what you want, right?
I'm okay with it. Now
He's okay with
now
it?
he's triple bluffing.
He's triple bluffing.
Yes, of course, it's provocation. You have chicken. Give me chicken back.
Are you ready?
Yes, I hope I have good feeling.
Honestly?
I open.
Do it, see honest.
Так, братан, and today for my lunch I have chicken. Yes, man. Easy.
And that's it. Modesty wins. As they say in Team Falcons, nice, silly.
Nice, bratан.
Nice try next.
Thank you.
Go next.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Well, 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 what do we have here? We've got Falcons in very good form. Understandably so, of course, fresh off of the big win, now up against Astralis for a spot in the playoffs. A little bit different here at EWC, 16 teams make it through to the round of 16, single elimination playoffs, and a spot for them, I say them, Falcons, if they can convert Dust 2.
Yeah, it's looking likely now. Dust 2 coming up next. Their map choice, a map of the Major. They played 5 times. They won it 4 of the 5. But they lost it recently to 100 Thieves, but that was online, so we can just completely swipe that one away. We don't put a lot of stock in online Counter-Strike, especially at the start of a season. And since Karrigan has joined the roster, Dust 2 is their most played map at 18 times. The next closest being Mirage at 10. And of those 18, well, they've got a 72% win rate. So
72?
And the fact that Monacy, Nico, and Kioske are all in good form to kick off map number 1, that bodes very well for Falcons coming into map number 2. Monacy and Kioske are the 2 highest rated players over those 18 maps. We'll see if they can be unleashed. We'll also have a bit of an in-game leader T-side kill count watch. Hooksy and Karrigan combined have 1 kill on the T-side so far in this series. Their job is to call the round, not to shoot the people.
For those of you that weren't there, by the way, Chad Sponge Birchall, ex-in-game leader,
yes.
if you'll believe it.
I had plenty of times of botting out. I was quite the expert on botting out.
He's unusually sympathetic to the captains, believe it or not.
No, I get it. It feels real bad.
No, but T-side, you do have to be pulling those strings, and that's Karrigan calling the shots for Falcons.
And if you are going to die, make sure you trade it.
Right. Which Karrigan does a lot of wide swings with Kioske behind him.
Oh, he's that's to be the first man in.
Oh, what? Fozy. Good start. Breaks the neck of Monacy with those dual Berettas, and he's ready to stand and bang. And actually, Hooksy's found himself one onto Nico, no less, who's just had a great ancient to start us off.
Weird standoff here.
It's a very weird standoff here too. Hang on, he's going to get it.
Yeah? There you go.
Thank you.
It's the TESS 1v5. You've all been waiting for it. Everybody's wanted to see it unfold. One of the greatest rounds of Counter-Strike that you haven't known's happened yet.
Okay.
35. He needs to jump up short. He needs to pick up the bomb. They're running at him short.
Oh, and Fozy's got a smoke. Oh. I know it was already looking pretty unlikely, but that really did seal the deal.
Okay, well,
Hooksy's got 3 kills on the CT side. Not going to go towards our tally, obviously.
No.
Oh, no, he didn't.
It's only T side we're looking at for the tally. It's Fozy who got the 3K
got
in
the
that
3.
one. Yeah.
My bad. And we'll see that first one. Look at this. 1 bullet. Bruh.
Speaking of first, that's their first pistol.
Okay.
Going to be the force for Falcons. I see him with a scout. Pistols for the rest.
Yabi got another one on Tess's, by the way. I'm keeping track.
Oh, I forgot. I'll check.
Will ya?
Yeah,
Thank
you have I'll focus on that. You focus on this.
Okay, well, it is a full investment. The Falcons not satisfied.
They had 9 head-to-heads over the course of that last map.
Did Yabi win?
Yabi was out 6-3.
Okay. Needed down to the funny number, but sits Yabi down with the scout headshot through the door. That's beautiful. Can't really, fault Yabi. I guess. He just clicked real good.
I think you have to gamble now if you're Astralis. Playing 2-2, you hope you can get the necessary output. They're turning this into a B pop with mid to B pressure. So still selling that they are applying a little bit of something over towards A.
The fact that Fozzy's here gives me a little hope for Astralis to convert here, even though they are supposed to. I'm gonna take that one back. The Monacy Scout, 2 kills deep. Ryu needs a lot more than that. Wow.
I had X-Ray off for that second fight.
How good was that?
Much better than X-Ray on.
Yeah.
Usually the way it goes.
Crazy. Crazy. I mean, I know you said it was all floaty analysis, but when you said Falcons are going to win and then read the 5 names on Falcons or the 3 big names on Falcons, I mean, yeah, crazy. Crazy.
That's the thing with this team, right? Obviously, the output's never been questioned. It's just when Kixon was there, it was, okay, they're lacking this punch to get across the line. Then Carrigan comes in with FaZe flailing. People go, oh, well, this isn't going to do anything. And, the confidence that the team have in Carrigan has now unlocked the individuals.
Yeah.
Indoor Molly, making sure no one can scuttle in towards lower tunnels without taking a lick of damage. It's going to be the force buy back the other way. This one doesn't have a scout for Fozy. Indoor Smoke hasn't quite hit the mark there, so there is a slight gap to work over. Pro audio only listeners. 3-man long stack on this force. Fozy patrolling the mid doors and Ryu tasked with bringing down B in case they were to come his way. But right now, Falcons congregating on Cat for an easy A ambush.
Fozy relays a large amount of bodies crossing Gandalf's side and towards the A site. The long players start to activate, making sure there's no rats in the system lurking long, but on the fade of the smoke, it's an easy pick for Carrigan. He'll take that any day of the week. A kill on the T side, 2 now.
Yeah, because there was no pressure at all when they scaled, they just immediately went back and covered off short, which is going to give them room here in the post plant. And Astralis, they gamble incorrectly.
And this is where, yeah, the cash can really go crazy. You got 2 M4s and a FAMAS out of the second round win. You don't have to reinvest into anything. You're just going to be, you know, getting a nice pile of gold, Smaug style.
And I think that's why we're seeing Astralis go for the save, because otherwise their next round would have nothing to try and contest against this. They'd be going into crossfires and post-plant setups that are already there, and right now they can just go for the double dip. Okay, we gambled incorrectly. We didn't get what we were looking for. Let's try again. Just the one casualty of Fozy. But I think that they really need to start prioritizing getting this guy the AWP as soon as possible, and that's not going to happen for some time now. So what impact he was able to have in terms of openers and adding a little bit of energy, as far as Ancient was concerned. Some very good long spawns right now if Falcons want to take the challenge. Always risky to do against the pistol buys. You definitely don't want to smoke long corner if you're doing that against a lighter investment, but just looking to take their chances. It's essentially the same start from Astralis. UB, other 3 gravitate towards long. Fozy's job is to patrol the mid to B and call what he hears towards short. So something in the prep, it feels like it's told them, hey, they're going to go back to a late long take after they feign this mid presence, but you could very easily just see them calling the same round. Looking almost exactly the same.
Yeah, almost. This time, though, Fozy has been spotted towards the ramp side. He's done well to hit a headshot there. The first bullet out of his USP does put Carrigan down, and he'll find the finish as well. So converted upon it. Bit of damage onto Kioske as well. Tessus as well. Wow, these pistols, they're doing damage. Need to convert, though. 2 walking on up. Stare to bait. Hooksy to try and find something on the 5-7.
Short plant.
Kioske's holding the cross. Flash connects, and so does the bullet. Stare finds the head. There's a double kill. Yavi chips in, all onto the shoulders of Nico. A 1 versus 3 with the short flank coming in quick. Ryu should have this one dead to rights. And on the reload, Nico, 2 of the 3.
Oh my god.
He nearly.
Oh my god.
If it's an A4, Chad, he can pivot.
Yeah, he's actually got ammo remaining in that situation. Oh my god, okay. Well, the double dip pays off. That was it a flash from Yabby and a double from Stair?
One hell of a flash,
combination
yeah.
either way, but that was beautiful on the way back in. The dinks coming from the pit side as well. That one is the real first bad round, I suppose, we've seen from Falcons.
Yeah,
but money is not a question.
Let's see this. The long-range headshots as well. Fair play to Stair. Incredible output. Yabby not only flashing, but hitting the frag. And imagine if Nico had a couple more bullets in that mag.
Yeah, that would have been nuts. Okay, Monacy's got the spawn. He's going to go challenge long with the AWP.
Whoops. Posey Aggie mid. Oh, this is feeling a bit scary now for the AWP.
There's support. Yabby's just mollied that cat.
A molly into lower, and he is cooked. Instead, oh, he's had his head removed by Nico's AK. You can see a furrowed brow. Communication a mile a minute.
That's the AWP dead. So at this point, as long as you can establish short control, you can just finish A with an execute. Or...
Oh, Hooksy loses his head on what was just a jiggle smoke defense.
Yeah. Sharp shot from Tessus, the unsung hero.
That's his archetype.
Ryu's given up B. Nico could try and lurk in for this. And now waiting for a CT re-aggress, 50 seconds. That net wide. Got everything covered. Obviously with the mid doors, Nico upper tunnels. This long space, short control from Suke as he swings through, spots him out, gets information on one. Nico's going to take the B space. Still plenty of time to bring the bomb back, 30 seconds. But Monacy heads long, so no, not anymore. Oh, boys. Oh, boys.
Hang on a second. We're getting maybe 2 rounds in a row. Hang on. Nico's flank is everything. Monacy onto Yabby, perfect. And yeah, they are going to go for the A commit. 20 seconds. They have to hurry this up. Ryu and Stair, both on the A site. An opportunity to disrupt. What is that? Ryu just goes jumping, trying to react. Gets caught by Tessus. Just Stair trying as hard as he might. 9 seconds on the clock, boys. Where's that bomb? Where's this clutch come from? It's just Stair, and he pulls it off with a USP! A shrug of his shoulders. Quad kill total. Falcons fumble.
That's a overcooking of the pooch, I think is the official terminology for that one, right?
Boiled.
Yeah.
It's just a liquid now.
This opener, Nico just rips off the head. Tessus does the same. The battle back from Stair. Another cross smoke that's leaving a lot to be desired. The clock against them. Nico's desperate. Realistically, in that situation, you know, he should wait for the ramp players to make contact, but thinking he'll just do it himself. And now we'll go 2 consecutive rounds, the 2 worst rounds that Falcons have played in this series so far.
In back-to-back fashion.
So now it's just about the mental, but a timeout taken, a conversation had, a chance to reset.
Yeah, just 2 1v1s in back-to-back.
You know that you've squandered a couple of these opportunities.
What's going on with these cross smokes? It's the same kind of gap as well. Just missed thrown.
Yeah, if people missed it, Aurora versus M80 a little bit earlier today. M80 sent packing. Aurora finding better form than they did day 1. Oh, Stairs doing the geeky. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I thought he was doing the no cries.
Yeah,
He just did the standard. Well, they've already won a round with very little. It was a force in round number 2 of the game. Honestly, Scout delivering. No Scout this time round. Honestly, with his hands off the mouse and keyboard. You can tell this one is going to be a slow crawl. You think the Falcons screenshots come back after that one?
They could, actually.
I feel like they should be buried with the major win.
I think that's actually a very fair, yeah. And the fact that, you know, they looked incredibly good on the first map. Just 2 bad rounds is probably not enough for the meme to resurface immediately.
I think we'll be surprised.
True, true. But that's just because they love him, you know? Bang. Jumping into the jaws of Stair. There's that Nico Deagle. Still rocking the blaze with the mouse stickers.
He is looking sharp as hell today. Tell me why they can't win this round, Alex.
I'm struggling to. Hooksy. Dangerous game being played. Nico's got his aim locked in. If you swing further, Nade down to 56. It's all 3 CT. And whoa! He hit that! He actually hit that! A flick of the wrist, and Yavi's gone. Ryu and Hooksy doing their best.
They're chasing Ghost right now. Ryu, you got the kit. You need to get that towards the bomb chief.
Tessus, just live. Just live.
Ryu's going to be so late to the party. He's jumping up short. This is an eco victory. This isn't a force fight. This is an eco. That's the Nico Dig.
What?
The patch of these last, actually 4 of the 6 rounds that we've had played in this half have been absolutely wild.
Oh, DJ, can I see that one again, please? Rewind. Wow, that's one way to shake it off, isn't it? You know, you were like, oh, tilt could be a factor. I think that's a tilt killer. Nice
First
start.
one's good.
Wow, the words I'm not allowed to say. Come on, mate. That's beautiful.
Yeah, well, now it's Astralis who are feeling a little bit rocky. Neo's going to take a time out of his own design. Oh.
Come on.
Tit for tat, back and forth.
I'm so curious how many players, I can only name Tessus and Shiro that are on the black bar still. He is still a black bar enjoyer.
Yes.
Retro.
Bit of a dying breed. Taking a look at what's available for this T-side call. Very good long spawns that Karagud could use. Suke, Karagud and Tessus. Good position if they want to try and breach out long. Modesty doesn't have a great spawn just to jump down mid immediately, but he can get there pretty quick. See if they want to boost him up. For the CTs, they're the ones who took the timeout. They're working with 2 MP9, so that's probably what they're trying to leverage in this situation. How do we get the most out of that?
Aggressive short line, kept at bay by the flame. Or default here.
Nice not to see Hooksy try and press up closer towards the long doors just to lock it down because he only has an SMG. I suppose he wants to stay in motion because they have gone for a 3-man gamble of the B stack on this lighter investment. Well, I said lighter investment, lighter weaponry. It's a full investment, excuse me. A looks very fragile from what we can see, but the AWP is in a great position to deal with the bomb coming through the long doors.
Crisscross mid smokes. Mosey doesn't flinch. He's on the line. Oh, it's a catastrophe! Hooksy just puts his skull in line with the Falcons, and Posey a shake of their head there. God, we're having some fun on Dust 2. Hooksy's trying to laugh it off, and Posey is just, yeah, head in hands. He's in the right place, Chad. He is in the right place. He's in the right line, and Hooksy's cerebellum interrupts.
Okay, well.
Oof.
Oof, indeed.
Oh, have we lost a flash? No,
Isn't it crazy? That's the opening kill of the round.
Oh, it is.
So Posey technically got an opener.
Yeah, yeah. Put that one in his column.
Someone put him in a green jersey.
Gosh.
Oh, mate.
That's a bummer.
Whew, okay, well.
And now they've lost a flash. Like, it's just funny.
Terrorists win.
See if we get that one in super slow-mo. Bonk!
Oh.
Oop. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. I don't know.
Yeah.
Your head just appeared.
You kind of want to leave the room at that point, you know?
You do.
Can I have a bathroom break, please?
Can we just take a timeout?
Can I go to a rage room?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, Eco behind the saves. It was always going to be hard. It feels like they're intentionally making it harder for themselves. This is a nice boost from Ryu.
I like it. That's it, though, right?
I
like
might
we're done.
Be going for a couple.
We're
of
done
rounds
now.
off
We're
of
done.
that.
Like, there's no more of that. No more silly buggers.
I feel like it can get worse though for Astralis.
Yeah.
Imagine one more frustrating moment.
Oh, that would be It would compound. It would compound for sure. I do like the angle. Don't see this every day, but it is obviously susceptible to the mid split.
Which is starting to take shape.
Forces a dismount. You're not ready for the double up here. Wait, Hooksy needs to be seen, yeah? And now he needs to die. Can he die? Fake dink.
Yeah, fake dink indeed. Well, an attempt there from Fozy to make some room, get some information. Walks out the long doors, goes down to m0NESY. Another opener to the tally.
They're not in a rush here.
No, remember the last time they had a 5v3?
I do, yeah. Time became a bit of a factor, didn't it?
So, are they able to avoid that same fate? Together, Falcon strong. Up cap.
Stare is deadly. Kioske sent to bed, and the transfer into Carrigan's head is outrageous. Beautiful aim on display, and Nico can do it too. What a hell of a sequence out of both of them.
They're going to dart to B quickly. Wait. 18 seconds.
Going for a jump shot. They've got to get the bomb across. Nice from Yabi. There's no chance here. Yabi will close it down. There's more. There's more where this came from. Dust 2 injected into my veins. Nico's hitting shots, and that stair transfer is a thing of beauty.
Yeah, this is pure entertainment right now with how these rounds are unfolding.
Oh, wow.
Whoever you think has the advantage is proving they don't. Opening kill. Stair, this was absolutely nutty. Another round of instant impact of triple kill. Making money with Yabi to shut things down. Okay. We go again. Deagle for Nico. Yes, please. AKs for 3 or for m0NESY. And back into the full by Astralis. This looks like they try and go for a relatively early bit of B pressure, whether or not it's the follow-through, if they do find what they're looking for. Bodies are in the right place. So feigning the default map control. 4 upper tunnels. Carrigan to deal with the rotation. Is there a swing off this? No.
Orb searching.
It really is that Singe.
Yeah, okay, that's multiple. For the util belt dump from Yabi. Oh, he's making a move, Mr. Carrigan. And Yabi,
team flash!
Team flash! Stair caught him. Good trade back. Can he redeem himself? Can they hold on to the B site? Ryu can. Unloads the mag into the smoke.
Rotation's
Stair in
here.
support. Rotation is here, but Nico's Deagle is too, and Kioske just popping 2 heads. Now Ryu, Fozy in combination. Puts it onto a clutch for m0NESY, and he should have the first for free. A leg shot from Fozy in this AWP head-to-head.
Gotta get the bomb.
He has. The pressure is on m0NESY to make the next move. Ooh, he's hit him. He's actually hit him on the flick through. Now both low, and he swaps out to the M4 to win it out. Swedish sniper prevails in the head-to-head.
Okay, this is a map for Counter-Strike. Sign me up for, let's go back to MR15, can we? This is, I want more of this.
This is insanity. Every round, whatever you think is going to happen, you're wrong.
Okay. Second timeout surely coming in here. No, it's just an eco. Okay, I thought maybe just take a breath from Falcons. But last, okay. I think it was back at EPL.
Yeah.
It was like Spirit versus Astralis, and it was a Dust 2 game. And I was like, there's absolutely no way in the world Astralis, who I think at the time were pretty bang on average at Dust 2, had any business beating Spirit. They're out smoke. Come on, Hooksy, get your eeks.
Nice double. Kiosk's Glock finishes the job.
No, guys, it's Glocks.
It's fine, it's just Glocks. Ooh. Can't be playing scared versus the starter pistol, and they won't.
Kiosk was having a bit of a laugh there at the end of that one, so the fact that they've been able to get 2 kills is, well, I think the expectation of how this first half of Dust 2 has gone, but this is almost 6 rounds for Charles on the CT side.
It's a solid haul.
It is a great haul.
I mean, I'm just replaying some of the rounds we've witnessed in the first 10.
It's a Spirit result back at EPL. It's like they lost the Legacy phase, Furia. They're getting like dumpstered. Before that, their wins were against 3D Max and Heroic, and then it's like, okay.
But that win, could you check Fozy's kill total? I'm pretty sure he had like...
Well, EPL, he took
over, right?
Off. Yeah, he did. Right? That was a game where he was going nuts. He had 20 frags in that one.
Yeah, nuts.
Imagine if like you play mid teams on Dust 2 and you lose, but you play some of the absolute best Dust 2 teams in the world with a few, and you, oh yeah, Yes, that's what.
We can hang out with these Spirit, Falcons. Those are the games we can win. Still, jovial attitude. Second time out from Zonic, coach of the Falcons.
I just want to put numbers on this so it's not too harsh. 22 times Astralis have played Dust2 this year.
Yeah.
They've won it 6. Right, so it's they're on a 4-map losing streak.
Right.
This isn't, well, maybe it's starting to get comfortable. They find themselves here, decent chunk. Okay, Falcons, pick yourself up, dust yourself off. Ready to pop out long.
And he will. Kioske forging a path forward, claiming long for himself off the layered flashbangs. It looks like they're going to concede the space.
But now you need some territory elsewhere. Do Ryu and Yabi want to partner up and take upper tunnels? Fozy brought down low, misses the shot there. Box. We don't have long, we don't have short, and you walk in a tunnel straight into Mr. Nico.
That could not have been a more free frag. Ryu not prepared for that to be held. Carrigan wins a head-to-head duel with Yabi. That's valuable.
Both B defenders.
Okay, wow, pre-fire from Step. A couple of extra bullets.
Fully rotate. Nico should have this one. He's hearing the steps. They are long rotation.
I mean, no on B with Ryu dead and Stare mid, so...
And Hooksy, I think he wants info on A as well. So at some point, there'll be a glance and maybe into that AWP.
That's what Monacy's counting on.
But with the way Stare's been playing, there's no reason he can't win this on his own towards the B side.
Valid. And he's got that AK still, which he's been utilizing so damn well. Hooksy doesn't budge, doesn't give Monacy that pick he wants, and oh, it has pulled Stare away just enough for them to waltz into the B site and get across the doors. He's not there. Should be free for Falcons now for 5.
I don't know if you're getting away with this one here, Stem. Honestly, has the line. He has rerouted, so he sees them evacuating, and that will confirm that, yes, they are no longer fishing. They are definitely saving. Final round coming up next. Then they get the 1,400 loss, so a couple of players low on finances. This is the decision that could see them going into the full buy, unless Monacy wants to do something crazy. I think they can just hold the long territory. They don't need to press the issue. So Falcons will stop the streak of 3, the longest streak we've had in this map so far. And that make it just a 1-round game.
Terrorists win.
That's when being an extremity player sucks, is, oh, you expect me to make a move into a lion's den with imperfect information.
Yeah.
It's just... You feel
your
for
hand is
Ryu.
forced,
Yes.
yeah.
Someone has to make the play, and you're the one in the most optimal position to do so.
Quotes on that, yeah. But considering the stats you brought to us about Dust2 for Astralis, this 6 CT round haul...
It's much more competitive than my expectation.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to have Tessa setting up Kioske, take some short space.
So CT's wanting to block the mid to B with that smoke. But we'll see if they want to channel more smokes into that. They still have a couple to work with. Plenty of ways it can be thrown as well. The lurk smoke towards B from Nico. That will keep Ryu and that a Yabi interested. And just turning this into a mid to B split.
Waterfall smoke enables Carrigan to go for like a CT drop, perhaps. Oh, you don't need to worry.
Ahead of your expectation right there.
Stare.
This might pivot them back into A now. They know 2 B defenders, and, well, Carrigan's going to do it on his own. So Hooksy, long anchor, short should be open, and this should be 6.
Yeah, forging a path into the site now. No rush. Monacy, actually, yeah, couldn't spot him. Nice use of the HE from Yabi to mask the swing. Results in the loss of the AWPer. Is this really a conversation? Really shouldn't be. Nico's got short on lock. Josuke's got CT. They're playing active. Tess is felt wrong somehow, somewhere. Hooksy from long. They know where he is.
Just too many crossfires they have to break in this one, so Hooksy and Ryu will give it a crack. It's the last round of the half. They're just going to waltz on into what should be their demise. Hooksy gets one for the troubles, but Nico and Kisuke deal with it, and that'll be 6-6, all tied up. But quite an entertaining half. I think some people might say Clown Fiesta. I'd say entertainment, right? I know that we're having expectations in these rounds, but when that's subverted, that's where the entertainment spikes.
Well, that's the thing about the circus, Chad. It is rather entertaining.
Yeah.
Wow, 6-6. Let's go. Astralis is Dust 2 up against the Tier 1 teams, and again, putting up a valid fight.
It's just funny when you look at the last 4 opponents of the losses. Legacy, Focus, Heroic, Mouse.
Yeah.
All right, well, Mouse, yeah. They've only just started to, I don't want to say become a Dust 2 team, but look a little bit more comfortable out there. And then before that, your win is against Liquid. It's like, yeah, all right. And that's the ultimate and Shui Liquid too, so... well, let's see if they can get it done into the Falcons. One map to the good, taking Ancient. See it top left of your screen, 13-7 victory on Astralis' pick.
I mean, not forgetting as well, it was an Astralis pistol win in that first half.
That is true, yeah. With the back and forth, I feel that kind of works out in the wash.
Yeah, fair. I mean, considering, everything that happened in that half, I'm still thinking about Fozy just blowing Hooksy's brain off.
So we had a tech, then they said ready. Then Ryu says keyboard disconnected. He says, I don't know. So I think we're ready.
Okay.
So they know. Look at this. CT side double nades. So these to break a smoke of an expectation ready. Is there a strategy you think they're going to run? Are they going to be a stack because you've got a plan based off of the ante?
I also don't think Ryu's going to buy a decoy for no reason. Can't think of the reason, but he's got one.
Back a plant onto beat. Now skate to defend.
He's going to try and bait, a fake lurk, smoke, and swing. Whoa, 99. Ryu's face from Yosuke USP.
Yeah, their plan appears to be going A, right? Hooksy has the bomb. He's been back at top mid. So they put pressure B. They were hoping for some type of CT reaction. They haven't gotten it. This is the fight.
Fozy and Nico having a little skirmish on long doors.
Upcat with 4.
Nico can run away at any time, right? He can support Carrigan when he needs it. Carrigan's even still got those nades, right? Got that HE grenade. They'll flash on long, catches Fozy, but the majority of the assault here coming in. That's the nade, and whoa, look at the health. That is brutal. Carrigan finds 2, and they've softened him up nicely. A perfect HE grenade, the timing impeccable. Double out of Nico and Carrigan.
3 out of 4 pistols for the series so far. No plant means we're going to have an ugly-looking force, if that's the option Astralis want to go with. They're happy to take the full save again. Could not have been better times, better placed. Absolute perfection there from Carrigan. Total damage, 155 after that one. That will be the full eco. Some of the least exciting rounds, unless you have a scout and your name's Woxic.
Yeah. Or Krabeni.
Just going to take a look and use this opportunity we have with a brief moment to look at the Legacy versus FaZe game. They're into their second map. It's Mirage. That's Legacy's choice. Nuke is the third decider if they need it. Now, that group for FaZe is the same as Falcons, Group B. But you don't need to play out the upper bracket final. Right? You win this and you're in the playoffs. Right. There's no point playing that game. As mid has been farmed. Nico goes down.
We're into the guns.
That didn't make us wait too long, did they? Well, if Astralis do end up losing this series, they'll drop to the lower bracket where they'll play the winner of BB Team and NIP. Xbox smoke and mid doors. So they don't want that to be perforated at all, but there's no Monacy AWP to worry about. Left the bomb in Suicide, which doesn't matter right now, but I don't think that's intentional.
Oh gosh, Nico's in trouble. Oh, it's Hooksy that struggled to profit off of that flash. Nico. He's back in his aim in this one.
Why not, with the series he's having?
11 bullets. Back dump through the smoke.
So really playing for the short control, taking a look at the mini-map, right? That nobody home towards long. They want to pipe back in through short, and this might be well-timed if it's a mid to B. We're going to have a clamp down, a brawl in mid.
And they're going to push through the short side. Hang on a second. Hooksy goes looking. There's another one where that came from, though, and Carrigan's just going wide. It's the whole team doing the dance there. As always, is capable of providing the necessary multi. Astralis have an advantage, only for a moment. There's Monacy, takes the head off of Yabi.
Good flash.
And can't find the burst onto Fozy, gets it eventually. And has support now. The supportive cast arrive and they find all the necessary frags. That's clean team play in defense of A from Falcons.
Yeah, beautiful work, right? They were starting to clamp down on that possibility of the mid to B. It worked out for short as well. And then Monacy just standing his ground in the site there. Some steady shooting. As it will need to be a partial now from Astralis. Lost bonus for them, 3,400 into the next. That flash was great. Stair was the only
His
one.
AK spray is so dialed in.
I think Stair is such a gem. Right, some of these top orgs, if they ever start to look for a map control player, I think Stair needs to be towards the top of the list.
That's fair. He's an incredibly talented gentleman. Wow, just a barrage of nades in response to the steps closed doors.
Okay, so a block mid and a block long simultaneously. They also played anti-B pop setup. But now as the round will start to settle in, I'm sure we can see the options open for Falcons as well.
I mean, the objective here is just try and avoid that Fozy scout. Don't give him anything. So they might be returning to long, and that's Carrigan's responsibility.
I'll be honest, I forgot to keep count of the T-side kills.
Oh yeah, me too.
That's all right. The stunts will have us covered after. It's all about the calling here. Let's see if Hooksy can call them into a half-by victory.
It's his.
Be traded.
Should be. Body shot would do it, yeah. Honestly, though, quick. Very quick. Trying to catch that player. Slipping out short was Hooksy. Caught Crab walking.
Two more to find. Long, one short. And, well, Long has made the incision.
What is
2v2, well-timed on the clamp down.
Ryu, though, has to find this instant headshot onto Kyosuke. You've got Yabi from behind, exposed and brought down by Tessus. Now into the clutch. Ryu, too deep, needs to find himself another.
Bomb's
doesn't have the bomb and just jumps on up. Didn't anticipate Tessus to stick around.
I think in that situation, if I can surprise him, get this kill, I don't have to worry about getting the bomb going for the plant. Because with the clock so low, Ryu's decision-making when there's only 10 seconds left is like, well, I have to plant, right? If I fake in this situation and I'm wrong and he allows me to get it down, well, then I may be running out of time here. So they make it very competitive on the partial buy, but they're running out of opportunities now as it's a 4-round gap. Fozy's AWP in the mix. Let's see if he can be a difference maker. Hooksy with a long corner smoke. Everybody else towards the upper tunnel. So Hooksy feigning that this is at least a bit of long presence. He's got a curious smoke there towards long.
They're going for this. Just straight into B. Tessus locked in. Oh, and his AK spray pretty damn good himself. He was one man on that bomb site. There was no support network close by, and yet Tessus has single-handedly cancelled the plans of Astralis.
Bit of an over-rotation right now.
Carrigan's flanked though. Ooh, and spotted by Fozy's AWP lower tons. Bomb is T-spawn. Carrigan not to know that.
It does mean this gets a bit treacherous for Yabi. He has to be slow.
Nico so calm, ready to collect. Mantles up for this head-to-head versus Hooksy. And Hooksy's bested him this time. Yabi on to Carrigan. We got a 3-on-3. This 5v3 has been turned on its head back to an equal stead. And ooh, it gets better. Yabi blows the head off of Kyosuke. Still need to pick up that bomb. It's Tessus and Monacy going to be hanging out double doors together. Surrounded, in fact, by opponents very close by. Fozy still lower tons on that AWP and caught looking the wrong way. Trade attempt, and they've lost him. Bomb top mid, Hooksy to clutch. Or this is Falcons on 11, and Monacy's got him. 5 kills between Tessus and Monacy. A recovery of the recovery. Recovered
Yeah, that's the thing. Australia's had to work so hard to make that even competitive, and then they just walk back into them. Yeah. So losing track of one another in this. This is fantastic anchor work from Tessus. It's what you need to see. But I thought that they wouldn't... Or maybe when the long corner smoke missed by Hooksy and they have full info, that's why I guess they got, yeah, okay, well, they're shoving. But once they got denied entry, it was an escape path out. And just 2 rounds away, locking themselves in for the playoffs. And that's an awful lot of time off. Playoffs don't start until Wednesday next week.
Go see the sites.
Get a lot more time to prac.
The bomb sites, I mean, when you're pracking.
Okay. Done well there.
Thank you.
Well, even though this is an 11-6 scoreline, it has delivered more than an 11-6 scoreline.
It has.
The individuals on display hitting some absolute bangers. Again with the 2-wave door smokes for the cover off. Oh.
That just
spam.
Yeah. Disadvantage, hamstrung. You lost your Bianca. It's going to keep... Oh, sorry, your Bianca, your B-Lurker.
Kind of the same
thing. Same vibe.
Yeah, he's anchoring the upper tunnels.
Yeah. It's the short space that's tantalizing, right? You've got all of that room to line up your exec. What little it will be. It's minimal in the nade front.
Well, Carrigan's talking. He might get caught in the fade.
Yeah, as he backs away.
I can't believe he has just played bold-faced in front of a fading smoke.
And now it's pressure onto m0NESY. He can bail himself out for a quick one, but trade from Stare. 3-on-3. Kioske caught by that scout. No trade attempt at all from NiKo. Knows he's not able to find that angle. Tessus and NiKo to try and find this 2v3. Suable. NiKo's been a sharp shot, and there's another one where that came from. Hooksy, cowering in fear, stands his ground on that Galil. Stare in a great position here. This is a hard crossfire to try and break, but oh my god, he can. Tessus, a smoke and a kit. It is up against Stare, though. A safe pair of hands if ever I saw one. Can he defuse from up top? He can.
No,
he's ratting it! He's ratting it! You cheeky rascal! He's gone and done it!
Well, that's all the energy sucked out of the room there for Astralis. One more round, and we'll pull this one done and dusted. Down to the lower bracket. A couple of days wait before we see Astralis play again. There's the opener. You're going to give me a chance. Here's you guys going to take it. That's what he says in response to that. It's a long go.
Okay, we got some pace there. NiKo's here. Damage connects onto 2 of them. We'll get back and to avoid the tracer from Hooksy's attempt.
Watch Kitsuke right now. He's just been flashed through the mid doors. So, look, there could be an upper tunnels lurk, but at the moment, if he pushes up mid, he has the completely pinned towards long.
The whole squad.
They're not to know that, right? They don't know that there's not a lurk as part of this, but they are actually hedging towards tunnels now to clear it out. Just depends on the timing of when you want to hit the go signal. So block deep for now, but starting to fade. They're boosting over for a sightline as well. Carrigan can re-block this, which would be well timed. Yabby's played through. Problems.
Is he closer than the expectation?
No way.
He actually hit that. 50 HP on Yabby. Now just 2 points of health. Cowering and cleared by m0NESY. The dude is locked in. Quick swing. Carrigan gets one and done. Just the 3 of them on long. Trying to breach. Trying to find a way to make m0NESY miss a single shot. There's Stare onto Kioske. Tucked on Gandalf. Rosie Carr. Molly will make life miserable. Forced into the fight is NiKo. No attempt, or no help rather, from Tessus. Rosie takes him down eventually. Now that bomb will go down. Cover from Hooksy as Tessus goes for an ambitious jump. m0NESY, is this one winnable? Would have liked to have hit that one. Goose and ramp, he knows what's up.
He wants to give it a go, but he probably shouldn't. They don't have any loss bonus, but I think for the entertainment factor, I would have liked to just see m0NESY go for one of his classic clutches, but that's a round on the T side for Astralis. So there you go. They'll get there first after what was a competitive first half of play. We have a bit of a runaway half here from Falcons. They will concede this one. They will force by behind the AWP most likely.
Terrorists win.
Honestly, 50 short of being able to drop an M4. So the Force has been able to get them the saved AWP, a FAMAS, 2 Deegs, and an MP9.
Doesn't know about Blue Bin.
Oh, I think Arrogant has unknowingly just given an avenue in. Surprisingly, they haven't picked up the bomb and brought more over to fortify long. To be a rude shock for Nico.
Oh, my goodness. It's not the cleanest kill. In fact, not a kill at all. Nico gets away with a scrap of health.
So lucky to be alive. Ryu, who got punished with the smoke on it. Physical spam in a previous round. Let's see if he walks in this m0NESY AWP trained and at the ready. Palm is still in T-spawn and starting to transition back towards B. They're hoping that the long pressure acts as a full fake. But 2 players are about to push through mid doors. Falcons keep on moving.
Yeah, and this could be a very inspired push if they go lower.
m0NESY is going to have 2 on his... That is quite well timed. 40 seconds. Now they believe it's full long. So it's a little bit unfortunate. Fozy spam, another flash. They will swing and...
It's just him. It's just him.
Yeah,
He's open.
You're not going to get there in time. I think just save, boys.
Yeah.
That's funny. There's so many chances there where it could have gone either way. But they will get themselves up to 8 rounds. Falcons have no choice but to hold on to their guns. TeSeS will lose his. It's a tough hunt as well, trying to break through those long doors. So, not sure if he's going to go too far to search this one out. Was looking like another cut and dry map here for the Falcons. I think it still will be, but if you reflect, it was a 13-6 over K27. 13-7 on map number 1. Now we're about to find ourselves at 12-8, so getting ever closer.
Terrorists win.
A long spawn on Stair into this one. They are aware that the AWP will be carried through. Sonic has burnt his final timeout, so whether he wants to get involved with a call or give the options for Carrigan to find something. Carrigan ain't saying anything right now. But the conversation coming to its conclusion with the coach.
Yeah, Sonic doesn't want to see this gap get too much more out of control.
Maybe he was worried that they'd just shove and force all the nades and everything again behind what they had saved.
Yeah.
I think...
Go for that second bite of the cherry.
Yeah, maybe just as well, hey, boys, we've been dominating them. There's been some good Counter-Strike, but let's just get it done and not get in a hot position. Stay with this long spawn. Ryu's lining up insta mid.
Gonna have Carrigan with just a Desert Eagle on long. Straight out for Stair. Unscathed by the nade. m0NESY trying to be disruptive. They're coming his way and he's missed the shot. Uncharacteristic miss, but with Kyosuke's trade, lower tunnels occupado. Not the Deagle headshot you were hoping for, but Kyosuke keeping it competitive. Yuxi removes TeSeS, got blocked in the smoke, and here's Kyosuke, knows Kyosuke's around those lower tons.
Well, the 2 of them should be able to clear him out because he has to be here.
This is the distraction.
It couldn't have gone anywhere, so they should be able to deal with him, whether or not they do it cleanly.
Oh, he thinks he's lost him in the smoke. He's actually closed doors. And that's the horrible end to the round. For Kioske, good output on the FAMAS, but brought nicely by Hooksy to a close. 3 kills from the captain of Astralis.
And 3 consecutive rounds now, so need to be 3 more. We want to go to overtime. Odyssey will not have an AWP to contest in this, so you can understand the opening gambit. They're playing aggressive lower, right? He's up on short. Together they're able to, or should be able to lock this down, but missing the shot. Still believing. The Danes. Well, Hooksy going to sell long again. Just throw a smoke. Throw a couple of flashes and try and breach through the smoke. Trying this B-pop once more. Last time round, Tessa single-handedly shut them down.
This time he's got company, he's got some help. Kioske, just the one. Trade from Ryu. Tessa's trying to delay as long as he can. Knows the molly's imminent. So is the spam.
Nico might creep
so
through
is
this.
The nade. Holding on as best he can. Yabi finds him. Nico caught emerging from the smoke. It's a lovely double out of Yabi. That should be round ending, and Carrigan's a dead man. Running lackadaisical into the crosshair of Hooksy.
Yeah, that looks a little bit ugly there at the end, doesn't it? I like the play from Nico, though. Tries to creep in, capitalize, but some sharp shooting puts him down. The double digits accrued. 2,900 is the loss, so it's going to be, unfortunately, partial into full.
Right.
We'll see. Wants to retain this M4. Now they know exactly where he is. They can start to deal with him. And Hooksy could have him from the back lines. Will do. Board wiped. Can be some upgrades here. I think m0NESY needs to make sure he retains enough cash for the AWP. That should be his priority. For the rest of them, can be a little bit hungrier with their investments.
Let's see this one.
From Yabi, yeah. Just saw him creeping through the smoke. It's a couple of digs, a couple of 5.7s, and an MP9 to give it a look in. Knowing Falcons, they'll win this one.
Spamming flashes and actually getting a body out as well. Reeves got full long. Whilst he's going for a walkabout. Here's Hooksy top mid.
Yeah, that flash does nothing.
Just falls away in time.
Oh, he's committed. And they get
They're
chased.
pushing him down. Oh, Stair's been overwhelmed. That's a huge opening kill for the Falcons. Puts a rifle as well into the enemy hands for Astralis. Now Hooksy getting overwhelmed. They're running at him. They're just going to bring him the fight. He needs help. He's begging for backup. A deagle to the face. Carrigan up close. Just one on this ramp. It could be round. Overlooks the Ryu mantling up from the other side. Smoke on the short side and a great nade on the Kioske MP9.
Gonna try 3-3 CT.
Oh. Not typically the recipe for success.
And they have to get a wiggle on. There's no kit.
Could be one hell of a recovery.
Definitely give this one a look. Next round's the full buy.
Yeah.
That's the last of regulation.
And that AK on Tessus, he might find Yabi here. Doesn't quite nail it. Nice from Ryu. Super output. Triple kill. We do see every single round of regulation after all.
Okay, they're so lucky there that Foes is able to clip himself through long before that swarm of CTs charges up and hunts him down.
That was terrifying for Stair. Just seeing these people, these two CTs.
There's a guy short, there's 3 pushing up, but that was absolutely insane. Just throwing bodies on the line. Yeah, as soon as I saw Hooksy transition green box, I'm like, oh no.
Well.
You have just invited the horde. All right, Fozy, aggressive, scuttles a HE.
5 consecutive, Chad. Will they find that 6th and take us to overtime? Buy themselves some respite. Yabi's out behind the long smoke, eats the flash. Carrigan! Oh, he can't convert! A golden opportunity for first blood there. Squandered, sidelined the captain of Falcons. Full tons info thanks to Kioske's push. Nico exchanges block smokes with the cross.
The fact that Yabi has the AWP because of Bogdan's Law here, we'll see that becomes a factor late. Car mollied, creeping up behind the block smoke. Lots of utility though. Take a look. The CT still with a lot of nades here. Is it to disrupt the cross? Is it to stop the plan?
m0NESY's holding that cross and he books him. Fozy, sideline, back to the 4-on-4. Yabi low, don't forget, m0NESY's still got that cross and they've still got their nades. Cross the ramp, bomb on the back of Stair, pressure amplified now. All to play for. Hooksy blind, Tessa swings on through, just the one. Ryu trades, it's a headshot. Nice from m0NESY, just keeps racking him up side by side with Nico, and Yabi, that low HP will haunt him. The 24th round of play, 5 consecutive from Astralis, but in that last chance saloon before overtime, Falcons look to have done it. Oh, Yabi won on the swing from Kioske. Has he overcooked there?
He's got to pick up the bomb now. Might be able to get it down. This would be some clutch. Pulls off a shot. They're rerouting. CT and long will be the avenues of assault.
Well, they divide and look to conquer. m0NESY, CT approach. Nico coming in from long, could catch Yabi, look at the wrong way. Hasn't spotted, hasn't exposed himself either. On this peak, ready for Nico's approach, and he spotted the shadow, has the info on the long player. Wondering about number 2. Where's m0NESY? He's right there, on the ramp, missed shot, overwhelmed, Nico finds it, Falcons are off to the playoffs.
Yeah, Zonic happy with that one. It got damn close towards the end, but they get it done in regulation. The best of 1, the best of 3, light work, the reigning major champs in the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Yeah, and that's not the end of the road there for Astralis, but clearly for the Falcons in a commanding position throughout the majority of this series, and what has otherwise been a pretty good show of force for them. All things considered, the Falcons, that is, agree.
I'd say that, you know, Astralis, they followed tooth and nail to bring it back. And, you know, when you don't win any pistols on the side of Astralis, you know, it is just going to be tough regardless of the result. And I mean, like, I got to give a little bit of hit to Astralis. I think they pulled off some really good things, specifically in the later stage of this on the T-half. That's why they brought the heat back, right? But the Falcons, I mean, if they look at themselves, they're probably going to be too happy about this Dust 2. I don't think they played it as well as they wanted to. There were some of those very iconic situations, the 3v5s that did fumble for them. But, you know, Astralis capitalized, but they couldn't make it work in the end.
Yeah, I think we saw some of what we discussed coming into Dust 2, right? Like that, what could beat Falcons were maybe not Astralis, but Falcons themselves. And we did see a couple of rounds that brought back the bad old days perhaps in their heads, you know, some radar rounds in there, getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, trying to finish the rounds too early, but eventually they were able to pull themselves back together and in that final round close out the series.
But definitely made it as close as they possibly could. Now, I do see what you're saying. There's like remnants of G2 somewhere around here. I'm not sure why that's the case, but there might be the case for the side of Falcons, who sometimes take a little while to figure out the problem in the server.
Yeah, well, thank God for their superstars, you know, like, because if they have these rounds, which they've always been notorious for having, you know, it's good that you have such good players that, you know, that can pull them away and pull them out of those sticky situations. And I also just want to give a little bit of credit to Nico, you know, like, imagine being in Falcons and having your, let's just put it there, that Nico is actually the 3rd star of this lineup, you know, like, imagine having such a massive player in your 3rd star role, you know, when the kids in Kisuke and m0NESY doesn't show up, he's definitely the one to do it. So, you know, it's a star-studded roster that despite all these mistakes that they do seem to be pulling up from time and time again, they managed to pull it back by just being better than your opponents.
And reading the room is something they've done right here excellently today. I'm talking about the side of Falcons. Just another testament to the sort of Karagorn, the school of Karagorn, I think is what Twist called it. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure. Saw a lot of good things from them. Right, it was on Dust 2, mostly where you saw some of those mistakes, rounds with advantages being lost, perhaps, but speaks to their strength that despite rounds like that, they're still able to close out the series 2-0. Another great series from them in terms of pistol rounds. That was one of the big pros they had over at the Major too. True. You know, Kyosuke and m0NESY were 2 out of the 3 best pistol round players at the Major. So that continues here at EWC, and yeah, Falcons in the playoffs.
Let's do this then. Let's go ahead and round this off the proper way. We've got Nico standing by with Frey.
Indeed, Trace. I do indeed have Nico here. Congratulations, first of all, making it through to playoffs. I'll hold the phone on Dust 2 just for a moment. I want to go back to Ancient. Great T-side for you. Started off with you getting a nice 2v3 with the Julie. You're trying to bring the Julie meta back?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I saw that there's dualies in the back of the site, and I just was like, I have to stay side with it, and I can just peek left and right all the time. And I just used the opportunity. But yeah, it was a good map overall for us. I think we expected them to pick Ancient. We prepped very well, and I think we were on point today, apart from the second half on Dust.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that. Very chaotic, very entertaining map of Dust 2. A bit of a weird one because Astralis didn't have such a great record on it, ended up getting pretty close. Tell me about that second half from your perspective.
Yeah, I think we just relaxed a little bit. We tried to close out the rounds a bit too fast. Communication was hectic and so on. So I would say they did some decent calls, but I think we relaxed a bit too much, and it could have costed us at least to go into overtime, which is something you want to always avoid, right? But overall, like, you know, the win is the most important. I'm really happy with how we played today and how we approached the game. So securing the playoffs was bare minimum, I would say, and I'm just happy that we are kind of slowly improving as well. I felt like we played actually better than yesterday, so really happy so far.
Now you get, I think, 6 days off until the playoffs begin. What are you up to? I'm sure, I mean, I see a lot of fans here. I'm sure you've got other obligations going on as well, but what are you guys going to be up to before the playoffs?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's not often we get, 6 days off at the event. We're obviously going to try to practice as much as we can, but also make sure that we come in rested for the playoffs, because it can be a long playoffs as well, 4 games, hopefully. Probably some media obligations, fans as well. There's a lot of people coming around, so I'm not really sure what they have for us, but we're going to try to prepare as much as we can for the playoffs, and yeah.
Obviously, we can't overstate how important it is when we're looking at EWC, when we're looking at the club championships as well. Falcons currently, I believe, if I'm correct, in 2nd place in that club champs. Very important for you, obviously, to try and get a trophy here, to push it into 1st place. How much pressure does that put on your shoulders, knowing how much this means to your organization too?
We know how much it means to the Falcons, not only Falcons, but to all organizations that are fighting for the, the 1st place, 2nd and 3rd as well. It's a lot of money, and I would say this year definitely the EWC feels the biggest. I think it's a great event so far. Seeing so many teams competing, so many players, it's really great for the game. It's very nice to see. As for ourselves, we were in a bit different situation last year. They kind of secured the 1st spot almost after we won our 1st game. I think now we have to help them a little bit too much, but we will do our best. Obviously, we wanna repay them as well for making this team possible as well. We kind of won the major now, but now it's about returning that to them as well, and trying to win this championship.
I don't know whether the cameras can see just how many people are waiting, hopefully, to get your signature after this, but do you want to say anything to them? Obviously, they'll hopefully be joining us on the slightly bigger stage when we hit the playoffs.
Yeah, thank you all guys for coming. Thank you for the support. I hope that you enjoyed the game. We tried to make it a bit too exciting, and I hope to see you for the playoffs in even more people to come, and I hope that you enjoyed the whole venue.
Very entertaining form, as always, from Falcons, secures them a spot in the playoffs.
The Falcons, not necessarily the Dirty Birds, but they get it done, right? I mean, we're not in Atlanta. We're pretty far from it. Falcons have definitely found flight and puts them right where they need to be.
Yeah, we were talking about this tournament, for all the contenders, really the likes of Falcons, Vitality, Spirit, Navi to some extent too, looking to bounce back, right? For the teams outside of Navi, a slow start to the season. So Falcons doing it and doing it in a clean manner, I think is going to feel good, definitely.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just with 6 days off now, you also get to, iron out some of those mistakes that you've maybe already pulled off, And there's definitely a couple of mistakes that need to be looking at when it comes to this specific game.
Is there anything that you really just want to jump into? Or?
No, round 5 could be one of those where the rounds that we've been talking about previously, right? It is, they are very methodical at clearing out a space. Nico does find Fusiham, which then sets up Tessa to go out long because he knows there's no up to be fighting. But this is where it gets a bit dicey, right? I mean, the idea here is fine with the flash to try and get more info on Catwalk, but initially it just gets one by one. Kerrigan also with the smoke that's a bit off, decides to go for this peak, and they almost salvage it, but then you also gotta be looking on the bright side for Astralis. Start with, let's just put it out there, a very heroic moment here to actually salvage this round in such a very impressive manner with picking up a triple tier, which he's not supposed to be doing. And then, as we talked about, the stars of Falcons can just win rounds by just purchasing deagles. And that is just exactly what Nico does here with 2 blunders of headshots and also Monty buying in. So it is really the contrast of that they can play really poor Counter-Strike or make bad decisions, but then they will be bailed out by the individuals.
And that's because sometimes Nico does, sometimes Nico doesn't. And in this motion, the next round, he actually goes nuclear with 6.
He's been doesing a lot more than doesn't.
It's very true. Lately,
in recent
specifically.
Yeah, but I think it's like the Nico even mentioned some of these rounds, especially those in the second half, right? Them trying to end the game too early. And communication not being on point, guys maybe just doing something without telling their teammates, without trying to play together, and that's when things can go wrong. That's when you can get punished and stare with another great map. Despite, you know, the loss, I think definitely showing why we hold them in such high regard.
So how long, and you can go ahead and answer this if you'd like there, Dupree, how long until we see him in an Aurora jersey or something?
Well, maybe like 3 months if well, it might be, you know, if Aurora is interested in picking up, you know, that has to be maybe instead of Santeras, he is a map control player after all, right? So, I mean, he puts up, let's just like a valid effort to keep his Astralis in skin, not only with the round that we saw before, but also this given one, you know, he's the rock inside of Astralis, and he is one of the sole reasons to why they were even close to winning this map.
Aurora is a good shout, Trace. Actually.
Yeah,
you think so?
I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, I'll steal that. I'll steal that.
I mean, if you got to use it in your podcast or whatever, like, I totally get it. But again, this isn't the end of the run here for Astralis by any stretch. It's just now that the Falcons have ushered their way through into the playoffs, the Astralis have to do it again. They have to try again.
Yeah, they're playing the winner of NIP and BB team, which, you know, in its own right could be an interesting matchup, right? Maybe we get Snappy versus Hooksy, Danish IGL going up against each other, and BB team are a revelation really of the major, you know, but now that they have their full lineup, hasn't been too hot. So maybe having a stand-in is the key.
Right? Who would have known the secret 6-7-man rotation, something like that? See what I did there? Anyway, run the brackets.
It's not fun.
Run the brackets. I didn't even mean to do that. Like, it just kind of fell out of my mouth.
A paradise rotation.
Yeah, a gamer's paradise rotation. And that is not on the cards for us. We've got Group A. Go ahead. I know you're an A man.
Me being an A man, yeah, surely. I mean, like, I think we all look at the lower bracket here, saying that Spirit is, you know, going up against Big now to move forward into the lower bracket.
You have to feel bad for Big though.
Yeah,
like they play Aurora into G2 into Spirit.
That's tough.
GG How just ruined their tournament.
They definitely did,
really, in a way. But hey, there's always a chance.
But hey, there's more. That's exactly what it is. G2. The 2-1 over Big, moving on in the playoffs. Gamer Legion also as well. We can go ahead and flip the page over. What is our next bracket? Could it be? Yes, it is. It's right there.
Interesting. Moving on to bracket number B, you do see Falcons making it to playoffs. I guess that is the one that everyone has been expecting, and so rightfully so, that one has happened.
You gotta watch out.
I think it's good to see, you know, FaZe Clan made it to playoffs here, right? It's a team, you know, that's had, you know, hitting rock bottom, and now they're finding themselves in the playoffs. That's definitely a good sign for them.
I have to give props to FaZe, man, because you know they didn't even qualify for the major, and they took a slice of that humble pie. You know, played tournaments in the player break, right? Grinded some of those tier 2 smaller tournaments, and now they're back in the top 12, I think, even top 16. They're back in the invite bubble. They'll be going to these tier 1 events. Just signed HU to a long-term contract, playing some better Counter-Strike. So excited to see them in the playoffs. Group C, Vitality going up against Bait, a huge event for them, obviously, not just the Club Championship, but also it being in France, right? The opportunity to play in the Acre Arena once more, where they won their first Counter-Strike major, Foot versus Mouse. That's going to be an exciting one as well, seeing Foot without longs and how they do it. And 100 Thieves tomorrow against Jame and the boys.
Yeah, and then we do have the Chinese battle of Tyloo and Lin Mission Gaming, so there's a bit of a regional matchup waiting for that one as well. And obviously, I'm not going to put this in you, Jacob, but I almost wish that Jacob was here. He just really likes Group D.
Because I was going to say, I thought you called him Jacob in that notion.
No.
I just wonder whose turn it is to win now between Tyloo and Lin Mission. But
I'm sure they'll figure it out.
We'll see.
They'll make that work.
Jacob's favorite group to end it all out, Navi versus the Mongols and 9Z versus Furia, a rematch of that major quarterfinal, another South American bonanza, and down in the lower bracket, Wildcard going up against Pain 3D Max versus Magic. Thoughts, Trace?
I think there's some teams fighting for a lifeline now, isn't there? I'm looking at the wild card. Not having a good time down there. Might not continue. We'll find out. Of course, tomorrow's schedule might have something to do with that as well. We'll be featuring matches over here on the A stream of the BC groups. And as you can tell, BB team kicking us off against NIP.
Yeah, I'm excited about that one. But also just the fact that Vitality goes against Bait, it is a matchup that they have lost before. I mean, that was the best of one back at the majors, but still, there's always a chance.
There is always a chance. There's also 100 Thieves versus Paravision. Now, I know you're locked in and loaded for that one, Yanko.
Oh, you bet I am, Trace. We see 100 Thieves finally at the Tier 1 tournament in action, and I love the fact that Flit is reunited with Jame and Dastan. That's when he did some of his best work, but they're already in the lower bracket after that close best-of-1 loss, so fighting for their lives already.
EWC Play Tournament pick'ems. That's what I'm asking for at this time. That's the QR code. It's right below me. I always trust production. They're always going to have it there. I know that much for a fact. For you guys, are you done for the day? I think you've said and seen enough. Is that correct?
You say so. I could take a couple more rounds. Why not?
Okay, well, what do you want to see? Maybe production can get something loaded up for you. Or we can call it a day right here, right now. I'm thinking, yeah, production seems to like that idea too. So let's do just that. Thank you very much for watching EWC today. Counter-Strike continues tomorrow, and you better believe I'll see you there. Good night.